is meant to deceive Americans and cause chaos and confusion across the country. And the tool that's being used is Facebook. The tool that's being used is Twitter. And so right now, social media platforms are trying to catch up, are trying to protect and inform their users. But the truth is they just haven't adopted the necessary policies to fix this problem at this moment. And that's what I believe the audience here needs to be aware of.
Yeah, so you're saying that that simply labeling these tweets, as we've seen Facebook, Twitter, and Google do, and suspending some accounts, that's insufficient. What more should these companies be doing to address the problem of misinformation then?
Well, one thing that's we're seeing a lot is by the time the misinformation spreads, so I'll give an example that happened during election. There were false claims about irregularities, and a hashtag called Steal the Vote and a hashtag called Philly Steal began going viral. Hundreds of thousands, we've calculated, of Americans have seen that false misinformation. The platforms eventually caught up and began labeling them, but by that time it was a little bit too late. So one thing the platforms can do is inform Americans. When they know that certain people saw this misleading content, the platforms can track that and just share a correction telling Americans, here's an alert, sorry you saw this piece of content, here's a correction from the Associated Press or from the Washington Post or from another fact checker. Doing that would decrease the amount of people that are duped by this content by up to 50%, certain studies indicate.
So actually grouping together the true information with the false information rather than just labeling things as questionable is your suggestion, right?
Yeah, well, it's kind of like what newspapers do. When something false is caught, newspapers give you more information. They say, sorry, this was actually not true. Here is what fact checkers say the true claim is. And then people can decide, but at least they have the facts. And that's what we are asking you, just getting a small notification on that front.
Well, Pennsylvania is a major battleground state this election. It's still undecided, and disinformation on the electoral process there flooded online outlets. You called this, quote, attempts at perception hacking. Explain to us what that means and what we're seeing throughout the state.
Yeah, that's a great question, and this is one of the challenges that I believe every American citizen needs to keep in mind. What certain malicious actors will want to do is convince you that there's a huge scandal. They want to hack your mind by making it seem as if something small. So let's say there was an accident at a certain polling station where 10 ballots went missing. They'll share that to make it seem like this is happening all over the country and thus hack your perception, making it seem as if there's chaos and everything's falling apart. And there's a danger here that we need to just be aware of in terms of social media platforms make it very easy for these malicious actors to do that. And that's why we just call on every American to verify the content they see, to not assume that because somebody such as, let's say, we don't know, but maybe Russia takes a piece of misinformation and tries to make it seem like they've achieved a big success by hacking into a system. Don't spread that, because likely this didn't happen. They just want to make it seem like it did, and that's a danger.
All right. Well, the coronavirus pandemic and how it's been handled has been front and center this election year. And not surprisingly, it also became the target of misinformation campaigns. What were some of the more alarming falsehoods that your team came across?
Well, some of the alarming falsehoods, and this was, our calculation found that over 3.8 billion views, estimated views, on content that was shared by super spreader misinformation actors was seen across the world in the moment where COVID went viral. And here, one claim, for example, was telling people that if you could hold your breath for more than 10 seconds, that, Stanford Hospital said that you don't have COVID-19. And a lot of people shared that it wasn't true. But in April, many people believed it was true. And then this is the most dangerous part. Some people are claiming that they have a cure, and they're selling different medicines, different herbs, different things, making it seem as if they're doctors when they're not really doctors, and telling people to take these medicines. And that is also dangerous. Some people have actually been working with doctors. Doctors have told us some people have taken these false cures, and it has led to not only them harming themselves, but some people actually passing away. So that's another danger. And last but not least, a third piece of misinformation is we have seen too many people share claims about wearing masks, that if you wear a mask, it's going to cause certain lung problems, that it's going to make the virus worse. All of these claims are false. Doctors have reached a consensus that it's important to wear masks to protect against COVID, but yet these false claims are going viral, sometimes reaching over 100 million views across Facebook and other social media platforms.
All right, before we go, what would you give us as advice for all social media users? Things that we should keep in mind as we await the results of the election?
Well, with freedom comes great responsibility. And let's all keep in mind that too many people out there want to destroy this democracy that our forefathers fought for and built. And it's up to us right now to not allow them to do that. And the biggest risk to our democracy today is not claims of voter fraud, it's actually disinformation that is seeking to put us in alternative universes, make us feel like we are not seeing conspiracies. And too many Americans are falling for those claims. So let's be responsible. Let's verify content before we share it. Let's make sure that we do not spread the stuff we see on social media until we're sure that it is factual. And let's come together and be able to show empathy to one another at this moment.
Be empathetic. I think that's at the heart of it. Fadi Karan, thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to take a quick break, but we'll be right back with the rest of the day's news. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to Black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
Sometimes we just need to take a break. We acknowledge that many of you might have had election anxiety. So right now, I want to encourage you all to just take a deep breath and take a look at this. This Chinese baby panda made her public debut at a zoo in South Korea on Wednesday. She's just over 3 months old and is the first panda born in the country. The zoo named her Fu Bao, which means lucky treasure baby. Her parents arrived in South Korea in 2016 as part of a 15-year loan. The cub is expected to return to China in 3 or 4 years' time. Giant pandas are one of the world's most endangered species. All right, well, here's a look at some of the stories that we're going to be covering in our next hour. Coronavirus cases are on the rise in nearly every state across the country, why some hospitals are worried they could soon run out of beds. Plus, Joe Biden moves closer to the White House after securing two key Midwest states President Trump won back in 2016. We'll have the latest CBS News projections ahead, so stick with us. You're streaming CBSN, CBS News, always on.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices. Every Sunday night at 8 on CBSN. Stop.
There's a guilty until proven innocent mentality with a lot of these social media mobs.
Think.
This idea that there's something wrong with you if you're fat, that you're ugly.
And stream out loud.
Companies are operating the largest system of censorship that the world has ever known.
Eye-opening original documentaries anywhere you want to see them. Sunday nights at 8, only on CBSN.
Washington Redskins, under pressure from sponsors and advocacy groups.
Protesters tearing down memorials to the country's racist history.
Changing the name of sports teams is a kind of distraction from actual justice and political change.
Institutions love it. Please fight about the censors. They know that at the end, the structure will remain unchanged.
Logos and mascots may seem like a distraction, but they symbolize racial oppression. A logo change is just one step in a much bigger process.
Is this a moment of reckoning? I think it can be.
CBSN streaming election night coverage so you can watch no matter where you are. CBSN Local, 10 cities, streaming local races coast to coast. CBSN National, with everything presidential. Download the free CBS News app now and watch on any platform, anytime, anywhere. It's not just left and right.
What are the most vulnerable issues for both President Trump and for Joe Biden?
It's not just wrong and right.
What is the pitch to voters? The biggest pitch is going to be the economy.
Our politics don't have to divide us. They can unite us.
Healthcare is an animating issue for voters.
This is why we're here, to help make sense of the most important issues in America.
Thank you for helping to bring clarity on election night.
Watch Red and Blue, weeknights at 5 on CBSN.
You're looking live at Times Square in New York City, the crossroads of the country. Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell in our CBS News election headquarters, and we are back tonight with the country at a crossroads. What began as election night 24 hours ago is now stretching into election week. Tonight, our powerhouse CBS News political team is here to bring you a special update on where the race for the White House stands. As we come on the air, the president's pathways to re-election are narrowing quickly. As Joe Biden has captured 2 more key states, he needs to reach 270 electoral votes. Tonight, CBS News is projecting the former vice president is the winner in Michigan and is the presumptive winner in Wisconsin, giving him 253 electoral votes. That is just 17 shy of the 270 needed to win. President Trump has 213. And with more votes coming in tonight, the race is tightening. Tonight, Arizona has just released a new vote count that has Joe Biden leading President Trump by about 79,000 votes. We've got news on Arizona coming up. Also, Nevada, take a look at that. Biden is ahead, but look at this. It is prosciutto thin, with Biden leading by just about 8,000 votes. We're going to get an update on that, I'm told, tomorrow. Georgia is also close, but in the president's favor. He leads Joe Biden, though, by just 39,000 votes. That has been tightening all night. Take a look at this. North Carolina, the president's lead has shrunk to 77,000 votes. Right now, Biden leads President Trump in the electoral vote count 253 to 213. Still, we cannot emphasize this enough. The race is not decided. CBS News has not projected a winner. It is possible that President Trump could come from behind. His campaign has filed lawsuits in Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia, all designed to stop the vote count. The campaign is also asking for a recount in Wisconsin. Still, without a winner projected tonight, one thing is clear. Despite the coronavirus, Americans came out to vote early, by mail, and on Election Day. Get this, more than 140 million people voted, and it is the most diverse electorate that America has ever had, reflecting the changing face of this country. And so that's where we stand tonight. And I'm fortunate to be joined by John Dickerson, Ed O'Keefe, and Nancy Cortez. We are back, still without a winner, but we've learned a lot, certainly just even in the last couple of hours.
We have learning about Michigan and Wisconsin. You know, I want to pick up on your point there about, as you were reading that, I was getting goosebumps. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and 140 million people turned out to vote, and they did a pretty darn good job of it. They adapted in this incredible moment of challenge in America. And yes, things are slow, but you know what? The process is working. The votes are getting counted, and it's just an extraordinary thing. And we've learned a lot about the race so far. We're going to learn more, it feels like, relatively soon. And we're learning a lot about the American electorate and the way they're responding to this incredible moment in American history.
I know everybody is feeling a little bit stressed, a little bit anxious. When are we going to know the results? Well, we can tell you. In Arizona, for instance, they are trying to get more of that vote tally out tonight, late into the night. Georgia, they are promising in Fulton County, which is a big county there that is still counting tonight. Nevada, tomorrow morning sometime. So it's just working through the process, Ed.
It is. It's going to require patience, as we warned people it would. But what a difference 24 hours makes. And if you were a supporter of the president 24 hours ago, you were thinking, my gosh, we're going to pull this off. If you were a Biden supporter, you were a little nervous. But look at how things have flipped. And as if we needed a reminder, this is such a closely divided country. We hold close contests politically in this country, not only at the presidential level, but across the states. And it's just an incredible reminder, to the point about holding elections in a pandemic, that every vote matters, and they're really going to matter in some of these states.
And it's no surprise, Nora, that the Senate races that are still outstanding, that we're still waiting to call, are in Arizona, North Carolina, and Georgia. And the entire political world is watching these races because control of the Senate is still up for grabs. The Senate's leader, Mitch McConnell, said today, I don't know if I'm going to be the defensive coordinator or the offensive coordinator come January. And so, you know, Washington is really paralyzed watching what's happening here.
Let's bring in.
McConnell's always on offense.
Fair enough. Let's bring in Major Garrett, because he is at the board there with Joe Biden's possible pass to 270 electoral votes.
Well, good evening, Nora. Good evening, everyone. My experience covering presidential campaigns, those campaigns vacillate between optimism and pessimism, but election officials deal in realism. That's the vote count and the mathematics. Speaking of the vote count and the mathematics, both are going on right now. The mathematics of our very familiar what happens if board. What I want to orient you to here is these states you see in white are the ones where we do not have a CBS News projection. We have a couple to get to in a second. But look at the map right now. The important thing is Wisconsin and Michigan, by CBS News projections, have now gone to former Vice President Biden, putting him at 253. So watch this next stage as it unfolds. Currently, we have Nevada leaning toward the former Vice President. Goes up to 259. Arizona also leading. Put that there. If those two trends hold, and I'm not suggesting that we absolutely know that they will, but if they do hold, Nora, with Nevada and Arizona and everything else unresolved, the former vice president gets to 270.
Pretty incredible. He could win without Pennsylvania, of course, the state where he was born. Let's talk about President Trump. There is still a path for him to win.
There still is a path for President Trump, and it's going to really redound to Pennsylvania. I'll get to Pennsylvania in a second because that's going to be for the president's interest, the big finish. But let me walk you through some housekeeping that's very simple. Alaska, he's going to win. Add those. Maine 2nd Congressional District, he's going to win that. Let's go back to the map in 2016. Let's say for the sake of argument, President Trump holds Georgia, and he also holds North Carolina. And by some work of the mathematics in Arizona and Nevada, he claws both of them back. You see at 265. So with Nevada, Arizona, all the rest of this, Pennsylvania is still required for President Trump to earn a second term. That's where the map is for the president and his supporters, Nora.
All right. Thank you, Major Garrett. And so there you have it. I mean, the path for President Trump, as we have pointed out, has narrowed at this point. And that's why you see his strategy is what is now the legal strategy, or as his former chief of staff, Reince Priebus, said, we're in recount mode.
Yes, they're in recount mode. The question is whether the rest of the country is in that mode. And if on the one hand, the people feel confidence in the vote count in these states, the president's going to be fighting against all these state election officials, and that'll be really interesting. He doesn't just have to win in court. He has to win in the court of public opinion as well.
Does he? Does he have to win in the court of public opinion? I mean, it's ultimate.
I think I was struck by Mitch McConnell, Senator Rob Portman of Ohio, Governor Mike DeWine of Ohio, Marco Rubio, Senator from Miami, all said, contrary to the president's remarks last night, we wait and we count the votes, and whoever, Mike Huckabee even, who is a very strong supporter of the president, and anything he said, look, you count the votes, if you lose, you win, you win. I mean, they were all saying very different things than the president. And in that distance is where I am building this theory about the idea that if the president is out too far and the evidence shows that Joe Biden won, I'm not sure how many people of his party are going to follow him there.
You know, it's not surprising to see these states in the Midwest sort of in this nebulous category right now. We always expected that they were going to be hard fought. But Ed, what's going on in Nevada? This is not a state that Democrats were worried about winning. Hillary Clinton won it by 2.5 points in 2016. What's happening there?
Part of what happened is the pandemic, and the fact that state and its hospitality industry were so decimated, really, economically. It made it hard to know where the voters were. This is one of the few states left where machine politics really play a big role. In Clark County in the Las Vegas area, the Culinary Workers Union, which mobilizes, organizes most of the people who work in the hotels and resorts there, had to focus more on the economic concerns of their members than the political priorities of the group. And so Democrats struggled, and they had to rely a lot more on outside groups to step in and try to mobilize those voters. And there were warnings leading up to Election Day that it could be this close because the party wasn't able to do as much work.
We have also entered a new phase of this election because President Trump is saying, stop the vote count. You see former Vice President Joe Biden saying, continue the vote count, and saying, no one is going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We heard Biden speak today. Let's bring in CBS's Nicole Killian. She is in Wilmington, Delaware, where the Biden campaign is headquarters. And Nicole, what was the calculation behind the former vice president's remarks today?
Well, Nora, the former vice president wants to continue to define the narrative and be transparent about where he sees the state of this race. The campaign remains increasingly confident about its chances. And that is, in essence, what we heard from the former vice president when he was here earlier today at the Chase Center. He said that he was winning enough states to get to 270, but continued to urge that every vote be counted. The campaign remains confident and stands by Arizona that it can put that in its column. It also believes it can hold Nevada in part because of support from Latino voters. It also still sees opportunity in Pennsylvania and Georgia. The former vice president also, while he was here, laying the groundwork for a potential speech if he does advance, going back to those key themes of his campaign, one of unity, that he can be a president for all. Nora?
All right, Nicole Killian, thank you. President Trump sees things very differently. Want to bring in Weijia Zhang. She is at the White House. And Weijia, we haven't seen the president today at all after he was in the East Room of the White House late last night, sort of trying to preemptively and falsely declare victory.
That's right, Nora. President Trump did not have a single item on his schedule today, which he spent inside the White House residence. He was really active on social media, though, posting a series of falsehoods that we have heard from him about the state of the race, even declaring victories in these very key states where ballots are still being counted. But even though we didn't see or hear from him, his surrogates were out in full force, and his senior campaign advisors are publicly saying that they still think there is a good path to victory, especially in Arizona, which they are confident they will win. In fact, they are adamant that any projections that suggest otherwise are simply false. CBS News has also learned that the vice president, the White House chief of staff, Mark Meadows, and Jared Kushner, the president's son-in-law and advisor, were at the campaign headquarters meeting all day to talk about where they see this going in the next few days. Nora?
All right, Weijia Jiang, thank you. And we are going to start there and dig down on that state of Arizona because it's so key. Let's bring in Anthony Salvanto in the CBS Election Data Center. And Anthony, Arizona, Fox News Channel, the Associated Press have called Arizona. We have not. My understanding is there are still some 600,000 outstanding ballots. A lot of that vote trying to come in tonight. Break it down for us.
Yeah, Nora, let me zoom in on Arizona here, in which Joe Biden has a lead, but there's really some pretty simple math going on in a lot of these states. If the margin between the candidates is small, in this case it is, and there's still a lot of votes left to count, then in our view, you can't yet project a race. And one of the things we're going to watch in Arizona as this goes on is Phoenix. And Phoenix holds the key because it casts most of the votes in the state. Right now, we think maybe over 300,000 votes still to count there. And we're waiting. We think some of them may come in tonight. So we may get more information there. That's Arizona. And then let me take you up into Pennsylvania. Well, Pennsylvania is interesting because here again, the president has a small lead, but this lead has been narrowing for him as we've gotten more votes in. And one of the things that is bolstering Democratic hopes is that if I zoom in on Philadelphia here, which is a very Democratic area, and we look, there are over 200,000 ballots, we believe, they say, still to count there. So a lot of ballots yet to be counted, elections officials reporting into us over the course of tonight, tomorrow, maybe the coming days, Nora.
Yeah, and I was just looking at now at the Arizona Republic. Of course, Maricopa County is where those 600,000 outstanding ballots are, even though there's just a 79,000 gap between the two candidates. I see that the Arizona Republic saying they estimate around 11 a.m. Wednesday. That's tomorrow when we may have a better sense of that full count being in from, and then we'll have a sense of where that race is actually headed, if it's safe to call it.
That's right. And, we should tell everybody for context, the eyes of the world aren't always on it, but it is quite typical that we sit here at the decision desk waiting for elections officials in states all over to count and finish their count, many thousands of ballots, because it just often takes a long time. It just happens in this case, we have a very close presidential race, and so everybody is watching.
And Anthony, I'm noticing, when I look at our results, North Carolina has about 94% of the vote counted. They had about 94% of the vote counted as of 3 o'clock in the morning. So what's been happening in all those hours since?
They've been a little slower to report, and they can take longer to return their ballots too. So we may have to wait a few more days there.
Yeah, they have up to 9 days in North Carolina versus the 3 in some other places. And Anthony, can you help me figure out, it's basically two different storylines. In Arizona, you have Maricopa County, which is basically a jump ball. It's the two candidates wrestling for the votes in that county. The story in Pennsylvania is each county is a different strength for each different candidate. So you're really what we're watching to see is basically if the Biden vote can come in and catch up.
That's right. Where the Democrats have hope is that when Democratic areas in these states, that could be, of course, Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, and also, of course, around Atlanta in Georgia. Well, if there's a lot of votes from there, and this was another big theme we'll remind everybody from last night, that Joe Biden had done well on early vote on mail ballots, which they are now opening and counting, but the president had done very well on the election day vote. So it's those different types of ballots that also distinguish.
I want to bring in, thank you so much, Anthony. I want to bring in CBS's Jamie Yukas. She is in Phoenix today and was there all last night. And tell us what you're hearing about the results that we are expecting tonight from Arizona. Well, we did think there was going to be a much larger dump of results that we were going to get earlier in the evening. And as you said, it looks like they're going to start trickling in throughout the night. Arizona in total is supposed to cast about 3.4 million votes. Now, I do want to point out it would be very hard if those 80,000 difference in votes remain between former President Joe Biden and President Donald Trump. It would be very hard to have a recount because you're talking about 1/10 of 1%. So you have 3.4 million votes. You're talking about only 3,400 would have to be between the two candidates for it to trigger a recount. Now, I do want to show you what's happening here because there's been a scene here at the state capitol in Arizona. This is Phoenix. There's a few dozen people, I would say, on site right here. They keep going between here and the elections department, where there's about 150 people right now that are President Trump supporters, and they are demanding access to that elections department. They want to get inside, and they don't believe that the results have been tabulated correctly, and they're angry. So we're going to continue to watch as they go back and forth. It's only about 1.5 miles between both places, Nora. You know, it's really interesting as you see what's going on there in Arizona, because if Joe Biden were to win that state, he would be the first Democrat in 24 years to win the state of Arizona. We had already heard some of the reporting that last night, when Fox News Channel called Arizona, that the White House was furious, that Jared Kushner was on the phone with Rupert Murdoch, who is, of course, the media tech titan, trying to complain that it sort of took the air out of the tires for the whole campaign because Trump was feeling good. He had won Florida. He was doing great in Texas. They felt like they were on a roll. And then all of a sudden, Arizona.
Yeah, hope for Joe Biden. Again, that public narrative, different from the counting narrative. They don't want to mess up the public narrative. And remember last night, as the states were coming in, Donald Trump was defending. Arizona was the one good piece of news early in the evening for Joe Biden. Arizona, as you mentioned, is changing. Maricopa County hasn't gone for a Democrat since Harry Truman, 1948. So that would be a really big change. And it's part of it is all those new people coming in from California, which is why it's such an interesting state.
I want to also, we can talk more about a lot of these states. I want to also, Nevada is that one other state that's out there. That is that prosciutto thin. That was a phrase that John and I were talking about earlier. I mean, it's less than 8,000 votes right now. There are tens of thousands of mail-in ballots that have yet to be counted there. We're not going to get any more results, we're told, until tomorrow. So let's bring in CBS's Enrique Acevedo. He joins us from Las Vegas. And tell me what you're hearing.
Yes, Nora. Well, the 6 electoral votes from the state of Nevada are now crucial in the pursuit of the 270 votes required to win the presidency. And it's incredible to see how the number of votes that are separating both candidates at this moment. Right now, the margin of counted votes, the difference is less than 8,000 votes. And to give you a perspective, in 2016, Hillary Clinton won the state by a little over 27,000 votes. So that's the difference right now. Earlier today, we had access to this voting facility where Clark County election staff were still processing mail ballots. Around 1 million votes have already been counted, and that includes all the early vote and the election in-person voting. So tomorrow at 9 a.m., we're expecting more results from Nevada. That's local time, noon in New York.
All right, Enrique, thank you. So many people waiting on that. And what we do know about Nevada is that most of those outstanding ballots that have yet to be counted are believed to be from Clark County, which is Las Vegas, and what is believed to be a Democratic stronghold.
It's a big reminder, too, that so many of these southwestern states are built around their super cities, and that most of the politics are done in just that one place. And Nevada was one of those states that mailed a ballot to every eligible voter in the state because of the pandemic. Doesn't mean everyone was going to use that ballot or mail it back, and that's what's caused some of the confusion here and what potentially the size of the electorate would be. But a good example of a state adapting in the midst of this pandemic to voting.
We are on the verge of having so many more details about how these states are breaking. When we come back, we'll take a closer look at the vote in Pennsylvania and why Philadelphia may hold the key in the Keystone State. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBSN Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
After a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Well, there you have it. Joe Biden with his running mate Kamala Harris. Pennsylvania began the day after Election Day with more than 1 million uncounted votes. That's why the state is still considered a toss-up. Jerika Duncan is outside Philadelphia's Convention Center, where they have been busily counting the votes all day long, and where the Trump campaign today filed suit to try and stop the ballot counting.
That's right. Those election workers inside the Pennsylvania Convention Center, hard at work 24/7, if you will, counting those ballots, trying to get those results as soon as possible. The election officials warned that there was going to be a delay because this was the first time that you had mail-in voters, 2.5 million of them, compared to 260,000 in the last presidential election. So it's going to take a little bit longer, they said, but the governor here, Tom Wolf, said the fact that there is a delay means that the process is working. They're ensuring that they're taking their time to make sure that ballots are counted and that the results are accurate, Nora.
And then just quickly, what has the Secretary of State said about when we will know the vote count in Pennsylvania?
They're not giving a specific timeline, but we do know that more of those votes have been counted. They said that it could be as late as Friday, but they would not say exactly when. But they do know there is an urgency to get those votes counted and get those results official. Get those official results, rather.
All right, Jerika Duncan, thank you so much. The Trump campaign is taking a different tack in Wisconsin, where it is calling for a recount. And Adriana Diaz is outside the central count location in Milwaukee, where they are tallying up the ballots as we speak. Adriana? Hi, Nora. We actually have a new location by the riverfront here. But what's really crucial here is that it's still unclear whether or not the Trump administration has actually filed an official recount request with the state's election commission. And that's because, according to the rules, that request can't be made until votes are audited here in Wisconsin. And that's not expected for another 2 weeks. We asked election officials if they've received a recount request, despite the rules saying it's too early, and we haven't heard back. But here is what we do know. Here in Milwaukee County, election officials are starting to think about what a recount would potentially look like during the time of COVID. And we have learned that they actually plan to meet on Tuesday to discuss how to do a recount here while keeping their staff safe. Nora? All right, Adriana Diaz, thank you. Interesting there, as even the former Republican governor, Scott Walker, laying out that it would be a steep hill to climb for them to find enough votes to make up that difference, the lead essentially that Joe Biden has over President Trump. Now, in addition to that recount, President Trump's lawyers have filed lawsuits today in Pennsylvania, Georgia, and Michigan, laying the groundwork to challenge the results in those battleground states. David Becker is our CBS News election law expert. And David, what is the effect of these lawsuits? What will they do?
Well, so far they're not doing much. I mean, they're trying to stop the count in these 3 states, while at the same time they're arguing to continue the count in states like Nevada and Arizona. And I think it just shows how untethered from any kind of facts or law or principle these lawsuits are. These states are continuing to count whether Vice President Biden is ahead or President Trump is ahead. And they're going to continue to follow state law and the process that was established before to count all the validly cast ballots that are in. And they're doing a remarkably good job of that, regardless of whether they're run by Democrats like a state like Pennsylvania or run by Republicans like a state like Georgia.
And we saw the Pennsylvania Attorney General saying there's essentially no merit to the legal arguments the Trump campaign is making today, saying it's more of a political statement than a legal statement. But explain what exactly the Trump campaign is trying to do in Pennsylvania.
Well, in Pennsylvania, there was a lawsuit earlier that went all the way to the Supreme Court, was decided 4-4, which upheld the lower court decision, which said that which upheld the 3-day after Election Day receipt for mail ballots, so long as they were voted on Election Day. So there are going to be some late received ballots coming in. The Secretary of State has said that they're going to segregate those ballots. They're going to count them, but keep them segregated to some degree. And ultimately, I don't know if the Supreme Court wants to get involved in this again. Those ballots may be moot in the sense that Vice President Biden might be leading before those ballots are even counted. In an odd, ironic twist, it might actually be the Trump campaign that has to do a 180 and ask for those ballots to be counted because they're behind after all of the Election Day and earlier ballots are counted.
That's really interesting. David Becker, stay with us. I mean, here you have essentially a wide-ranging legal assault by the Trump campaign because we still don't know. So it sounds like they're setting themselves up for an area where they can specifically contest a state that they would need in order for their path to victory.
Yes, and there is, that David mentioned, I thought quite well, the feeling in a way that the Trump strategy is kind of has his shoelaces tied, because in one state it's saying keep counting, another it's saying don't count. In Michigan, there were protesters on the President Trump side saying stop the count. The only way he can win in Michigan is if the count keeps going, and I mean it's not going to catch up at this point. But there's this way in which it's at odds with itself across the nation.
And we should note, of course, that vote count actually in Michigan, which we have called for Joe Biden, has actually widened. Joe Biden opening up a wide lead today in that state. As you can see there, it is over 120,000 votes at this hour. All right, coming up, new votes, new information all coming in, and we'll look at how Joe Biden took back 2 of those blue wall states, Michigan and another in the Midwest. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com. Or get the app, and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBS in Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
Well, the counting has not stopped. It continues. Want to bring in CBS's Major Garrett. He's been poring over the exit poll data, looking at who voted and why. And Major, the former Vice President Joe Biden, was trying to win by picking off some of the support that Trump had. Was he successful?
He was. And for those of you who were with us last night, welcome back to Major's Exit Poll Emporium. For those joining us for the first time, remember, admission is free. The information is valuable. Independence. Nora, you just asked about this. Here's what happened in 2016. Donald Trump carried independents across the country by 4 points. Let's look what happened in 2020. Joe Biden carried them by 14 points. You can tell that's an 18-point swing. The important dimension there, the most important dimension, independents this time said they just didn't find that the president had the proper temperament, and they believe former Vice President Joe Biden did.
18 points. That's incredible. And then also Michigan and Wisconsin, that blue wall. How did Joe Biden win in those states?
Those are now projected by CBS News as victories for the former vice president. Let's dig into a little bit about how that happened. Union households, 56-41 for the former vice president. That's an improvement over Hillary Clinton's performance. White voters with a college degree, Joe Biden carries them by 6. And this is 12% of Michigan's vote. They did not vote at all in 2016. 4-point edge for the former vice president.
So those are people who sat on the couch and didn't show up, or are they new voters?
And they're new voters. They're new voters, and Joe Biden carried them by 4%. Let's go to Wisconsin and take a look at what happened there. Young voters, 58-36 for Joe Biden. That is a 19-point improvement over Hillary Clinton in Wisconsin with young voters. That's voters under the age of 30. Women voters, 56-43. And those who defined the virus, as the top issue, favored the former vice president, as you can see, by an incredibly wide margin.
And of course, Wisconsin is being struck very hard by coronavirus. They are running out of ICU beds. The governor there is telling everybody to wear a freaking mask, I think is the last message that he had for residents of that state. We're waiting for, you were at the wall earlier today, Arizona. We're waiting for Arizona. We at CBS News have characterized it as likely Joe Biden, but there are some 600,000 outstanding votes. But what does the exit poll data show us about that state?
So let's look at seniors in Arizona. They comprise, in this election, Nora and team, 30% of the electorate. Joe Biden, 52%. President Trump, 47%. That is an 18-point swing from 2016.
Seniors. I mean, it just goes to show you how we are different in every state. If the seniors in Arizona are voting for Joe Biden, but in Florida, for instance, they voted for President Trump.
Right. Exit polls tell us a lot of the whys, not only for the nation, but they also tell us very fascinating whys in different regions, different states, and among different demographic groups. And what you just contrasted between Arizona and Florida helps us understand those.
And Major, what do we know about young voter turnout in this election more broadly?
More broadly, it's slightly up, but again, by state, by state, it's parallel to what it was, almost exactly the even as to what it was in 2016. But in some states, it's gone up just a tick. But I wouldn't say, based on everything we've looked at, that there was this massive young youth vote that showed up. In some states it was, but I wouldn't say nationally it was a big revolution.
It really does feel like we're entering this new phase of the election, because today, as we've got more numbers come in, and we're really expecting overnight this whole other batch. Arizona, we just talked about all that coming through the night. Nevada saying they're going to update us at 9 o'clock their local time, 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Georgia, that Fulton County that we talked about, that it's incredible that that ruby red state is actually such a razor thin margin there for Donald Trump there. That vote tally coming in overnight as well. It seems like we're very close to learning what is the final step of this race.
That's right. It does feel like we're very, very close. And I want to just add one more piece to the Arizona puzzle, which we saw in other states. Women with college degrees. Donald Trump won them by 2 points in 2016. Joe Biden won them by 17 points this time around in Arizona. White women with college degrees, and those sometimes are called suburban voters. That's another piece of what Joe Biden, when he did well, that's what he did.
And we saw that early in the night yesterday, that swing among that voter group. What does that tell us? Why?
Some of it is temperament. Some of it is emphasis. Those voters clearly cared about the coronavirus more than the economy. Those who did care about the economy decidedly went for President Trump, but it varies by region, it varies by demographic group. But in these key states where Joe Biden focused, he got what he needed and is moving closer and closer to that magic number of 270.
Which is interesting because Democrats in Washington today were so glum. They're the only political party that can be in a terrible mood when their candidate is on the verge, potentially, of winning the presidency. But they were so disappointed in their Senate showing and in some House losses.
Right, because there's a decoupling there. There's a decoupling there. There wasn't momentum down ballot for House races or Senate races. But there really was a kind of Biden and then the rest of the Democrats, and the kind of decoupling that surprised a lot of people.
And this is messy, and it's taking a little while, and I think, in a few days, maybe a few weeks, it'll look different. If Biden is able to win Arizona, take back a state that hasn't trended Democrat for a long time, and eke out a win in Georgia, they will have accomplished a big part of their wish list, which was to become competitive in the South and the Sun Belt, plus take back those Midwestern states. And that is what they believe is the future of their party, the ability to appeal to both ends of the country.
It's a good way to set up what I'm about to say, because coming up next, the peach state has been forbidden fruit for Democrats. So can Joe Biden change that? You will not believe how slim that margin is. I think it's now down to about 39,000 in Trump's favor. What could change that? You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, free. CBS in Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO.
Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area. In your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
"16 electoral votes are still up for grabs in Georgia. President Trump leads, but tonight that race is tightening significantly. CBS's Mark Strassman joins us now from Atlanta. Mark, they're actually counting the ballots pretty quickly there tonight.
They are, Nora, and here's why. There's really a couple of very interesting storylines to follow here in Georgia, where, as you mentioned, those 16 electoral college votes are very much up for grabs. When Donald Trump got up this morning, he was 116,000 votes ahead here in Georgia. Right now, that lead is 37,000 votes and dropping fast. Here's what's happening. There are 90,000 outstanding absentee ballots in Georgia. Most of them come from metro Atlanta counties, which are increasingly younger, more diverse, and more receptive to Democrats. For Joe Biden to pull ahead of Donald Trump, he essentially has to win 2 of every 3 outstanding ballots. And that is very much what is on the minds of both the Trump campaigns and the Biden campaign. If it sounds like it's time to lawyer to protect your interests if you win those campaigns, well, the Trump campaign already has. They sued Chatham County, which is Savannah, Georgia area, claiming irregularities. The vote totals probably won't be announced until tomorrow morning, but definitely something to keep an eye on here.
Wow, Mark Strassman, it looks like it's almost down to 30,000 now. Let's move on to North Carolina. President Trump has a slight lead there, but it is still a toss-up. CBS's Chris Van Cleve is in the Tar Heel State. Good to see you, Chris.
Nora, the president leads by about 77,000 votes. It's about 1.4% of the 5.5 million or so votes that were cast here in North Carolina. That's a record, but the question now is how many more ballots could still be out there? We know there are 116 to 117,000 potential unreturned absentee ballots. However many of those made it into the mail and were postmarked by yesterday have until the 12th to arrive and be counted. And now the state told us today that the boards of elections in the 100 counties in the state aren't even meeting until the 12th or the 13th to consider those ballots, as well as an unknown number of provisional ballots. So the bottom line, we're not going to have any real new updates from North Carolina until the end of next week. Nora?
Fascinating. Chris Van Cleve, thank you. I want to bring in Anthony Salvanto now because he is crunching all of those numbers. And so, Anthony, will you take us inside Georgia and North Carolina?
I will indeed. Okay, let's go into Georgia, and we are looking at an extremely tight race. 49-7 for the president, 49-1 for Joe Biden, so a difference of 0.6. And let's dive in here to, first of all, Fulton County, which we get reports that they will keep counting late into the night. Maybe after midnight, we might get some more reports there. Which I can tell you, Nora, the kind folks on social media have noticed that I have been standing here for 2 days crunching these numbers. I want to assure everyone I am fine. The coffee here is very good.
But why is Fulton County important? I know that it's down to 30,000 votes that lead that Donald Trump has.
It's really important, and we'll look at that number because this is a Democratic area. And so if the Democrats are going to pick up ballots, pick up votes, this is where they might have the best chance to do it. Now, look, all over the state, if there are ballots out there, there will be Republican votes out there too. And that could, in theory anyway, that could add to the president's margin as well. So we'll have to see what happens. But this is where Joe Biden is pinning his hopes. It really is. DeKalb there, let's see what's out, 9,000 ballots. But in a race this close, all of them really matter. And so I think we'll get some more in there tonight.
Right. Those Atlanta suburbs that have become increasingly diverse, younger, the types of voters that the Democratic Party thinks that they can court and put into the Joe Biden column.
And as Anthony was saying, DeKalb, Biden is winning at 83-16. Fulton, he's winning 72-26, which means he's getting the bulk of the votes that come in there. Those are very, very rich Democratic areas.
Just a few seconds, go inside North Carolina, the votes that we're waiting for there. Why is it so tight, that race?
Yeah, very, very quickly, we'll do the same thing. Democratic areas, still 37,000 ballots out, for example, in Wake County. Same story, fast-growing metro areas, diverse metro areas, places the Biden campaign would like to pick up more votes.
Right, and as Chris Van Cleve noted, that state has the rules that they can continue to count those ballots that were postmarked on Election Day for several days. They allow for a slower counting of the vote there. Anthony Salvanto, thank you. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll look at who will control the United States Senate. It's late, I've been here. But what I was going to say is so important, it actually changed the stock market today. You're watching CBS News 2020, America Decides.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBS in Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather, where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety?
Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh. Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
What do we want? Climate justice. When do we want it? Now.
We want to organize and spread the message that this is urgent. I try to be a voice for the voiceless.
I'm here to fight for my right to have a planet.
Our government has not taken action on climate change.
They want to stop the production of energy here in the United States, and it's really an anti-American policy.
Young people have the most at stake.
We're seeing stronger storms, stronger droughts. We are racing against time. The climate crisis is first and foremost a human issue.
Like we've always been out there pushing the envelope because we want our future to be better.
Download the free CBS News app to watch.
We may not know who controls the U.S. Senate until next year. So to help us explain why, CBS Chief Congressional Correspondent Nancy Cordes.
So, Nora, Democrats are going to add to their seats in the Senate, but it's kind of like getting a bike for your birthday is really nice unless you thought you were getting a car. So they thought they were getting the car. They thought that they had a really good shot at taking the majority in the Senate. And it's still possible, but to do it, they would have to ride that bike through some very challenging territory, mainly North Carolina and Georgia. They need to win 2 more seats, most likely. So North Carolina, still a toss-up at this hour, and the margin between Tom Tillis and Cal Cunningham is a little larger than the margin between President Trump and Joe Biden. President Trump and Joe Biden are about 1.5 points apart, and this race is 1.9.
The polls were so wrong.
They were so wrong.
They were going to saying that Cal Cunningham was going to defeat the incumbent.
Here and in a lot of places. So Democrats are doing a lot of soul searching today, trying to figure out why their data was wrong, whether they didn't turn out the right people, whether they didn't register enough voters, and they're watching this race. Another race that they're watching.
The biggest names in politics.
Whoa, that's news. Do you think that the president has the authority to send in active duty troops?
Face the questions you want answered.
Did the CDC let the American people down? Tell me about the decision. When was it made? Who made it? What is the next area that you are concerned about? What does that mean for the risk of reinfection here in the United States?
You bring up a very good point, Margaret.
Margaret, that's a great question.
Face the Nation with Margaret Brennan on CBS.
Go to the ends of the earth
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh.
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Todd,
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun.
but wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking,
What's the idea of being a human being?
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
Welcome back to CBS News election headquarters in Times Square. And John, I just think about what we're on the cusp of finding out in the next few hours, maybe the next 12 hours.
Yeah, we may know the way this election went, but the way the two candidates behave in the next 2 weeks or whatever will lay the groundwork for the politics they inherit, whoever they are, whether it is a molten mess or whether they cool the partisanship in America. So how they behave is going to help set off their next 4 years.
To that point, the Biden team believes that he's on the verge of ending his 33-year quest for the White House. Tonight, he's launched the Biden-Harris transition website, buildbackbetter.com, but he's also tweeting to his supporters asking them to donate to a new legal defense fund in the event they need to help bankroll a legal defense of his victories in these states.
And I think no matter who wins the White House, Mitch McConnell could remain the most powerful man in Washington because everything needs to go through him. If he retains control of the Senate, he is going to be able to set the agenda. If Joe Biden wins the presidency, wants to get anything done, he's going to have to see if Mitch McConnell is willing to work with him.
We have witnessed record turnout in the midst of a pandemic, a passionate group of Americans doing everything possible to let their voice be heard through their votes so that they can help decide the next 4 years, not only in who inhabits the White House, but many of the other things that people voted for. Our election coverage continues with your local news on the CBS station tomorrow on CBS This Morning. And I'll be with you throughout the day tomorrow as updates happen. Until then, I'm Nora O'Donnell at CBS News election headquarters in New York. Thank you for joining us, and good night.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBS in Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free. Highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free. At KPIX.
here on this Wednesday night. A very tense nation still waiting tonight to learn who will be the next president of the United States. So many Americans exhausted by this pandemic, exhausted by these polarized times, and now Americans across this country are being asked for their patience as every vote is counted, and we knew in this pandemic it could take time. There is news coming in tonight on the election. 2 key states now. ABC News can now project former Vice President Joe Biden will win the state of Michigan. This, of course, was a crucial part of Biden's strategy to try to rebuild that blue wall for Democrats. And with 100% of the precincts reporting in Wisconsin tonight, ABC News can now characterize Joe Biden, the apparent winner in Wisconsin. We're being careful with the language because it's a very close race there. Biden appearing to win by about the same margin President Trump won that state 4 years ago. Tonight, the president's campaign now saying it will demand a recount in Wisconsin. So where do things stand tonight? Former Vice President Joe Biden has now won 21 states and Washington, D.C., 253 electoral votes. President Trump has won 23 states, 214 electoral votes. Of course, this is all about reaching that key number, 270. And Joe Biden leading in the popular vote tonight by more than 3 million votes. Here's the map. You can see the key battleground states there, right there in gray, where it's still too close to call. From Pennsylvania, we go south there to North Carolina and Georgia, then out west to Arizona and Nevada. And you can see the Great Lakes states there, Wisconsin and Michigan, now blue for Joe Biden. We did hear from the former Vice President Joe Biden late today about what he sees in the immediate days ahead, and news tonight from the Trump campaign now crafting its legal strategy moving forward. But we want to get right to the big board again tonight, where it's close, where we're still waiting. Tom Yama's with us again this evening. So, Tom, Wisconsin, Michigan for Joe Biden. So where does Pennsylvania stand tonight?
All right, let's dig in a little deeper on Pennsylvania. This is the main battleground we're watching at this hour right now, David. I'm going to blow it up for you to put it here. If you look at the score right now, the amount of electoral votes, there's a spread of about 277,000. So the president has a commanding lead. The problem right now for the president is there's still 1 million ballots that have yet to be counted, right? So you ask yourself, where are those ballots coming from? They're coming from areas where Democrats do really well. The area of Pittsburgh and the suburbs, and the area of Philadelphia and the suburbs as well. That's why Democrats feel they're confident that they can eventually catch up.
Yeah, so Trump leading there, but the Biden team saying they can catch up given where those votes are. Both campaigns sounding confident in Pennsylvania. Let's go south, North Carolina and Georgia. The Trump campaign feeling good about both states, but the Biden camp still hopeful in Georgia tonight?
That is right. First in North Carolina, though, David, President Trump does have a lead there. Let's dig in a little deeper in Georgia and talk to you about the numbers again. So when we talk about the numbers here, there is a 58,000 vote difference. It is razor tight in Georgia right now. But here's the problem for the president. There's 200,000 votes that have yet to be counted. Where are those votes coming from? They're coming from the Democratic headquarters, essentially in Georgia, right there in Atlanta. All those counties, that is the big blue area for Democrats right now. That's where they've been able to drive up the score in other elections. And that's why Joe Biden still feels he has a chance in Georgia.
All right, all eyes on Metro Atlanta to determine Georgia. Let's go out west, Tom. Arizona and Nevada, very close, and they're going to be pivotal.
Yeah, that's right. So look, in Nevada, a very close race. Joe Biden is on top by about 8,000 votes. But let's dig in a little deeper in Arizona. And these are where the numbers are right now. In Arizona, there's about a 90,000 vote difference. Joe Biden on top right now, but there's still 400,000 votes to go. And this is why the president thinks he may have a chance in Arizona. The problem, it's in Maricopa County right now. Maricopa County is Phoenix. It's where one of the largest cities in the entire state is. And so far, Joe Biden has a commanding lead in that county.
All right, Tom, you and I have been studying these pathways really for both campaigns. The Biden campaign tonight, very hopeful that if they can hold on to the states where they're currently leading right now, they believe that's their path to the White House.
That's right. For the purpose of this segment, we haven't projected Alaska, but we're going to give that to President Trump because historically, that's how it breaks. But look at the path for Joe Biden tonight. Arizona, he's on top there. If he wins there, and Nevada, look at this number, David, 270. He gets to become president. Now, it's a different story for President Trump.
That's right. It's a broken record for you and me, Tom. We always talk about Pennsylvania, and it's even more crucial as we get closer to that key number of 270.
That's right. So look, the president's electoral votes are right there, 217. He has to win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. But look up there. It's still not enough. It is not 270. He has to come out west and either win Nevada or Arizona. It's a little bit more difficult. I could even say much more difficult for the president tonight, David.
All right. The real reason I wanted to check in with you is just to make sure you had a pulse. You were still awake, Tom.
I'm awake. And again, David, the board is juiced up, just maybe a little tired.
All right. We'll see you at 10 p.m. for our primetime special. Tom, thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Joe Biden is speaking late today, appearing with his running mate, Senator Kamala Harris, appearing cautious but confident. Biden saying every vote must be counted. Late last night in Wilmington, calling on Americans to keep the faith, to have patience. And what we heard from Biden just a short time ago about what he sees in the next few days ahead. Mary Bruce covering every step of this campaign. She's with the Biden team tonight.
Tonight, a confident Joe Biden with Kamala Harris by his side, declaring victory is within his reach.
I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners.
Biden says he's ahead in Wisconsin, ahead in Michigan, confident he flipped Arizona, and feeling good about Pennsylvania. And he added this.
Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country.
Overnight, just after midnight, Biden telling supporters to keep the faith.
We're going to have to be patient, and it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Today, promising their votes matter.
Every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender.
Biden's legal team says they're prepared for whatever the president's lawyers throw at them. Looking ahead, Biden says he's ready to start uniting the country after this bitter campaign.
I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive, but I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart.
All right, let's get right to Mary Bruce tonight. She's with us live from Wilmington, Delaware. And Mary, we showed that path just a few moments ago. The Biden camp very confident that if they can win where Joe Biden leads there in Arizona and Nevada, that's their path to 270.
That's true, David. And tonight they are also confident that they have a strong showing in Pennsylvania, too. And while they have been careful not to declare victory, they are moving ahead with their transition plans. Today, officially launching their transition website, buildbackbetter.com. David.
That's always a sign of confidence, too. Mary Bruce, thanks to you again tonight.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
If you take a look, one of those states is Arizona. Right now, a tight race there between Joe Biden and President Trump. You can see the breakdown there right now. Joe Biden at 51%, Donald Trump, President Trump at 48%, but only 86% of the vote in right now. So still up for grabs there. Arizona's Secretary of State Katie Hobbs joins us now from Phoenix to help us dig down a little bit further. Secretary Hobbs, first of all, thanks for being here. I know it's a really busy day, so we appreciate your time. Tell us a little bit about what your state is doing to ensure that every ballot is counted and that everything is being done according to law.
Well, we are absolutely focused right now on making sure that every single ballot is counted. There are around 600,000 votes still to be counted in Arizona. we have folks at the tabulation centers in every county working on that right now. And in terms of security, there are party observers allowed in to watch that process. Additionally, all of the tabulation centers have cameras, and so anyone can go to the county elections website in any county and watch that process as it happens while it's happening. So a lot of security there. We are really focused right now on getting these votes counted, and hopefully we'll know more tonight where we stand. Maricopa County is obviously the largest county in Arizona, 2/3 of the voting population, and there'll be 400,000 of those outstanding ballots are in Maricopa, and they'll be releasing a lot more totals this evening.
Now, for the Maricopa County Recorder, there are over 400,000 ballots to be counted, over 160,000 absentee ballots dropped off at the polls yesterday. Any expectations on how this will impact the overall vote, and how challenging has it been to deal with this level of mail-in ballots?
I'm sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. But I think that, in 2018, we had 4 races that were Republicans were ahead on election night. And when we started counting these early ballots after election day, those 4 races swung to the Democratic candidate, my race included. Certainly there is a lot of scrutiny on Arizona, and we are focused on getting this right. As I mentioned, people can watch this process on the cameras, and we are working diligently to get it done.
And Secretary Hobbs, any thoughts on when we could see those results come in?
Well, Maricopa County has not they have let us know that they are releasing more vote totals at 7 p.m. Arizona time and 9:30 p.m. Arizona time this evening, but they haven't said how many they anticipate being in those batches. When we see that number, then that'll give us a good sense of kind of how long it will take for them to get through the rest of the ballots.
All right, Arizona Secretary of State Katie Hobbs, we appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
ABC News is now projecting Joe Biden will win the key state of Michigan. That state has gone to Democrats in the past, but it famously went to Donald Trump 4 years ago. Again, ABC News now projecting Joe Biden has won the state of Michigan. And ABC News Deputy Political Director Mary Alice Parks joins us now for a look at what this means. Mary Alice, how big of a win is Michigan for Joe Biden, and what does that do for the map right now?
Yeah, this is huge for Joe Biden, a pretty big blow to the president, really narrowing his possible path to 270. Look, Joe Biden's team had said all day they felt confident about the state, and his numbers were trending up there. Every time more of that mailed-in vote was counted, his numbers went up. This was something we talked about as a possible just reality of the count there in these Midwestern states for weeks. We knew that a number of these states would not be counting that mail-in vote until Election Day. We knew that mail-in vote was very likely to skew Democrat, and that's really what we saw. The mail-in vote came from an early absentee vote came from those big Democratic cities, and it was enough to put him over the edge. Interesting here is going to be the margin. Right now, if the margin that we're seeing were to hold, it would be pretty hard for there to be a recount challenge, but that margin could narrow again. So I think there's going to be questions about whether the margin could be close enough to a recount. We're not seeing that yet, but there will be questions about the margins. And obviously the president and his team are going to have to respond about how they see their map now.
And the president and his team have said that they already launched a lawsuit into Michigan, saying they haven't been given what they consider to be the proper access to see the vote counts. What do we know about that lawsuit right now?
Not a lot. I haven't seen it. I haven't read it yet. The fact is that it's actually a really transparent process. There were cameras in a lot of the rooms or just outside a lot of the rooms that were doing the count. You could see some of the poll workers counting the ballots through glass windows. I was pretty surprised at how calm, cool, and collected. The elected officials there in Michigan were today. They came out, they gave regular press conferences, they gave regular updates. They were very transparent about where they still had mail-in votes to count. And like I said, this was something they had talked about for weeks. They said if it is tight, every single one of those mailed-in ballots could matter. And they were right in the end. And they had committed to making sure that every vote that was legally cast was counted. And right now it's looking like that's exactly what happened.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon, everyone. Kamala and I are here to make a brief statement, and I'm sure we'll have more to say later, and either tonight or tomorrow. But let me begin by thanking the press for being here and thanking everyone else. My fellow Americans, yesterday once again proved that democracy is the heartbeat of this nation. Just as has been the heartbeat of this nation for 2 centuries. And even in the face of pandemic, more Americans voted this election than ever before in American history. Over 150 million people cast their votes. I think that's just extraordinary. And if we had any doubts, we shouldn't have any longer about a government of, by, and for the people. It's very much alive in America. Here, the people rule. Power can't be taken or asserted. It flows from the people. And it's their will that determines who will be the president of the United States, and their will alone. And now, after a long night of counting, it's clear that we're winning enough states to reach 270 electoral votes needed to win the presidency. I'm not here to declare that we've won, but I am here to report that when the count is finished, we believe we will be the winners. With all the votes counted, we have won Wisconsin by 20,000 votes, virtually the same margin that President Trump won that state 4 years ago. In Michigan, we lead by over 35,000 votes, and it's growing. A substantially bigger margin than President Trump won Michigan in 2016. Michigan will complete its vote soon, maybe as early as today. And I feel very good about Pennsylvania. Virtually all the remaining ballots to be counted were cast by mail. And we've been winning 78% of the votes by mail in Pennsylvania. We flipped Arizona and the 2nd District of Nebraska. Of special significance to me is that we've won with the majority of the American people. And every indication is that the majority will grow. We have a popular vote lead of nearly 3 million votes, and every indication is that will grow as well. Indeed, Senator Harris and I are on track to win more votes than any ticket in the history of this country that ever won the presidency and vice presidency. Over 70 million votes. I'm very proud of our campaign. Only 3 presidential campaigns in the past have defeated an incumbent president. When it's finished, God willing, we'll be the 4th. This is a major achievement. This is a major achievement. And it's been a long and difficult campaign, but it's been a more difficult time for our country, a hard time. We've had hard campaigns before. We've faced hard times before. So once this election is finalized and behind us, it'll be time for us to do what we've always done as Americans, to put the harsh rhetoric of the campaign behind us, to lower the temperature, to see each other again, to listen to one another, to hear each other again, and respect and care for one another, to unite, to heal, to come together as a nation. I know this won't be easy. I'm not naive. Neither of us are. I know how deep and hard the opposing views are in our country on so many things. But I also know this as well. To make progress, we have to stop treating our opponents as enemies. We are not enemies. What brings us together as Americans is so much stronger than anything that can tear us apart. So let me be clear. We are campaigning as Democrats, but I will govern as an American president. The presidency itself is not a partisan institution. It's the one office in this nation that represents everyone. And it demands a duty of care for all Americans. That is precisely what I will do. I will work as hard for those who didn't vote for me as I will for those who did vote for me. Now, every vote must be counted. No one's going to take our democracy away from us. Not now, not ever. America's come too far. America's fought too many battles. America's endured too much to ever let that happen. We, the people, will not be silenced. We, the people, will not be bullied. We, the people, will not surrender. My friends, I'm confident we'll emerge victorious. But this will not be my victory alone or our victory alone. It'll be a victory for the American people, for our democracy, for America. And there will be no blue states and red states when we win, just the United States of America. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Let's break down now where we are in terms of the larger picture in the presidential election. Let's bring in our virtual roundtable. Joining us now, LZ Granderson, ABC News contributor, Tara Setmeyer, former GOP communications director and senior advisor at the Lincoln Project, and Leah Wright-Rigueur, professor of public policy at Harvard. Thank you all for being here. Leah, I'd like to start things off with you. We don't know who the next president is going to be yet, but we are still getting a read right now, at least, of who came out to vote. And that picture is not necessarily as expected. When you look at the demographics, young voters, for example, there was a lot of expectations that they would be very energized this time around, that they would come out in droves. And we're seeing basically they came out in the same numbers they usually do, which is really not very much. What were your big takeaways when you look at the demographics of who came out to vote in this election?
So I think there are a couple of things to keep in mind. The first thing to consider is that we don't have all the ballots, we don't have all the information, and we're not going to have all the information for some time. I believe Pennsylvania said, all the ballots won't be counted until Friday at the earliest. With that said, there are a couple of adjustments that we can make, and a couple of projections that we can make, including something like young people coming out pretty flat or coming out in the same numbers that they have in previous years. I think one of the things that this highlights is how frustrated Americans were across the country, particularly with their choices in this election. And that's not necessarily something that's particular to this election, but is something that has been a red flag for the last couple of election cycles that we've by and large ignored. The other part to consider is the impact of COVID-19 and the impact of this kind of these various protocols, essentially. We can't dismiss the fact that this election took place in the midst of a global pandemic, the likes of which we haven't seen in 80 some odd years. So that also matters as well. And then there's also interesting trends coming out of places like Georgia, interesting places like Philadelphia, Florida, all of that matters, and we'll be able to get a better picture as we move into the next couple of days.
Elsie, if I could bring you into this on the question of maybe the real loser in this election, pollsters, right? And they had a lot of them had, the mainstream ones, including ours, had a very different result. What happened in your judgment? What do you see in this election? Not to focus on the polling industry, but on the American people. What happened aside from a remarkable turnout? What does it tell you about us?
I still believe that there's a Bradley effect when it comes to President Trump because he's such a polarizing figure. You know, you can ask someone 1,000 times who they're voting for, and they can assess whether or not it's safe for them to be honest. But once you're in front of, a polling location, you can make your decision the way that you see fit in the comfort of privacy. And I think that, for a lot of Democrats and for a lot of pollsters, they have to recognize that just because you don't like a candidate doesn't mean that other people don't like that candidate. I think that's a big indication. And then two, not to throw shade at the industry, but exit polls don't necessarily tell you the same thing that the polls before Election Day will tell you. And we've got to be better, or they've got to be better anyway, in terms of ascertaining accurate information based upon the questions ahead of time so that the expectations of the electorate aren't shifted based upon antiquated methods or inaccurate information.
Tara, what does that tell you about the conversation around politics in this country? If people are afraid to even admit what candidate they intend to vote for, how are we supposed to find middle ground to move forward in politics, particularly when you see factions of both parties pulling closer to the extreme?
Yeah, I think that they're, given how close this election is and, how remarkably incompetent and the failed leadership of Donald Trump, particularly on COVID and the litany of other things that have been problematic during his tenure here as president, from the misogyny to the racism to the populism, the conspiracy theories, all of these things that so many Americans would cast that aside and still support him. It's incredible. So I think that this, even if Joe Biden wins, which it looks like he will, he has a Herculean effort to try to unite this country. There are considerable polar opposites and divides in where we are. And I think that there really needs to be a cultural reckoning with the American people about what they're willing to accept. Donald Trump's behavior, particularly around the integrity of the election, and his comments last night about this being fraud and stopping the vote count, and that's not democracy. That's not what we do here in America. And I think the American people really need to reassess what they're willing to accept.
And Tara, how do you foster that conversation? I mean, you're a Republican who does not support the president. There are many others in that camp as well, but the results still are what they are. And this is not a landslide. Even if he doesn't win this election, which he very well might, this is close. So this conversation is going to have to happen. And how do you foster it if people are afraid to even open their mouths and say that they like the guy or they support his policies?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure. This is, I was hoping that Trumpism would be repudiated in his loss, that it wouldn't be this close for this exact reason, so that we could start to have these conversations once the threat of Trumpism was repudiated. But given that it's alive and well and that the Republican Party seems to be fully engulfed in it, I think this is a very difficult conversation moving forward, because the party in its current form cannot remain this way. It's unsustainable. Demographic changes in this country won't allow it. And frankly, what they're allowing is very antithetical to not only traditional republicanism, but also just to the way our constitutional republic was designed. So I'm not quite sure how we have that conversation, because it's really a character issue here. And I'm not quite sure where we start to bridge that gap, but hopefully Joe Biden can do that if he pulls this out.
And let me ask you, Leah Redriger, we've been talking about the rising demographic in America that for years we've said would carry the Democratic Party to victory, and that really hasn't come to pass. A little bit, maybe Arizona suggests that this year, but really, if you look at what the exit polls are saying, and like we're all a little bit doubtful about the polls, Donald Trump outperformed himself in all of the demographics, white women, black men, black women, Latinos, except for white men. Joe Biden did better with white men. What's happening to that rising demographic? It seems to be diversifying its political interests.
So a couple of things. One, we know that exit polling is all over the place right now. So AP VoterCast, for example, has very different outcomes than the New York Times and other exit polling institutions. So I would really caution us to think about what these actually means and not to read too much into what we're seeing in the moment. We should have better data in the coming days. With that being said, one of the things that we know is that demographics isn't destiny, and that the Republican Party at this moment has essentially figured out a way in which to siphon off votes from these various kind of groups, these different demographic groups, in such a way that it comes together with this overwhelming white vote to produce, enough to win elections in significant states. But at the same time, I want to, again, caution us, because what we're seeing right now, particularly as more votes come in, is that in areas like Georgia, right, in areas like Michigan, that it's African Americans, that it's Latinos, despite what you may be seeing in, say, Florida, that it's African American, it's Latinos, it's Asian voters that are proving to be the difference in these swing states in ways that are really important. So it's reinforcing Democratic coalitions, even though they may be fragile coalitions.
And LZ, your home state of Arizona is one of several still up for grabs that could still decide this thing. What are you watching closely for the next few hours?
Well, there are a few things. I do live in Maricopa County, which is the epicenter right now in terms of how Arizona is going to play out. I would say first, the media and certainly Democrats need to get rid of this notion of Trumpism. Yes, Donald Trump is the mouthpiece right now, but the things that he is saying and what he's banking on in terms of getting reelected are topics and issues that have been around for decades and decades. This isn't a one-off. He's not an outlier. He's just taking advantage of the gap that has always been there. So this notion of Trumpism, I think, really does a discredit in terms of really explaining this dynamic that we're witnessing. And when it comes to Arizona, I think the thing that's fascinating is that there are three elements to this election that I don't believe are being talked about enough. Number one is the endorsement of Cindy McCain, the widow of the great, obviously, John McCain. She decided to come out and speak against Donald Trump in Arizona. She endorsed Joe Biden. And I think if that didn't lead to more votes towards Vice President Biden, it certainly suppressed some Democratic votes, some Republican votes who are very strong military out here in Arizona. Number two, Mark Kelly. Obviously, we know about Gabby Gifford and the tragedy there. Still very popular figures in Arizona. That helped Joe Biden. And number three, which you may find somewhat humorous, but marijuana was on the ballot this year in Arizona, and it received more votes than Joe Biden. It received more votes than Kelly. So there are issues out here that Arizonans treat as truly independent. And, I could hear you laughing, Terry, but I promise you that had that vote been held maybe during the midterm election, not a general election, you may see a different result out here in terms of who's for president. So I do believe the issue of marijuana, making it legal in Arizona, certainly helped Joe Biden, who has been very open in saying that he would support lifting that from the federal list in terms of banned substances. That helped him a great deal. Those three things, in combination to obviously the policy discussion and the racism of Trump, et cetera, certainly helped Joe Biden capture Arizona here. But I'm not quite willing to say that it's a blue state just now. I just think that it was perfect timing because of the marijuana bill.
All right, I was laughing with you there, Elsie. but Sarah, let me...
Well, put it this way. As someone who also lives in Los Angeles, I'm quite happy to hear that passed.
Oh, there we go. So, TMI. Sarah, let me ask you. So now we face, let's assume for a moment that as things are going, they will remain. In other words, that Joe Biden, who looks like he has a better chance at this point, before all the votes are counted. Let's just assume for a moment that we have a President Biden. We have a divided government again, and a divided country. What can get done for the American people in that Washington with Joe Biden in the White House instead of Donald Trump? What do you think?
Well, given that Joe Biden has long-standing relationships with many of the senators who are still there, I'm hoping that he'll be able to massage those relationships and get back to governing. This will be up to Mitch McConnell. He's been an obstructionist, unfortunately, up until this point. But, Republicans, I don't think, want to go through what they went through with Donald Trump at the helm, and they would like to actually see some things get done. Healthcare needs to get done, infrastructure, we'll see what they can do. But, I'm not holding my breath. When you have divided government like this, it makes it very difficult to get a domestic policy agenda through. And a lot of democratic institutions and norms need to be restored. And hopefully Joe Biden will be able to do that, from the Department of Justice to the DOD to the CDC. And the number one thing is getting COVID under control and having a plan to help heal this nation and get the economy back on track. So that should be priority number one.
And Leah, I know we keep hitting on demographics, but I just want to ask you one more, because one big one that stuck out in that realm was the way President Trump performed in Florida. He seemed to do really well, particularly with Latinos in South Florida, with a lot of the messaging being around socialism. And he won that state pretty early on. But what does that say in terms of the Democratic Party, where you're hearing more of the party reflecting that message? Does that mean they're vulnerable in the future with this community if they don't somehow change their messaging?
So I think there have been a lot of people within the Democratic Party or who are Democratic Party adjacent who've been sounding the alarm about Latino voters for more than a year, for 2-3 years, actually, who've been saying, this is on the horizon, this is coming, in part because there's not really an understanding of Latino voters, whether it be breakdown because of national origin, whether it be, their Catholicism and religion, whether it be, their feelings and their ideas on socialism. But the other thing that I think one of the things that the Democratic Party has missed, particularly in Florida, is the way in which disinformation and misinformation has penetrated Latino enclaves, and including Spanish language media. So we saw, for example, in Spanish language newspapers in Miami, that they ran 8 months of disinformation and QAnon advertisements and things like that about Joe Biden. It was missed for months, right? So we see these kinds of things. The other thing that the Democratic Party is going to really have to figure out is how are Latinos different depending on what region of the country that they're in. So we happen to know, and also class divides. So we happen to know that Latinos who are working class in specific parts of Texas tend to vote very, very liberally, very progressively. Latinos in other parts of Texas, particularly in wealthy enclaves, tend to vote conservatively. So the Democratic Party has a lot of work to do in really figuring out the demographics of Latino voters. But the signs have been there for a long, long time. People just haven't been paying attention.
All right, Leah Redriger, Tara Sedmeyer, and LZ Granderson, thanks very much for that. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
If you can, just sort of recap why these results are taking so long and why in some cases we're seeing what were Trump leads yesterday and last night shrinking and in some cases becoming Biden leads.
Yeah, if I had a hammer, I'd keep hammering it, Diane. It's important to remember there's nothing surprising here. And in fact, the states that we're talking about that are taking a while to vote told us in advance it's going to take a while. And we knew that from the way that the state laws are structured. We knew that in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, the record numbers of early votes weren't even going to begin to get counted until yesterday, until Election Day itself. And in Pennsylvania in particular, state election officials warned us it's going to take several days to get a complete vote count. Wisconsin now has completed that count. Michigan's getting close. Pennsylvania's going to get closer. Georgia will be close as well. The western states that I mentioned, Arizona and Nevada, a lot of the vote that hasn't been tallied so far is actually election day vote as opposed to early vote. But regardless, that's how the state laws are structured. And it's a reminder again that the presidential election in this country is run by individual states, administered through a very decentralized system at a very local level. The information flows up through the states, and every state has to abide by its own laws. And the president or anyone else doesn't get to say to a state, this is when you have to stop a vote. This is how you have to conduct an election. There are unique rules. There are unique laws. Some of them are antiquated. Some of them are silly, but they exist, and states follow them. And that is exactly what continues to go on now as election workers continue to count the record number of votes that were cast in the run-up to yesterday, and yesterday included.
And Rick, in many of these cases, how we saw that unfold in terms of whether Donald Trump gained more votes later on in the night, earlier in the morning, or whether Biden made those gains later on in the counting process, had a lot to do with how the states count those votes and what order they count those votes. Can you just touch on that a little bit?
Yeah, that's exactly right. There's actually two reasons that are kind of connected, but a little bit separate, that explain why the vote count has favored Joe Biden after election night itself. One is that many states, as I mentioned, don't count the early vote until election day itself. And it was the case this year that Democrats made a concerted effort, in part because of COVID-19, in part just because they wanted to build up a big vote. They tried to get their voters to vote early. And President Trump was actually discouraging his people to do that. So we knew that Joe Biden was building up a lead that wouldn't entirely materialize until the vote count continued. And that would take well into the late night of this morning and into today and even beyond to fully represent itself. A lot of people called it a red mirage because these states would look redder than they actually were, Wisconsin and Michigan and Pennsylvania, until that vote rolled in. The second reason is that some of these states, again, get back to the decentralized process, the cities vote last, and those are Democratic. So that's why we're seeing the vote change as we go on.
All right, Rick Klein.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. Right now, they're in the state of Pennsylvania, 80% of the expected vote in. And we're joined now by the former governor, Democratic governor of Pennsylvania, Ed Rendell. Governor Rendell, I think we spoke around midnight last night. I'm not sure the exact time. You were fairly confident for Joe Biden's chances at that point. What are you thinking now? What more have you learned about where things stand?
Well, I learned that Donald Trump got a tremendous turnout in red areas and the rural areas, which is going to make Pennsylvania a lot closer. But I still believe when all the recount is done, not the recount, when all the count is done, the mail ballots, that Joe Biden will win by about 80 to 100,000 votes.
That's a fairly significant win. Of course, that's bigger than Donald Trump won back in 2016. What is that based on? What votes are you looking at? How much is out there?
Well, the overall mail votes, Joe Biden's getting 73% of the mail votes that have been counted. If that holds with the votes that are out there, over 1 million, he should win by somewhere between 80 and 130,000 votes if the percentages hold. And I think they will, because almost all the mail votes that are out are from Democratic areas.
Joe Biden is from Scranton. It looks like he's at least got a chance, if you're right, to squeak out a win in Pennsylvania, to squeak out a win in Michigan, to squeak out a win in Wisconsin. But as we were just talking to Matt Dowd a few moments ago, it does seem like those states are turning. They're becoming a little bit more red, perhaps a little bit more purple, maybe just a little more Trump as well, even if he doesn't win all of them tonight. What's that about?
I think it's about Donald Trump finding the nerve in the American people. The American people have become very divided, and its division is not based on real policy. People say it's policy. Well, if you take the average blue-collar white male voter, Democratic policies are much better for him and his family than Republicans are. But it's the divisiveness. It's the feeling of being put out by the government for so long that it's made them angry, and the anger manifests itself into a good voter turnout. And Donald Trump, give him his due. He does a great job in motivating those people to get up and come to the polls.
But you think it's not going to be enough in the state of Pennsylvania. You think when all is said and done, Joe Biden will win the state of Pennsylvania. If that is true, and he does become the next president of the United States, what's your number one piece of advice for him on how to handle what appears to be, if he gets in, a divided government facing a Republican Senate, diminished Democratic majorities in the House?
Well, I had the same thing for most of my 8 years as governor. What I found, if I wanted to do an important sweeping initiative, I would bring the Republicans in before I announced it publicly. And I asked them for their ideas. And if I could incorporate some of their ideas, I would. And maybe pick off some votes and try to build it together, not by hostile us against them. And I think Joe Biden's the perfect guy to try that, George. I think he's a good man. And this time really requires goodness in America, a lot more of it, and cooperation.
You don't really know if he's going to have that chance, but Governor Rendell, thank you for sharing your thoughts with us again today. Maybe we'll have you back in a few more hours as we continue to count Pennsylvania.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Today, the Wisconsin Elections Commission staff will be standing ready to assist clerks as they start the process of triple checking the results. The statutorily required canvass process begins today before we can certify those results. This includes the random selection of 5% of voting equipment that's used in this election, which must be audited to make sure that the paper tally is the same as the voting equipment. So all those things have to happen before we have certified results. Yesterday's voting process and election night counting went very well in Wisconsin and across the country. Despite more absentee ballots, the evening proceeded in a very normal fashion. Our election was executed with precision, and it's also, every step of the process is publicly observable, and I think that's really important. Every step of the elections process is publicly observable. You can observe Election Day and voters casting their ballot. You can observe the votes being tallied at night. The voter registration records are public information. The absentee data is public information. Each of the results are posted on the county's websites. So again, our job as election administrators is to follow the law. And what the law says that on election night, that each municipality submits their unofficial results, unofficial being the key word, to their county, and the county then posts the unofficial results by reporting unit on their website. There is no certified election night aggregate of results. That is according to state law. That is not a process that we made up or adopted. That is according to state law, and we followed state law. Part of democracy is following the laws that have been prescribed by our elected lawmakers. And the elected lawmakers have prescribed this process for canvassing in our jurisdictions. I'm incredibly proud of the work done by Wisconsin's election officials, and I feel 100% confident in the election that they conducted, and that the laws that are established by our elected lawmakers were followed in yesterday's election. So there's no calling elections at the state level, right? That's called certification. And certification is a very meticulous, careful process that commences with the certification at the state level on December 1st. Up until that point, there is no statewide aggregate. There is no calling in the election. Any of those predictions that you're hearing are predictions by the media and other groups based on unofficial results. And I just think that's so important. And I know for so many of us, we've spent the last few months talking about this on end, talking about the mechanics of how the process works. And so I think, as we head into today, it's really important to continue to convey that message that we've all been working so hard to understand exactly how the process works and bring those mechanical facts to Wisconsin voters.
Unfortunately, earlier this morning, I may have misspoken about all of the unofficial results being in from our municipal clerks around the state. So again, we have 1,850 municipal clerks around the state. And it looks like, according to looking through, again, all those county websites, that every single one of those jurisdictions has submitted their unofficial results, except for one tiny township of less than 300 voters. And they're working to get their ballots finished and counted and posted as we speak. And so beyond that, we have no reason to believe that there are any other ballots that have not yet been counted and included as part of those unofficial totals. But again, the canvass process, so important, right? The canvass process is where the municipal election officials double check all the results to make sure that they have the correct number of registrations, to make sure that everything checks out. Then the counties, they do the same. So today at 4:00 is actually the deadline for the municipalities to start their canvass process and to then route the materials over to the counties, where they start their certification process at the county level. They again do those double checks. All this publicly observable. You can go watch in your local communities. If you're skeptical about the process, engage. You can go watch the process in your local community. And so then it goes to the county level. They do their double checks. From there, it comes to the state. By state law, on December 1st, at the public meeting of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, is when those results are certified. And that's when we will have the official winner. We'll have the official results of the election at that December 1st meeting, as prescribed by state law. And so with that, I don't know, Reed, if you had any other background you wanted to lend, then we can open it up for some questions.
Sure. Just the only other thing to let people know is that the results that you're seeing reported on websites and newspapers, on cable TV, whatever, those are numbers that are based on news gathering. The Associated Press, other news gathering organizations get those numbers from the counties. They aggregate them, they report them. The Wisconsin Elections Commission doesn't get any numbers from the locals until starting next week, when the counties start to certify their numbers. So if you're asking us, is this number right? Is that number right? The numbers that you're seeing are from the news media. They are generally very accurate, but they're not official. And we don't have reports in from the counties ourselves. So that's just something to make sure that you all know. So if you want to take some questions, Megan, the first one is from Nick Bohr.
Good morning. Thank you. The president was referring to elections this morning early as a fraud and saying that they're, quote, finding votes everywhere. Anything you'd like to say about that and how the process went late into the night, early into the morning in Wisconsin?
Thank you for the question. I won't respond to that, but, as I always do, I'm happy to talk about the facts of how elections work. And elections are such a deliberate, meticulous process where each of our local election officials in our local communities are conducting this process in a public setting. Every piece of data is publicly available. And so there's no opportunity to add additional votes to the tally, right? Because you have to make sure that everybody's registered to vote, that they have a lawful absentee request on file, or that they sign the poll book where they show their photo ID. There is no opportunity to count a ballot that did not go through that incredibly meticulous process to make sure it was issued correctly, to make sure that it's counted correctly. And then again, it also has to go through those 3 steps of canvass at the municipal, the county, and the state level before we have certified results. And anybody's welcome to watch that process. Some of the places even live streamed their tally last night. And so I think that it's insulting to our local election officials to say that yesterday's election was anything but an incredible success that was a result of years of preparation and meticulously, carefully following the law.
Next is Cinnamon Janzer.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead, Cinnamon. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. I just have a couple quick questions on the canvassing process. So was it 4 p.m. today that the municipalities start their certification, or is that when they're supposed to be done? And when it shifts to the counties, do the counties have a scheduled time for canvassing, or are they allowed to start whenever they receive results from the municipalities?
Yeah, thanks for the question. And, it is sort of a cascading series of events and timelines that's laid out by the statutes. So today's 4 o'clock deadline is for the municipalities to begin to route their materials to their county. The county then, once they receive the materials, each county will notice, just like the municipality did, they'll notice when their canvass is going to occur. And the same thing happens at the municipal level. They notice their municipal boards of canvass. And then once that's complete and the county receives the materials, the county then convenes their county board of canvassers and begins their certification process. So it is going to vary by jurisdiction, by county, when they convene those boards, but they'll all be publicly noticed and they'll be available for people to observe and engage with.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Next is Scott Bauer.
Hey, Megan. Thanks again for doing this call. Can you talk to me a little bit about provisional ballots? Do we have an idea of how many are out there? And if not, can you give some historical perspective on how many we should assume might be out there?
Yeah, thanks so much for that question. And that's another, and thanks for bringing up provisional ballots too. So provisional ballots is if somebody didn't have a photo ID yesterday, they're able to cast a provisional ballot under law. And they have until Friday at 4 o'clock to bring in their valid photo ID and still have that ballot counted. Historically, we have very few provisionals that are cast in the state of Wisconsin. And I know today our local election officials are getting that information into the system, posting their number of outstanding provisionals. But if we look back historically, I believe it's been fewer than 1,000 in a general election of provisionals that were issued. We don't have those official numbers yet because they're still being entered as the clerks are finishing their canvass process. But we will have those shortly. But we're not seeing anything to indicate that we would have more provisionals than usual. I don't know, Reed, if you remember what the 2016 presidential provisionals looked like.
I wish I did, and I can't remember it right off. I'll find it and send it out along with the video link for today's session.
Good idea.
Election official there in the state of Wisconsin, Megan Wolf, talking about the process there in the state of Wisconsin, where Joe Biden now has about a 20,000 vote lead over Donald Trump. Not ready to project that state yet, as you heard. They are also saying that any numbers you're seeing are coming from the media. That's what we know right now. We are not ready to project a win for Joe Biden. He's got about a 20,000 vote lead. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. I want to go to Pennsylvania now. Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is going to join us now. Governor, give us a sense of where things are standing from your perspective with the count right now, when we might know who is at least the unofficial winner in the state of Pennsylvania.
Well, the good news is that we're going to count every vote, and we are going to let the nation, the world, know that whatever result we end up reporting is going to be true. The results are secure, and they're going to reflect the democratic will of our voters. So there isn't going to be any doubt of that. Now, the timing, of course, can change. It'll be in the next couple days, I would imagine. But the timing is less important than the underlying veracity of the results, which are going to absolutely reflect the will of our community, Commonwealth.
Right now, Donald Trump has about a 9% point lead over Joe Biden there in the state of Pennsylvania. What's the universe of votes out there, and who are they likely to break for?
Well, my understanding is there's approximately 1.3 mail-in ballots, and those trend historically in this election heavily towards Democrats, and they're coming from areas that are very Democratic strongholds like Philadelphia, like Montgomery County, like increasingly like Chester and Allegheny, and as well as some smaller counties too. I mean, just overall, those voters that used mail-in ballots were overwhelmingly Democratic in nature.
Surprise you that Pennsylvania is such a dogfight? Some of the polling showed that Joe Biden had about a 5-point lead. That was the average of state polls coming in. It appears that whoever wins, it's going to be closer than that.
Yeah, I mean, anyone just has to go through my Twitter feed. I've been saying for weeks now that I don't trust the polls, that this is going to be close, and that Pennsylvania very well could pick the president. And I sounded the alarm and, emphasized that if the president is able to replicate his margins in small county Pennsylvania, he is going to be increasingly competitive. And that's exactly what's happened. And now we are in this situation. So I'm not the least bit surprised. In fact, I've been saying that for weeks now.
And what's your sense of how it's going to turn out?
No, I feel that the mathematical wind is at our back, based on the way some of these ballots I expect to break. But one thing I would emphasize to your viewers is that every vote is going to be counted, and it's going to be a true result. I mean, we're going to follow that law. But at the end of the day, most of the ballots coming in are going to skew heavily towards Democrats at this point.
And these ballots that may come in after Election Day, even though they're postmarked before Election Day, that are being segregated, do you have any sense yet, and it's probably too early to know if what the universe of votes there will be, whether it will be significant enough to make a difference in this?
I would say it's definitely too early. And I would also say that based on statements that the Supreme Court made during the challenge that they opted not to take when before Justice Barrett was seated, certainly would create some concern as far as the Supreme Court ruling. However, with 1.3 million ballots outstanding, it may or may not even be particularly relevant, quite frankly. And then if you step up to the national level, if Wisconsin continues to break the way it does, Michigan continues to break the way it does, Nevada continues to break the way it does, and I was listening to your earlier guest, if Georgia continues to break the way it does, that's 270, and that's ball game for the vice president. So Pennsylvania may not ultimately be that deciding state.
You think he's going to win?
The presidency?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course, and that's not partisan bravado. That's just math, and that's just looking at what has to come in. And it's been a free election. We had very few issues here in Pennsylvania on the ground. No voter intimidation, no fraud. In fact, the only case we discovered of voter fraud in Pennsylvania during this cycle was a Republican in Luzerne County who tried to vote for his dead mother. So, this idea that this is not going to be a true count of Pennsylvania's voters, anything to that contrary is a lie attached to an agenda of chaos.
Do you think that inside your state, we don't know what's going to happen in Washington, we don't know exactly what's going to happen with the president, but do you think inside your state there's a chance that this count is going to be approached in a bipartisan manner?
Approached in a bipartisan manner?
Yeah.
I mean, hope springs eternal, but let's be honest. The only reason we're waiting on this number is because the Pennsylvania GOP refused to even grant an extra day to pre-canvass. Your earlier guest said that Georgia, a Republican governor, they agreed to allow pre-canvassing for weeks. They said they didn't. They made us start at 7 o'clock on Election Day. That was the earliest, and we had unprecedented turnout and unprecedented mail-in ballots because of the pandemic. So that's why there's any delay whatsoever. So if you game it to create that kind of dynamic, it's ridiculously disingenuous to now claim, well, where are the numbers? Where are the numbers? When, that dynamic was set in motion by the Pennsylvania Republican Party's refusal to just even grant an extra 24 hours to pre-canvass.
Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman, thanks very much for your time this morning.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. Okay, we have some more electoral votes to project right now. They come from the state of Maine, and 2 more of Maine's electoral votes will now go to Joe Biden. It has 4 electoral votes in total, and Joe Biden has now won those electoral votes in the state of Maine. Again, not a surprise there, although one of the congressional districts in Maine was more heavily Republican, but Joe Biden winning that state of Maine handily. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. I want to go to Georgia right now because the Secretary of State is holding a news conference. Let's check it out.
To vote in Georgia. Elections matter. We held an election that was a safe, sensible, and responsible election for every eligible voter to access. Your vote counts. Perhaps for the first time, we had an election day in Georgia where the wait times were below 10 minutes across the state, and we did that while experiencing record-breaking turnout, handling unprecedented numbers of absentee ballot requests than ever before, implementing a new voting system, and adapting to the requirements of holding an election during a pandemic and recruiting new poll workers. Elections matter, and that was a total team effort. First, I'd like to thank every early voter who heard our call and voted early. You are the reason why Georgia had success. Thank you to every election official who met every struggle and every challenge. In the middle of a pandemic, it was tough, and we've overcome all the challenges. Great job. Thank you. Your vote counts. As we often pointed out, it is counties in Georgia that actually administer the elections. And all Georgians owe a debt of gratitude to those dedicated public servants across the state who executed their duties well, and in most cases, flawlessly. Over 50,000 Georgians stepped forward to man the polls in their communities after many of our longtime workers had to step out because they were in a population that was vulnerable to COVID. Our job isn't done yet, though. And I want to thank my Deputy Secretary of State, Jordan Fuchs, for leading a great team, leading on our public service announcements that help shape and change voter behavior from in-person voting to early voting. To Gabriel Sterling, who managed the implementation of the state's new voting system, the largest of its kind in the history of this country. And thank you to Ryan Germany for protecting our state law. Judges are not legislators. Jordan, Gabe, and Ryan, thank you. You are tireless professionals who are proudly serving Georgia. And lastly, I would like to thank my entire team in the Secretary of State's office for their tireless work throughout the entire year. Elections matter. Counties made sure that voters have had access to many early voting locations, including mega sites like the State Farm Arena over a 3-week period. Your vote counts. I'm happy to report that voters have responded favorably to using our new ballot marking devices. They found it easy to use, appreciated the security of a paper ballot, and liked seeing their ballots tabulated by the scanner. This election puts to rest the debates inflamed by those in our state, or not in our state, who have looked to sow doubt about our systems, and those who have wrongly claimed there's a lack of access to voting. Elections matter. Completing this general election is a huge hurdle crossed, but it's far from the end of our work. We will have, immediately starting today, working towards certifying this election and then preparing for state and local runoff elections on December 1st, and then the September Senate runoff election between Senator Loeffler and Raphael Warnock on January 5th. This will require a monumental effort because we have a short window to get out absentee ballots for the December runoff to give voters time to return them. My team has sent reminders to counties to get all, let me repeat, all of our results counted today. every legal vote will count. I know that many of you probably have some questions. Justin. Well, I want everyone to know the sound of my voice that every legal vote in Georgia will count. And right now we have about 200,000 ballots that left to be counted. With the absentee ballot process, counties worked on scanning those as many as they could. And then there are also about 40 to 50,000 early votes that need to be counted. Every legal vote will be counted. We're saying that every legal ballot will be counted in Georgia because that's our process and we follow state law.
I hear you say that you want counting to be done today. It's not realistic in counties with tens of thousands of outstanding absentee ballots, counties run elections. I don't know if they'll get it done today. I know you said you communicated with the counties asking them to complete it today, but is that actually possible?
We're pushing really hard for that. If we can get that down, if we don't get it there, but we get the number so small that then there's no question of who actually the winner is, I think that'll be helpful. Really remove a lot of those questions that people might have. Yes, ma'am. That'll be something I'll get with our election team, and we'll get that out as soon as we have that information. Well, it would always be a concern. We want to make sure everything gets to us. Don't have anything specific on that, but that's why we also instituted the absentee ballot drop boxes. Our concern actually was that voters were way too long and then it'd be too late to mail, and that's why we had the absentee ballot drop boxes, which was very well received by voters in Georgia. Yeah, I don't have anything specific, but as soon as we do, we'll circle back and get that information out to you. Can I give it this, ma'am? Well, it's several counties, but we know that DeKalb, Forsyth, even has 7,000 voters. So it's really, it's something when you have such a large number of absentee voters, and then you have some early votes. It's really multiple counties, and we're just knocking those down one at a time. So the state election board gave the counties the authority that they could begin the process of scanning the absentee ballots, which is very helpful. So I know that down in Muskogee County and Richmond County, they were really current with everything they had received, but then all of a sudden we also had additional ballots come in on Monday and then Tuesday, so they're being dropped in. So they had to scan those. And so they'll be getting that as soon as they can, but it is a 2-page ballot. It just takes longer to get those ready for the scanning process. Is there another question back there? Well, I know that right now that we have, my numbers here were 52 to 54,000 in DeKalb. Right now we have 74,000 approximately Fulton County absentees and 43,000 early votes in Fulton County. And I have about 7,000 right now in Forsyth. We can get you the entire list because it's just we make sure we include all the counties. Well, the next process obviously will be make sure we get all the ballots counted, then also the UOCAVA, the overseas military ballots, to get those in and have them incorporated in the vote totals. We're going to begin the risk limiting audit process later this week, which is really important. So many people are not aware of that. This is the first time we're doing a statewide audit. And so what that will really give you, first of all, we have, I think, a higher confidence of voters. I know there's a lot of information out there, a lot of misinformation out there, and some of it's just lack of knowledge, and we understand that. And that's why the risk limited audit, what that will do, will verify results. So if there's a race that was, say, reported a 51-49, when we do the audit, then we can verify what the result is, and we have over a 90% confidence level. That gives people additional assurance. I think also having that paper ballot voters were very comfortable. That just gave them that comfort feeling that looked at it before they cast their ballot, and that's a good thing also. Then by Friday, November 13th, we then will have the certification. So nothing is certified until after we do the risk limiting audit. Well, if there's a race that was in 0.5%, it is your right as the candidate that is close but not over the top that you could ask for a recount. So we actually could have a request for, say, a state representative, county commission race, or any race that's within 0.5%, and we'll just wait till we get every ballot counted, and that's why it's very important that we follow through the process. It'll be actually pulling out, running those through, and then it'll be actually seeing where that brings us, and then you're looking at the words that are on the ballot at some point. Well, if they do, then they'll follow through that. That's the advantage of having the verifiable paper ballot, that you can rescan that. But that's why if some of the ballots do kick out, and the reason they kick out is everyone, if they don't fill out the ballot correctly, or they put an X, or they circle a name. That's why we have the adjudication panels, Republican, Democrat, and then the election official, to have 3 sets of eyes on there to verify that. So we want at least 2-1 adjudication vote on each ballot, so we can make sure that we capture the correct voter intent. Yeah, we want to make sure that we follow state law. We are always going to look at what is the state law, and that's why Ryan Germany, our legal counsel, can answer any legal questions you have. But we want to make sure the law is very clear, and we follow the state law, and we don't believe that judges should legislate. Oh, no, it's really going much quicker, and that's why we're really pleased with the state election board allowing us to scan that. If you look at some of these states, this morning is when they actually opened up their absentee ballot boxes, and that's when they started actually the process of separating out the absentee ballots. That's a very extensive process, verifying the signature and going through there, separating it out. We have saved days and days. You're going to be waiting a long time at some of these states, much to many people's consternation, because we understand it's a close election. Yeah, we're doing fine, and we're really pleased with. We'll be off everyone's radar, and they'll be worried about the states up north.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
This is an ABC News election update. Now reporting Chief Anchor George Stephanopoulos.
Good morning. Welcome back to our special coverage of election 2020. The vote's still being counted in all the key states right now, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And we're breaking back onto the network right now because we're about to hear a press conference from the state of Pennsylvania right now, where the administration of Governor Tom Wolf is expected to speak. The governor has just started. Let's listen in.
As I said, counties continue to report results. And again, these results are coming in more slowly than they have in the past. So we have to be patient, but confident that these votes are going to be counted. They're going to be counted accurately, and they will be counted fully. The delay that we're seeing is a sign that the system is working. This is a new system. We went into effect with Act 77 last year, and there are 3 million millions of mail-in ballots that are being counted, and that takes longer than the way we used to do it with the in-person voting. So we may not know the results even today, but the most important thing is that we have accurate results. Again, even if that takes a little longer than we're used to. Make no mistake, our democracy is being tested in this election. This is a stress test of the ideals upon which this country was founded. And the basic rule of one person, one vote, that still carries, and it has to carry here. Our democracy has withstood challenges before, and for over 200 years, we have upheld and strengthened our commitment to basic fairness and due process. I have full faith that we will similarly meet this moment, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election due to the diligence of the county election officials and the hard work of Secretary Bookvar and her folks at the Pennsylvania Department of State. So thank you again to all Pennsylvanians who voted. Rest assured your vote will be counted. If it hasn't already been counted, your vote will make a difference in this election. This is the way we elect our officials. This is the way we hire the people who are our public servants. It's a promise that we give to all Pennsylvanians, all Americans, that their vote counts, and I intend to keep that promise here in Pennsylvania. Now I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary of State Kathy Bookvar. Sorry.
Good morning. So I want to echo some of what Governor Wolf said about, once again, thanking all the, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of election workers that were and are still involved in the process of enabling this great democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower, and we're back within a couple hours of that. So I've been working around the clock, as are many of the counties. And we've been talking about yesterday again, and how incredibly smooth. It's one of the smoothest, least issues presidential elections than I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a poll worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA and Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic, with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our Election Night Returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours of the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again, because there's already been more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night. And the counties are doing this accurately and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind everyone, military and overseas ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee mail-in valid voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So thank you, and we are happy to take questions.
Let's hear some questions.
Should I stay for?
Sure. I'm sure you want to talk to Kathy. Any questions? Dennis?
Can you tell us where we stand right now and what you know of challenges, legal challenges from the Trump administration, and how are you preparing to deal with those?
So I think, basically what you know that's been publicly reported, that's really all we have at this point. So, and I can't talk about active litigation, unfortunately. So you could, but as things are filed, of course, those will be publicly accessible.
Do you have attorneys that are going to handle that, or are you bringing in somebody from the outside, and who would that be?
We have a mix of, what we've been doing all along with all the litigation that's been flying this year is we have a mix of in-house and outside counsel. Plus the Attorney General is also representing us in a number of these things. So there's been a great team. I have to say the attorneys, I'm just going to give a shout out to the legal team in the Department of State who have been really put to work this year, and they are amazing. So Tim and Kat and team, thank you. But we also have tremendous teams of outside counsel who've been involved in all of this. And as the governor said, we will make sure that every vote is counted. Every eligible voter has the right to cast their vote.
So how many counties are handling ballots that are coming in Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? How are they handling that? And is each county setting them aside? How is each county doing it?
So you can go online to see our guidance. And then last night, we also gave sort of more technical guidance to the counties, which we can forward to you. It lays out the process. So you're talking about the late arriving ballots. So everything's going to be segregated. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but all those ballots will be segregated, but they will be counted. And the counties have been given detailed instructions, which again, you could find in those guidances to walk them through how to segregate those races, those ballots. Sorry.
Can you talk about the order in which those things will be counted? I mean, is that a county by county decision? Can we expect to see those numbers being already reflected, or is that something they would get to later in the process?
Yeah, they'll get to, so basically it's going to depend, right? There's some counties that are already done counting their mail-in ballots received before 8 p.m. So those are going to start sooner, but they won't be reflected on the website. They won't be like intermingled in the website as you see it now. They will be segregated. So, but it is going to vary from county to county when they start because they're working on the other ones first.
How it will be reflected on the website, though? I'm unclear on that.
Well, I think stay tuned on that. Yes.
So on those segregated ballots, there were 500,000 ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, there were 500,000 mail ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday. Is there a way for the state to determine how many of those 500,000 people chose to vote in person instead, or do we need to operate under the assumption that all 500,000 could come in before Friday?
So all that will be trackable, but we won't have it today. So basically between provisional ballots and the poll books, and then of course the mail-in ballots, as you all know, like only one vote can be counted for any voter. So you'll be able to see all of that, but it will take some time for that data to be quantified. Yes, sir.
Last night, I think your comment was that you didn't know how many mail-in ballots had arrived yesterday. Right? Do we know yet how many ballots arrived yesterday? What is the number of mail-in ballots?
I don't have that with me this morning, but check on the dashboard, and that will be updated throughout the day. Yeah, sorry. Jan?
Representative Benninghoff keeps raising this point about how ballots that arrived yesterday that can still be counted may not have a legible postmark on them, and raising questions about whether or not they should be counted or not. And he said it's because of the prepaid envelopes that the state provided. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. So I'm not sure, he may be confusing. So anything that arrived yesterday, it doesn't matter whether it's postmarked or not. Anything that arrived yesterday is a valid vote. That's what Pennsylvania law has always been, right? So talking about the late arriving ballots. So the postmark, first of all, the way we did prepaid postage in Pennsylvania is we went to the counties where they are. So if they wanted it to be through their business reply mail, USPS permit, we did it that way. If they wanted to literally have us reimburse them for stamps or metered postage, we did it however they want. So some of them are not even, and I don't remember how many, but we could get you that information, how many counties are using business reply mail. But those are still postmarked. They have timing marks, they are date stamped, they are still trackable by date. So it's a tiny fraction of any of those things, whether it's business reply mail or regular mail. I mean, we've all had that situation where you get a letter and it's not postmarked. It's rare, right? Same for business reply mail. They do what's called a timing mark. So that's just, it's not accurate. They're all stamped.
If it is one of those rare occasions, would it be counted?
So under the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which is currently the law, yes, as long as there's no affirmative evidence that it was postmarked after November 3rd, as long as it's received by November 6th at 5 p.m., it will be counted. Yes.
It's my understanding that the state's website is showing 18 counties with 0% mail-in ballots counted. Is that accurate? Do you have any insight into that?
So, what I would suggest, sometimes counties are uploading on their own websites and haven't transmitted the file to the Department of State because, they have their own local races. So I urge you, if you see any, and this is what we're going to be doing throughout the day, go to the county website. You should always do that. It's a great way to double check. But we're going to be following up with all those counties to say, hey, make sure you get us the files. Some of them, this year, because for the first time, we had a website that was going to itemize the mail-in ballots from the in-person ballots from the provisionals. Some of the counties, when they uploaded the results, it merged the two types into one. And that was just, they formatted it wrong. So we're working through that to make sure that the actual attribution of those ballots are right.
Notice that there's a larger than expected number of counties that have reported.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they haven't counted. It may just mean that it's just not uploaded to the Department of State website yet. So I do urge you to check the county websites and see if that's available on their website.
Last thing, I'm sorry, if I can just double back on something. If I heard you correctly in your introductory remarks, it was between 2.5 and 3 million mail-in ballots. Is that, and you're roughly 50%? If you could speak with as much specificity as possible regarding that, that would be helpful.
Well, I think, the numbers that I gave yesterday, it was just under 2.6 million, as I recall. But again, I'm not sure what has additionally come in. But so as of yesterday, at some point, it was just under 2.6 million that had been cast. And that's when I think I said it was 83% or something like that. So we can get back to you. Again, go on the website. You'll have that information available to you. I just don't have it at my fingertips today.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you tell us how many mail-in ballots are outstanding on a county-by-county breakdown, or is that also on the website?
It's on the website. Yep. So if you go to the regular ENR reporting website, it also tells you that you can click on the supplemental dashboard, and you click on that, it breaks down. There's a tab for mail ballots that breaks it down by county, how many have been cast, how many have been counted, and how many are remaining. There's a tab for in-person precincts reporting, broken down by county, so it'll tell you how many precincts are in each county, how many are fully reported. There's a tab for provisional ballots, but you won't see those numbers yet. Okay, thank you. No? Oh.
I want to cite Lancaster County because what they're saying is that if they count anything that you're authorizing them to segregate, they won't be able to go back if there's some ruling and remove those counts. What's your response to that?
It's not accurate. And again, we sent an email to the counties yesterday. We spoke, I think I said this yesterday, we spoke to all of the voting system vendors. It is absolutely feasible not even challenging. I mean, there are different ways to do it. You can use different machines, you can use different memory sticks, you can absolutely segregate them. That's not going to be a problem. So we reached out we sent this email to the counties giving them instructions, advising them to talk directly to their voting system vendors.
If they don't comply, if they don't count?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I expect them all to comply. All right. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. Just me and Ram Emanuel and Chris Christie for more on this right now. And Ram, let me begin with you. So far, we still haven't projected Arizona. So far, both sides have just held the states they held back in 2016. It's like a rerun so far of 2016. I know you've been in touch with the Biden campaign overnight. Where are they confident in those remaining states? Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia.
Well, they're confident Arizona, Nevada, Wisconsin. And then here's how I think is the best way to frame it so people understand the perspective. You have one election result, but two elections, meaning you have a same-day vote election. The results skew all across the country towards Trump, and then you have the absentee and the absentee and the mail-in ballots, and they skew for Joe Biden. As you look at Wisconsin, when those votes started to count, Joe Biden moved ahead. So you almost have two separate elections, and depending on where you are in each state, which votes you're counting, like what's in Pennsylvania, they believe that if you look at the numbers, as the absentee and the mail-in ballots come in, Joe Biden's winning those 80%. There's 1.5 million out there. That's enough to overcome the 600,000 vote shortage. That's exactly how you have to count it in all the states differently.
Chris Christie, in the hours around midnight, the White House, at least White House aides and campaign aides, were relatively confident about how the president could do in Pennsylvania and Michigan and some of the other states that were still out there like Georgia and North Carolina. Yet the president still came out there around 2 a.m. and called for stopping the count. Should we expect he's going to follow through on that, or is that just rhetoric?
Listen, George, you can't tell at this point. I think it depends on how everything shakes out with these vote counts, right? So I think they still believe they have a chance in Arizona. I still think they believe they have a chance in Nevada. They're winning in Georgia. They're winning in North Carolina. They're winning in Pennsylvania. They're winning in Michigan right now. So if you're the White House, my view would be, let's get the votes counted and see where all this lands. Because right now, based upon the states where you're winning, you'll win the election if you can maintain those leads. Now, what Rob said is right too. Depending upon where you're counting those votes from is how it may go. But right now, if you're the president, you're winning in those states. My view would be, let's get the votes counted, and if I can maintain those leads, I'm reelected.
Rahm Emanuel, one of the stories of this election is that both sides got their vote out. We're going to have record turnout, but a very, very close election.
And both sides got their vote turnout. I think when you look at it, the one takeaway, George, the polling was wrong. It was wrong again, even worse than it was in 2016. I do think, though, the campaign, on the Biden campaign, ran a great field operation as it related to chasing the mail, getting absentee votes. You got to give it to Trump right now. He turned out a vote that nobody saw in any baseline was there, that there was more Trump voters that did not vote in 2016, and he, I think by sheer force of will, made him show up. And you can see that by the tightness of this race. It was not projected in the polls.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
A lot of eyes are also on Wall Street this morning after election night. Let's go to Rebecca Jarvis, who was up in the wee hours of the morning with the reaction to the markets. What are we seeing? Good morning, Rebecca.
Good morning to you, Robin. And it was a volatile overnight, very similar to the volatility that we saw during the night during 2016. What the market was looking for and what investors were looking for out of this election were two things: decisiveness and certainty, and gridlock. And it got one of those two things, gridlock, a divided Congress The split Congress, generally speaking, leads to much higher returns on Wall Street than anything that's uniform. So if you go back to the 1950s, you see that a divided Congress returns about 17% on an annualized basis over the course of a year. But when it goes just strictly Republicans or strictly Democrats, you don't have as positive of returns. It also goes to show you that while we pay a lot of attention to the presidency, the Congress plays a much larger role in what behavior the stock market has. But Robin, the bottom line for many Americans right now is not the stock market. Only about half of Americans actually have any access to stocks. It is that jobs rate, 7.9% unemployment in this country. People want their jobs back.
That's the
Robin?
number. That's a number. You're right about that, Rebecca. Thank you as always.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. This is 2020, which means we're watching something we have never seen before. Presidential election with several states too close to call, millions of ballots left to be counted. So here's where the race stands right now. President Trump has racked up 213 electoral votes. Joe Biden has 225 electoral votes so far. The question, of course, is who can get to 270, the number needed to win. 23 states have been declared for the president, 19 for Biden. But you see those gray states up there on the map. So many key battlegrounds still outstanding. Michigan, Georgia, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Pennsylvania.
And that's a live look at the votes still being counted in Philadelphia. Millions of votes still being counted across the country, George.
Let's take a look at the White House right now. That's where President Trump came out at around 2 a.m. declaring basically that he had won the election, that he was the victim of fraud, that his voters were being disenfranchised, even threatened to go to the Supreme Court to stop the count, even though millions of ballots are outstanding. It was a false claim and an empty threat. The president is behind right now in the Electoral College and the popular vote. He can't go to the Supreme Court to stop the counting. There's days of countings ahead. Mary Bruce is with the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. She starts us off. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, this unprecedented campaign culminated in a very unprecedented night, and this is not over yet. This morning, this race is still very much up in the air, but that has not stopped President Trump from coming out and prematurely and baselessly declaring victory, threatening that legal action, while Biden's team this morning is promising to fight and guarantee that every vote is counted. This morning, the White House hanging in the balance with the race in several key battleground states still too close to call. But even though millions of votes still need to be counted, President Trump falsely claiming he won and telling the country he'll call on the Supreme Court to end the election. Experts say that would be an illegitimate move.
We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. We'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
The president has no power to stop legitimately cast votes from being counted, and there have been no signs of any foul play. The Biden campaign calling the president's remarks a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. Trump did have a better night than expected, outperforming the polls once again and pulling in new voters. He's now projected to pick up Ohio, Texas, and Florida, critical wins keeping his re-election hopes alive. But he's still far from the finish line. And Joe Biden also has a clear path to victory, holding on to blue states Trump tried to flip, like Minnesota, and with a substantial lead in Arizona, a state that went red in 2016. Speaking to supporters after midnight at a drive-in rally in Delaware, Biden urging patience and projecting confidence without declaring victory.
I'm here to tell you tonight, we believe we're on track to win this election. It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
Because of the surge in mail-in voting due to the pandemic, we've known for months that in many states it could take days to tally all of the ballots. And George, this morning, all eyes are now on that blue wall that Trump toppled in 2016, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So right now, here's where things stand. Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania and Michigan. Biden has a very narrow lead in Wisconsin, but there's still a lot of uncounted votes out there that could tip these races in either candidate's favor. And George, right now, Georgia and North Carolina, those races still too close to call.
We've seen that started to happen overnight in the Midwest. We saw Donald Trump go out to big leads in Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. Overnight, they've closed in Wisconsin. As said, Biden is ahead, and it's closed in Michigan as well. We're still waiting for counts in Pennsylvania. So how is the Biden camp absorbing all of this? What's their mood right now?
Well, this is obviously not the way they wanted this night to go, but they are adamant and confident that ultimately this will end in their favor. They like what they are seeing in Arizona. They see encouraging signs, of course, out of Wisconsin that they are pointing to. So, George, they are confident, but they are also furious, calling the president's comments last night outrageous. They say they have, quote, legal teams standing by ready to deploy to resist his efforts to try and fight this. They insist those teams will prevail and are urging people to be patient. They say your vote will be counted, George.
Could take days. Okay, Mary Bruce, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel. And don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you. I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've clearly won North Carolina, where we're up 1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. and that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight. He said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin, so we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. It's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight. And then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 460. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And so we won there. We lead by 76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud on our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop.
We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad. It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Let's try to unpack now some of what we saw from the president right there as Vice President Pence starts to talk. It is true that President Trump has won the states of Ohio and Texas and Florida according to our projections, but it's a matter of fact right now that at this hour at least, Joe Biden has 221 electoral votes to the 213 electoral votes of Donald Trump. And in the popular vote right now, Joe Biden is also leading the popular vote right now. It's close, but over 65,634,000 votes plus for Joe Biden, and 63,952 for Donald Trump. So what we're seeing right there is Donald Trump is losing right now in both the popular vote and the electoral vote, and there are many states left to be called. We have not yet projected the state of Nevada, the state of Arizona, the state of Alaska, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and Maine, still yet to be called. An awful lot of votes yet to be counted. I guess I'm going to start with our legal team right here because the president said something. I'm not sure if he means it. I'm not sure if he can do it. But he said, and Dan Abrams, let me start with you, and then Kate and Terry also weigh in. He says he's going to go to the Supreme Court and get them to stop the counting of the votes.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what he's talking about because they already tried to stop certain votes, for example, in Pennsylvania, from counting that are coming in. They're not going to have any success in stopping the vote counting right now. The only success that they may have down the road is in assessing which votes will ultimately end up counting. But the idea that somehow...
Stop you right there. It would be illegal now to stop the votes that are out there waiting to be counted from being counted.
Let's be clear. Votes are still being counted. Stepping in right now and saying, let's stop counting votes would be the equivalent of like a baseball game where you've just played the top of the ninth inning and the visiting team says, you know what? It's not fair that the home team gets a last bat here in the bottom of the ninth. We're calling the game. It's over. We're not playing the last half of the ninth inning. That's just not the way the rules work. So you can't just say, we're not going to allow the rest of the votes to be counted. The question becomes, what happens once the counting process has basically ended, at least round one? There can be recounts, there can be challenges, but the notion that somehow the counting is going to stop simply isn't going to happen.
Kate Shaw?
Litigation has been a major component of the campaign strategy for in recent weeks and months of the Trump campaign. And I think it's pretty clear based on the remarks that we just heard that, if anything, is just going to kick into higher gear. But I do think it's important to make clear there is no basis in law for a claim that counting must stop simply because it sounds like the president likes how the numbers look in some states, although he also said he, of course, wanted counting to continue in Arizona, where he believes he can make up ground. But there's no legal significance to any of the claims, I don't think, about stopping counting, nor is there a route to actually seek that redress in court in a broad sense. But I do think he has very clearly signaled an intention to really double down on this litigation component of the campaign
Clearly,
strategy.
Terry Moretti says a major fraud has been perpetrated on the American people, and there's a sad group who are trying to disenfranchise his voters.
Well, this isn't law, George. This isn't politics. This is theater. And let's be blunt. It's the theater of authoritarianism. What is happening right now. Every American knows that when you cast a vote validly, it should be counted. The President of the United States, no matter what he says, is trying to stop the counting of valid votes, the ordinary, everyday counting of valid votes. There will be fights about some votes, but he's trying to stop the counting, except in Arizona, where he's behind. He wants his votes counted. We should be blunt about this. This is not law. This is not politics. This is an attempt to end the election illegitimately so that he can maintain power. And we should be blunt about that.
Cecilia Vega, it's also not a surprise. The president has been signaling this for months and months and months.
I literally just wrote down not a surprise is a point I wanted to tell you about because he has been ramping this up. It has been a steady drumbeat. We had been told by sources leading into today that behind the scenes, privately, the president had been talking about this conspiracy theory of fraud and a stolen election more and more and more. And we should say, when the president says this is a fraud, George, this is not a fraud. This is the American democratic system in action, working exactly as it should be working. I also want to point out that the president said that he's going to take this to the Supreme Court. We saw this coming too, because before the appointment of Judge Amy Coney Barrett to the Supreme Court, he had said that he wanted her appointed in this expeditious manner, the fastest we had ever seen a Supreme Court nominee approved this close to an election day, because he said that he knew this case over the election would come before the Supreme Court. And that gets right at the heart of the controversy over how quickly and close to the election that she was approved. This is exactly what Democrats had been fearful of and warning about heading into this election, George.
John Carl.
George, we should also be clear, though, that the president can say whatever he wants to say at his party in the East Room. He has no power to stop the counting of the votes. And the Supreme Court is not going to stop the counting of the votes. There is no basis in law for doing this. As we mentioned a short while ago, in the state of Pennsylvania, which is where it might all come down to, the president said he's up, and he's right. He said up about 690,000 votes. Well, there are almost 2 million mail-in absentee ballots that have not been counted yet in the state of Pennsylvania. Of the 500,000 that have been counted, about 78% of those have been going to Biden, because Democrats are more likely to vote by mail than Republicans. So if you do a little bit of math, that lead of 690,000 could well go away when the ballots are counted. And there is nothing the president can do to stop that counting. Now, there are still counting that has to happen in Wisconsin and in Michigan. The president may win those states, or he may lose them. But the counting will happen, and we will have results. And the Supreme Court is not going to stop that, and the president doesn't have the power to stop that.
Sarah Fagan, one of the other questions is going to be depending on how far the president decides to push this strategy, if indeed he does decide to push it beyond the speech tonight, is whether those Republicans in the Senate especially, who've defended him for the most part through thick and thin, will go along with this. There were some signals in recent days that Republicans in the Senate would not go along with any attempt to stop the vote.
I don't think Republicans are going to back him on this. I mean, it's one thing when you're in the throes of a hand-to-hand counting and all of a sudden
have to wait and see. In terms of voters, in terms of those who back him, I think this is even a step too far for many of them, calling this a fraud before it's even over. But if anyone had any doubt how Donald Trump, if he loses, will go out, it will be this way, that he will call it a fraud. He will say the election was stolen no matter what happens.
But Heidi Heitkamp, people are listening tonight, even though it's 2:38 in the morning.
You know what, George? I think that you're missing one really important part, which is his backers, the people who form militias, the people who slow down buses on roads in Texas. They're hearing quite a different story. You're saying this is going to hurt him. He is calling on, when he says stand by and wait, that this is the moment. And so this is more than maybe not politically smart. It's more than not being, right as a matter of constitution or law. This is a dog whistle, and it's very, very dangerous.
Chris, you want to respond to that?
Listen, I talk tonight now not as a former governor, but as a former U.S. attorney. There's just no basis to make that argument tonight. It just isn't. All of these votes have to be counted that are in now. In Pennsylvania, the argument won't even start in Pennsylvania until tomorrow or Thursday or Friday, because the Pennsylvania Supreme Court extended for 3 days when you could accept ballots. Now, I understand there could be an argument on that based upon Pennsylvania law, but that argument's for later. Tonight, this was not the time to make this argument. And
it's not about law; it's about politics, right? He's preparing the battlefield.
Well, listen, it is, but but it's got to be bigger than that. And I disagree with what he did tonight. And I think Sarah's right that, you know, there comes a point where you have to let the process play itself out before you judge it to have been flawed. And I think by prematurely doing this, if there is a flaw in it later, he has undercut his own credibility in calling attention to that flaw. So I think it's a bad strategic decision. It's a bad political decision. And it's not the kind of decision you would expect someone to make tonight who holds the position he holds.
Rahm Emanuel.
This is Donald Trump. If he's going to lose, I actually think he indicated that he's going to lose, and he's going to be the victim of unfair play. That is always how it happens for him. This is actually in his wheelhouse. He either is a victim of something unfair. Now, we can say all about the legal. This has nothing to do with the law. I appreciate the legal team we've assembled. This is all about politics, and he is now going to be the victim of unfair play, and he is now casting a delegitimacy to Biden in the way that he think he was done on the Russia investigation. That's what he's doing.
Take a break. You get the last word.
You know, I think the fact that he used the word disenfranchised is disrespectful. Because if anything, the voters that have been disenfranchised have been the Democratic voters who have, waited for decisions, have waited in line, the post office has been compromised. If anybody's stealing an election, if anybody's compromising an election, it's been his side. So I think it's deeply disrespectful for him to use those words. I do agree with Heidi that I think the signaling to the folks who are standing back and standing by to redeem him if this election is quote unquote stolen from him, I think that rhetoric needs to be completely squashed and brought down. There are a lot of people who are afraid of that. And I think really, when I look at that red map, all of these red states that have voted for this guy, this is your guy. This is a guy who is not respecting the foundation of our very democracy, and I think it's a shame.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. We have another state to now project for Joe Biden. It is going to be the state of Minnesota for Joe Biden. Joe Biden will win the state of Minnesota, and it's 10 electoral votes. It's good timing there. Picking up on what Nate was just saying, I want to bring this to John Carl. We know that President Trump had some hope in Minnesota. He spent a fair amount of time there, spent a fair amount of money there, because he wanted an insurance policy against the loss in Wisconsin or Michigan and Pennsylvania. It's not to be tonight. You combine that with Nebraska, and we're getting a much clearer picture of what each side has to do in these final hours.
Absolutely. I mean, he went there in the last week. He barely lost. Minnesota was the closest state that he could have flipped, and it's one of those blue wall states that he didn't get that he thought he had a chance. So now, you're looking at a situation where he really has to pick off at least Pennsylvania and maybe Pennsylvania plus Michigan or Wisconsin, depending on what happens in Arizona.
Right, and Chris Christie, this goes back to something you were saying before. It's putting even more focus on that state of Pennsylvania pretty much now. If Joe Biden, assuming Rahm is right about Arizona, if Joe Biden wins the state of Pennsylvania, he's going to win this election.
Yes, the Rahm meter projection makes Pennsylvania. But listen, you and I have been talking about this since July. I have consistently thought that whoever wins Pennsylvania is going to be the next president of the United States. And I think it's shaping up that way. Now, I do think that there's continued encouragement for the president in Wisconsin. And I think he is going to win. I'm going to have the Christie meter. I think he's going to win North Carolina to match up with you on your Arizona prediction and make myself +4. So you're looking at really Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan that I think are still the ones that we have to watch very carefully.
And we're still waiting for Arizona, waiting for Nevada.
And by the way, George, one other thing. I always like to pick out who the biggest loser of the night is. And so far, I think it's Mike Bloomberg. This is a guy who, decided to get into this race, thought he was going to be a factor, spent a fortune, was a blip in the Democratic
driving
primary.
out of your lane to hit the guy.
And now he spends $100 million in Florida, and Trump's margin is bigger than it was before. So I think anybody who's looking for spare change, go to Mike Bloomberg. He's apparently giving it away for nothing.
What is it about Florida? Democrats always seem to be lured down to that state, and it never comes through at the end?
You know, I think the changing demographics, we expect it to look more like what we're seeing in Arizona and Florida. Arizona and Texas, and it's just not trending that way when you think about black and brown voters, in part because of the heavy conservative vote among Latino voters down there, the growing number of conservative seniors who are moving down and retiring there. I know Biden got a lot more of those than before, but we're just not seeing the trend lines demographically shifting with the party the way we're seeing in places like Arizona and Texas, unfortunately.
Victor Kendall, you're in Miami.
That's right, George. And one Democratic data analyst that we spoke with called what happened in Miami-Dade County a total collapse. And there are some other problems here for Democrats. There's 2 Democratic House seats that were considered safe in this election. Well, not so much anymore. And one of those belonged to Donna Shalala. And speaking to all the money spent on those television ads, well, they were brutal, just relentless. President Trump hammering Joe Biden, labeling him as a socialist. Well, Republicans only spent, according to the latest numbers that we've seen, about $80 million on those ads, while Democrats spent closer to $130 million. And those ads for Republicans really seem to resonate with those Latino groups, not just Cuban Americans, but it's clear that they also reach the Nicaraguans, the Venezuelans, the Colombians. All of those groups seem to turn out for President Trump in this election, not the way the Democrats wanted this one to go. George?
Somewhat different from the way it's playing in Arizona. But David, what do we see in the exit polls about the role race is playing in this election?
Well, if you look at, let's take a look at the question of Minnesota racism in the U.S. It's interesting if you look here, and given the George Floyd and so much coverage of it this year, and this, much needed conversation in this country, only 8% of the people, according to the exit polls, said that is the most important problem. Of course, we are dealing with the pandemic and the economy, and so there are a lot of things that have also shared the news cycle these last few months. 61%, though, who thought that racism is the most important problem to address went with Joe Biden. If you look in Minnesota, the job performance, he was hoping to pick up the state, but 52% said they disapproved of Donald Trump. And again, that whole debate over containing COVID or rebuilding the economy, this was also a state where well more than 50% said we have to get a handle on the pandemic first.
Lindsay Davis?
Yeah, I think that what remains to be seen, with the exception of Minnesota, which we just projected, but how the racial politics are playing out, in particular in these flashpoint areas where we saw the majority of the protests and the unrest over the summer during this so-called racial reckoning in areas like Philadelphia, where we just had the police shooting of Walter Wallace, in Minneapolis with George Floyd, in Atlanta with Rayshard Brooks, and also in Kenosha with Jacob Blake. How is that all going to shake out? 3 of those 4 states still outstanding.
Matthew, this may have been the subtext of campaigns now going back to, of course, Barack Obama's first win in 2008. We're seeing it play out in different ways every 4 years.
Yeah, and as I said, it's a shifting electoral college, and I'm very interested in seeing what the national popular vote margin ends up, because that's going to tell me a lot. My guess is what we're seeing across all the states, with the huge exception of Florida, which I think at some point the Democrats have to just say, we're never doing that again. That's it. We're done. We'll concentrate somewhere else. Is there's about a 3 or 4 point shift towards Biden in every place, percentage-wise, in every place but Florida, Maine, New Hampshire, Arizona, Minnesota, all of the Texas, all of these places you're having a 3 or 4 point shift. And my guess is that is exactly what the national popular vote ends up, that there was a 3 or 4 point shift, and it gave Joe Biden a bare win in the electoral college, and that's why everything broke the way it did.
Thank you, Matt. Byron Pitts, I know you want to weigh in on this.
Yeah, George, this issue of how the George Floyd dynamic play. I'm thinking of the famous New York Broadway play, A Bronx Tale. Would you rather be loved or feared? Right? What we saw with President Obama, there was so much pride and love for his candidacy in 2008. Black voters came out in large numbers. We're not seeing that this time in the South. We were at an evangelical Christian church on Sunday. Good and decent people. But when we talked about the issue of the racial divide, almost silence. They didn't have much to say about that conversation. They didn't see it the way that many people of color, many liberals have seen it around the country. And so I think for all the progress we think we're making as a nation, certainly for all the progress people pride themselves on the South. Again, this notion of a new South. I think what we're seeing tonight, it would appear, when it comes to race, oftentimes in this nation, blacks and whites can receive the same information, but see it differently.
That's the story of the country. We've seen so many times. We are divided in so many different ways. We have some information now coming in from the state of Nevada. The first votes are coming in from the state of Nevada. So much early vote in that state. It was well over 90% voted before Election Day, and now 74% of it has been counted.
That's right. That's what we have so far. George, in Clark County, this is where 3/4 of the vote's going to come for the entire state. This, of course, is Las Vegas. Joe Biden with a comfortable lead right there. He's up 10 points, overperforming from 4 years ago. A quarter of the vote still out. You can't talk about Nevada without talking about COVID, George. The state was ravaged by COVID, not only physically, but also economically. At one point, it had the highest unemployment rate in the entire country. 70% of the state depends on tourism. Washoe County, this is Reno. This is where President Trump has to keep the margins close, and right now they're not that close. So the trend right now, Joe Biden on top in Nevada, and from what we're seeing in the data, a quarter of the vote still out. It looks like it could possibly be good news for Democrats.
Okay, Tanyamas, thanks very much. Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching. We're also keeping an eye on the Senate races right now, and we can say now that Joni Ernst in the state of Iowa will win. Her Senate race will be reelected Republican from the state of Iowa. Kena Whitworth is there. This is an important hold for the Republicans in the state of Iowa.
Absolutely, George. And, yesterday we saw Joni Ernst talk with Ivanka Trump, two voters right here in Des Moines, Iowa. And Joni Ernst really aligned herself with President Donald Trump, and that became incredibly important as they came up to the end of this race. Now, Joni Ernst initially was a little bit behind in some of these September polls, but as we inched toward Election Day, she started to make up some of that vote, and we really saw that, George, in these independent voters. Voters here in Iowa are known to split the ticket, but she relied on those independent voters. They turned towards her, and many of them said it was important to people here in Iowa to keep that Republican control of the Senate. So when you heard her, you heard Ivanka Trump, and you, of course, heard Governor Reynolds here encouraging voters here in Iowa to vote Republican up and down the ticket, and they certainly did that here in Iowa, and they kept control of her Senate seat, which has been incredibly important. And she was very emotional and even hoarse tonight, George, when she spoke, thanking her supporters for another chance to represent Iowans in the Senate. And of course, Teresa Greenfield, relatively unknown, but ran a very tough race, George. She campaigned some 400 stops trying to win this race, but in the end, she just couldn't pull it off. It was Senator Joni Ernst that was able to keep that seat.
Kena Whitworth, thanks very much. Sarah Fagan, Iowa, your home state. Senator Ernst is one of those Republican senators who never wavered in her support of the president.
She did not, and she really fought hard for the ag industry. I mean, Donald Trump came out, did a number of positive things for the ethanol industry. I think that really helped her, and it really helped him in Iowa.
Hi, everyone. George Stephanopoulos here. Thanks for checking out the ABC News YouTube channel. If you'd like to get more videos, show highlights, and watch live event coverage, click on the right over here to subscribe to our channel, and don't forget to download the ABC News app for breaking news alerts. Thanks for watching.
It's the first time the candidates will meet on stage since the end of September. They were supposed to debate virtually last week after President Trump's COVID diagnosis, but the president canceled. 6 topics are expected to be covered tonight. They include fighting COVID-19, American families, race in America, climate change, national security, and leadership. Things will look and sound slightly different tonight. Candidate microphones will be muted for certain portions of the debate. It's part of an effort to enforce the debate rules, where both candidates are supposed to have 2 minutes uninterrupted to respond to a question, followed by an open discussion. You recall, that is not what happened last time around.
The American people should speak. You should go out and vote.
You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now. Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why would you answer that question?
The question
is, radical left. Would you shut up, man? Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
All right, gentlemen, I think
this is so unprecedented.
All right, let's bring in Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killian. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter, and Nicole is a CBS News correspondent. She covers all things Washington, but there you see her inside the debate hall tonight. So, Nicole, let me begin with you. The president has made it very clear that he is not happy with the choice of moderator and the topics. What might be those very public, what might be behind, rather, those very public complaints?
Well, we know that a lot's at stake with this debate. What the Trump campaign has argued is that it believes that this debate should focus more on foreign policy. It says that that has been the tradition in the past. But, I had an opportunity to speak with one of the chairs of the debate commission who said that is not necessarily the case, and that from the outset they made clear to the Trump campaign and to both campaigns that it would be the moderator who sets the topics. And so that's, of course, what you laid out at the top of the segment. So from that standpoint, also we've seen the president go after the moderator. We know he wasn't happy with the last debate with Chris Wallace as the moderator. So perhaps it might be an attempt to try to undercut whoever is in that role before the debate happens. But again, the debate commission stands by its selection of these moderators. It believes that this has been a fair process. And so again, just minutes away from seeing how it'll play out tonight.
Well, Caitlin, you have been covering voters and the voting process around the country for months now. Give us some of the common themes that you've been hearing.
Hi, Elaine. Well, two things stand out to me after spending the past several days on the ground in key battleground states talking to voters. The first is the way in which the act of voting has become a campaign issue in and of itself. We've seen voters be very strategic about how they are going to cast their ballots. We've talked to voters who are tracking lines on apps. They are very intent on making sure their ballot is in time to be counted, and being very strategic about making sure they have all the information needed to be able to cast a ballot in a pandemic. Because as we know, the pandemic has put voting rights and access front and center, but also how we cast ballots. Several states have been ramping up options to give people instead of going in person. The other interesting dynamic that we've seen on the ground is how coronavirus is playing in terms of shaping how people are viewing this race. Lots of supporters of former Vice President Biden that we talked to say that the pandemic is front and center, that it's uprooted their lives, that they see this race as a referendum on the president's handling of the pandemic. When we talk to supporters of the president, they don't see the pandemic as front and center. Most of them say the economy is top of mind heading into this election. They tell us that the president did what he could do on the pandemic, and they want things to return back to how they were before. This idea of returning back to normalcy is actually playing on all sides and among lots of different voters that we talk to. Supporters of the president say turning back to normal means getting back to the economy before the pandemic. And supporters of Joe Biden who want to return to normalcy think of it very different. They think of it as a time before Trump took office.
Well, Nicole, the president's path to victory seems to be fairly narrow, according to CBS's Battleground Tracker. Has the Trump campaign had any sort of recalibration in these closing weeks?
Well, I think the campaign's mission has always been to try to defend those states that the president won in 2016 and also try to find paths through other states, for instance, like Nevada or like Minnesota. I can tell you that certainly one state that both the Trump campaign, the Biden campaign are really targeting in these final days is Florida, Florida, Florida. If I had a whiteboard like Tim Russert used to, I mean, that really is a key state. Certainly the president needs that one. We've talked about states like Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and that support in those states may be slipping for the president. But if he doesn't win Florida, that could spell big trouble for him. So he really does need that state. At the same time, Democrats see an opportunity there. I had a chance to speak with the chair of the Democratic National Committee, Tom Perez, who said he would like to make up some ground there if they can in these final days. And as you know, we saw former President Barack Obama on the trail for the first time in Philadelphia, another pivotal state that we discussed, but also in Florida. He will be there this weekend, as there will be a lot of emphasis on vote early day. So again, everything is very strategic in these final days. The president, of course, holding some rallies in Florida following the debate. So certainly that is one of the states to watch.
Absolutely. Well, Caitlin, as we've been reporting, the U.S. Elections Project says more than 47 million people have already voted across the country, with many states breaking early voting records. How does that change the dynamic of tonight's debate? Does it?
That's right. These record-breaking numbers. We were just in Georgia, which every day is reporting record-breaking numbers when it comes to the early vote. As you mentioned, 47 million people already having cast their ballot raises the question about how an event like tonight can do anything to change voters' minds if they've already participated. What's been really interesting to see in this race is that even though we've had a global pandemic, that there haven't been many instances over the course of the past several months that we've been in a general election mode that have changed the trajectory of this race. Nationally and in key battleground states, Joe Biden continues to lead. That's why his campaign wants to see tonight as a kind of a do no harm, get through it. The Trump campaign, however, has been falling behind in key battleground state polls, needs to do something to change the future of this race, try to shape it or change it around in the next 12 days. But with people already voting and in record numbers, does a night like tonight do anything to really change the fundamentals that we've seen be reliably consistent this cycle?
All right, as we've been speaking, Caitlin, I believe those are live pictures. Is that right, control room, that we saw with us from just moments ago? We are, in fact, looking at live pictures there in Nashville as we wait for this debate to get underway. But there you saw it looked like a motorcade. We can't say exactly if that was the president or not, but certainly we're keeping an eye on these pictures as we get closer here to the top of the hour. Nicole, as we wait here, talk to us more about the topics that are going to be discussed tonight and how the announcement of attempted election interference last night could come into play.
Oh, well, we know that the topics will cover a variety of ground. There's going to be one segment focused, again, on COVID-19, on American families, on national security, on race in America, on climate change, and on leadership. So each of those segments will run about 15 minutes apiece. And then, as far as this issue of national security, we would certainly expect that this issue of foreign election interference, especially in light of that very hastily called press conference that we saw yesterday by the FBI and the DNI director, that will come up, because we really have not heard from the president or former Vice President Joe Biden to even know their reaction, to know what the president might know about this. So certainly we expect that to be pretty high up, that the moderator would raise that topic with both candidates this evening.
The first is
All right, Caitlin Huey Burns and Nicole Killian, great to see you both. Thank you very much. CBS News Director of Elections and Surveys, Anthony Salvanto, has the latest on what the race is looking like ahead of tonight. Anthony?
Hey there, Elaine. Let's take a look at the state of the race heading into this, the final debate. First thing to note, if this year we see record turnout, let's suppose it is, as some estimate, and we think, it could get to 150 million votes. Well, about a third of that has already been cast, with people showing up early to vote at early voting centers and casting their ballots by mail. So the pool of voters left to be persuaded by this debate is getting smaller. Couple that with the fact that well over 90-95% in some places in these polls, people say they've already made up their minds. So what's this about? It could be about motivating turnout for Joe Biden, maybe trying to seal in those voters who are already backing him. You look at these states across the upper Midwest, and they're leaning blue towards Joe Biden. He's also got a couple of possibilities in toss-ups in places like Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, etc. So for the president, what does he need to do? He needs to start winning those toss-ups and then flipping a couple of states. Let's suppose the president once again wins Florida, wins Georgia, wins North Carolina. Well, starts to recreate that 2016 map, but now he's going to have to also probably win Ohio and then flip Pennsylvania back out of Joe Biden's column to start putting him closer, and then maybe a Wisconsin again, just in one scenario to get him back over the top. There's a number of different paths that could play out, and that's what we see. Those are some of the scenarios we see as we head into this final home stretch after the debate tonight. Elaine?
All right, Anthony, thank you. With early voting already well underway, tonight is the last chance the candidates will have to go head-to-head to sway undecided Americans. Last debate featured a range of attacks from both candidates. Some lines went beyond the issues, even touching on their personal lives. Here's one of that night's most heated moments.
It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
All right, that's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
It didn't take them.
Well,
Vice President, no.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
No,
He stood up.
the answer to
and
the
he
question is
threatened
no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
that
don't get rid
is
of the troops,
you know what?
absolutely not true.
doing it.
You're going to have
true.
Gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but it seems to be. Why shouldn't I be different than the two of you?
For more, let's bring in Lanhee Chen. He was the policy director for Mitt Romney's 2012 presidential campaign, as well as an advisor for Marco Rubio's 2016 presidential campaign. Lanhee, great to see you again. Thanks for joining us. So before I get to tonight's debate, I want to ask you about Senator Romney and his announcement that he did not vote for President Trump this year. Now, he declined to say whether he voted for Joe Biden, but given your background with the senator, why do you think that he made that decision public in the way that he did?
Well, I think, his opinion of President Trump, some of the things President Trump has done is no secret to anybody. They are dispositionally probably as different as two people you can find in public life. I think Senator Romney was probably getting a lot of questions about what he was going to do, what he was planning to do in this election, who he was going to vote for. And I think he's letting it be known that he didn't support President Trump. Obviously, we don't know who he voted for. We're not going to know unless he lets us know that. But part of this was his effort to answer the question. It's a very important election. Some may wonder where he stands, and I think he wanted to make that as clear as he could during this time when people are already casting votes and making decisions about this year's election.
So let's turn to the debate. The format of this debate, complete with this now mute function, is in response to that first debate where we saw that series of interruptions. Do you think, Lanhee, this debate will be vastly different compared to what we saw earlier?
I don't know that it'll be vastly different, Elaine. I think both candidates are still going to try and get their points in, regardless of whether they're speaking over their opponent, regardless of whether their time is up. I do think the mute function, if used properly, can ensure that we have a little bit better back and forth, a little bit more organized back and forth than we saw in that first debate. But fundamentally, President Trump has got a certain style. And if you look at how he approaches these debates, it tends to be a little bit more confrontational. It tends to be a little bit more combative, a lot more combative in some cases. And so I wouldn't expect him to deviate too much from that style. I think that's largely how he's going to make his points tonight. And so, I'm skeptical the mute button is going to have too much of an impact, but hopefully it will make some difference on the margins and the American people can actually hear some reasonable exchanges between these candidates.
Right. After all, this is, in fact, an opportunity, or is supposed to be an opportunity for voters to hear directly from the candidates themselves. So let's talk about the president's strategy. You know, the playbook looks in some ways similar to 2016, calling for his opponent to be jailed. There are unsubstantiated claims about voter fraud. This year, of course, we have seen the president attacking doctors and scientists, contradicting his claims. I wonder, Lonnie, what you make of that. Does that appear to be an effective strategy at this point, given what we have seen from public polling on some of these issues? And do you expect to see more of that tonight?
A couple things are clear. First of all, I think the president is engaging in this strategy because he's comfortable in it. It's kind of where he feels like he goes to when he needs to make headway on one point or another. I would say I think it's effective with respect to his political base. It's very clear that they are mobilized. They are very encouraged and enthusiastic about the president. Not a particularly effective set of techniques if you're trying to speak to undecided voters or voters who might, for example, wonder what will the next 4 years look like in a Trump presidency. I've made the argument repeatedly that I think the president would be strongest if he was willing to get out there and talk about his plan for the next 4 years as opposed to all of these other things. But that hasn't been where the president, it hasn't been where his campaign has been. I think the president believes it is effective at mobilizing his base, but his base is going to be supporting him regardless. The question now is where he gets the additional support necessary to get him across 270 electoral votes. I don't think that the strategy we've seen pursued thus far is frankly going to be very effective if that is the ultimate goal. So I think that the president and the Trump campaign have a fundamental decision to make with less than 2 weeks left. And that is, are they going to speak to voters who haven't made up their minds, or are they going to speak to those who probably are already going to support the president and try and gin them up even more?
In our final minutes, Lonnie, I want to ask you about where you see Joe Biden's biggest vulnerabilities. You know, you have President Trump bringing a guest tonight who is a business partner of Hunter Biden's to the debate. He's been attempting to push, as you know, these debunked allegations of fraudulent activities by the Biden family. So I wonder, Lonnie, as we look at the landscape now, you have Amy Coney Barrett on the verge of confirmation, it appears, as a Supreme Court justice. What is your take on those areas that the president should be focusing in on? And when you look at Joe Biden's vulnerabilities as well, what are those areas that you see as places where the president should focus his efforts?
It's a line of attack, Elaine, very similar to what we saw from Mike Pence in his debate against Kamala Harris a few weeks ago. And that is to try and tag Joe Biden as a liberal, out-of-touch progressive whose policies will take America in a fundamentally bad direction when it comes in particular to the economy. So I think one imperative is to tie his opponent to the far progressive left from a policy perspective. You saw him try to do that, for example, in Pennsylvania the other day, talking about Joe Biden's opposition to fracking. And then in the second order, I would say it's also going to be important for him to draw contrast in terms of energy and competency. And that's going to be something, you know, it's a hard sell because I think a lot of people know Joe Biden has a lot of experience in government, but it is fundamentally about that competency. For 47 years, Joe Biden's been in public life. You've heard this line, and he hasn't gotten a whole lot accomplished. It's about contrasting the president's accomplishments over the last few years with those of Vice President Biden during his 47 years in public life. I think trying to paint Joe Biden as an element of Washington, from Washington, you know, we are still in a political cycle where outsiders are favored to a certain degree. I think those are going to be the strongest places for the president to go. Whether he actually gets there, whether he can be successful, we'll have to see.
All right, Lanhee Chen. Lanhee, always great to have you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine.
Coming up, new rules for tonight's debate. Will cutting off a candidate's microphones help or hurt the candidates? Former senior advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, will be here to give us his take. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh!
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Todd.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more. Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming. Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage. I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Dale, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
Understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hopefully he's going to play by the rules. Hopefully everybody's been tested. Hopefully it's all worked out this way the rules are. I'm looking forward to this. Thank you.
That was Joe Biden on his way to Nashville earlier today. As we've mentioned, one of those new rules is cutting the microphone of the candidate not speaking in order to ensure no interruptions. It will go into effect at the beginning of each 15-minute segment. Former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and Senior Advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, joins me now to talk more about what we can expect tonight. Philippe, good to see you again. Thanks so much for being with us. So how do you expect this muted microphone setup to work?
Elaine, I think it's going to be a doozy. I think it might backfire for a simple reason. The debate is in 6 15-minute segments. And the first 4 minutes are going to have this muting situation where the person not speaking will not be able to be heard. The problem is if you tell someone that for 4 minutes that they have to behave, you're telling them that for the other 11 minutes you can do what you want. And, sure, so it's going to keep Donald Trump in check while it's being used. But I'm not sure that the 66 minutes of the 90 are going to go any better, because if he's intent on railing against Joe Biden, then he's going to find a way to do it no matter how many buttons, the moderator or the producers have.
Well, the president is bringing a former business partner of Hunter Biden, Tony Bobulinski. Then candidate Donald Trump, as you recall, brought accusers of former President Bill Clinton to the 2016 debate against Hillary Clinton. Who do you think, Philippe, this strategy plays to?
I don't think that Donald Trump has been one Tony Bobulinski away from turning this race around. So I had not heard the name before today. I understand the point. Maybe he should have brought a epidemiologist with him or someone we went to. And this is someone that I am now taking advice from and who I think can help with COVID, and I'm naming as COVID czar. I really don't think that the 70, 80, 90, maybe 100 million people watching really want to hear about this guy. And it's just to come out as such a jumble when Donald Trump, whether it's muted or unmuted, when he just has a chance to start spewing all this Hunter Biden stuff, it's not going to be coherent to the listener. And he's been doing this for a year. He was impeached over this. So, he's in the predicament he is with 11 days to go. It's beyond doubling down. He's quadrupling, quintupling, or whatever it is down, and it's not going to work.
Fighting the coronavirus, of course, is one of the topics tonight. And while campaigning in Philadelphia last night, former President Obama slammed the Trump administration's response. Let's listen to just a little bit of that.
We literally left this White House a pandemic playbook that would have shown them how to respond before the virus reached our shores. They probably used it to, prop up a wobbly table somewhere. We don't know where that playbook went. 8 months into this pandemic, cases are rising again across this country. Donald Trump isn't suddenly going to protect all of us. He can't even take the basic steps to protect himself.
So, Philippe, as you know, since the last debate, President Trump and many people in his orbit tested positive for the coronavirus. So how might the conversation about COVID-19 be different tonight because of that?
I think on the question of health, it's really going to be up to the moderator, because other than a glancing reference or maybe a glancing blow, I'm not sure Joe Biden is going to say, well, you're the one that since we last spoke has been in the hospital for 4 days and on a cocktail of experimental medication. I think, if Kristen Welker comes out of the gate the way her colleague Savannah Guthrie did last week when she interviewed Donald Trump and pressed him on specifics about, did you have pneumonia? When did the last time you test? That might be a more effective way to do it, but I'm not exactly sure that that's what's on the tip of the moderator's tongue. And if Donald Trump goes after Joe Biden on handling COVID, and if he does what he did last time about saying that the Obama administration and Joe Biden blew handling SARS, I think you might hear Joe Biden either just echo what President Obama said or just say, as President Obama said yesterday, because there's no one that makes Donald Trump see red more than Barack Obama. It's no one handles him or gets under his skin more.
In our final 20 seconds or so, Philippe, how confident or not confident should Democrats be feeling right now?
I think they should let themselves feel confident. Look, I was wrong 4 years ago. A lot of us are wrong. Most of us were wrong. I don't think we should live in fear and paralysis in 2016. It's a different situation. There are no third parties. He's having a harder time defining his opponent negatively. And, people are forgetting that we've had two things since. One, we've had 2018, which did not go well for the Republicans. And two, there's something that Donald Trump has now that he didn't have 4 years ago. And that's a record. And it's abysmal. And, this might be as simple as people want to get rid of him. This is the first time they have a chance to fire him. That doesn't mean it's the first day they would have.
All right, Philippe, sorry to cut you off. We're coming up to the top of the hour. Philippe Ryan, is always great to have you. Thank you so much, Philippe.
Thank you, Elaine.
The final debate between President Trump and Joe Biden is about to get started. Let's go to our CBS News primetime special.
Vice President Joe Biden.
Get out and vote. The red wave is coming.
President Donald Trump.
We choose hope over fear, unity over division, science over fiction, truth over lies. We are going to keep on fighting. We are going to keep on winning, winning, winning. This is the most important election in the history of our country.
The final presidential debate.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell in the nation's capital with John Dickerson and Gail King. In just a few minutes, the presidential candidates will face off for the final time. You're looking at live pictures from the debate hall at Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. CBS News Battleground Tracker poll showed Joe Biden leading in nearly every one of the swing states that will determine the election now, just 12 days away. And we're seeing records broken already. Nearly 50 million Americans have voted, and that's more ballots cast before Election Day in 2016.
It's a lot of people. This is President Trump's last opportunity to go face-to-face with a former vice president. As you remember, their second debate was canceled when Mr. Trump balked at a virtual format after he tested positive for COVID-19. Now, each candidate held an individual town hall 1 week ago. Both were tame affairs compared to that first meeting, which you can describe as an over-the-top slugfest, marred by insults and interruptions that left many wishing the organizers could simply just cut the microphones.
So tonight, while one candidate is answering a direct question for 2 minutes, the other candidate's microphone will be muted. The moderator, NBC's Kristen Welker, has chosen 6 topics: fighting COVID-19, American families, race in America, climate change, national security, and leadership. Leading up to this debate, Biden prepared while he stayed in Delaware. The president held his debate prep in the spaces between multiple campaign rallies this week.
There's so much at stake. We want to bring in Nicole Killian. She is inside the debate hall in Nashville. Good evening, Nicole.
Good evening, Nora. The Biden campaign says the former vice president will use tonight as another opportunity to speak directly to the American people and lay out his agenda. They view this debate as a test of presidential temperament and say Biden is prepared for whatever comes his way. They do expect the president will go after Biden and his son Hunter, but they think that's going to backfire. Biden told reporters today he hopes the president plays by the rules. Nora?
All right, let's bring in CBS's Paula Reed because she covers the White House and President Trump. Paula?
Good evening, Nora. President Trump heads into tonight's debate with little formal preparation. He said this week, though, he insists that he gets plenty of practice by fielding questions from reporters nearly every day. A senior campaign official says the president will try to focus at least some of tonight's discussion on Biden's son Hunter, but many of his other advisors are encouraging the president to let his opponent speak more than he did last time in the hope that Biden will make some mistakes. Nora.
All right, Paula Reed, we are just moments away. And John Dickerson, can anything that happens tonight change the trajectory of this race?
Well, it's the last moment of the race that is guaranteed to have a huge viewership. If it can, tonight's the night.
All right, let's listen now to
Good
the moderator.
evening from Belmont University in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Kristen Welker of NBC News, and I welcome you to the final 2020 presidential debate between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. Tonight's debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. It is conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Commission's health security advisor. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, boos, or other interruptions, except right now as we welcome to the stage former Vice President Joe Biden and President Donald J. Trump. And I do want to say a very good evening to both of you. This debate will cover 6 major topics. At the beginning of each section, each candidate will have 2 minutes uninterrupted to answer my first question. The debate commission will then turn on their microphone only when it is their turn to answer, and the commission will turn it off exactly when the 2 minutes have expired. After that, both microphones will remain on, but on behalf of the voters, I'm going to ask you to please speak one at a time. The goal is for you to hear each other and for the American people to hear every word of what you both have to say. And so with that, if you're ready, let's start. And we will begin with the fight against the coronavirus. President Trump, the first question is for you. The country is heading into a dangerous new phase. More than 40,000 Americans are in the hospital tonight with COVID, including record numbers here in Tennessee. And since the two of you last shared a stage, 16,000 Americans have died from COVID. So please be specific. How would you lead the country during this next stage of the coronavirus crisis? 2 minutes, uninterrupted.
So, as you know, 2.2 million people modeled out were expected to die. We closed up the greatest economy in the world in order to fight this horrible disease that came from China. It's a worldwide pandemic. It's all over the world. You see the spikes in Europe and many other places right now. If you notice, the mortality rate is down 85%. The excess mortality rate is way down and much lower than almost any other country. And we're fighting it, and we're fighting it hard. There is a spike. There was a spike in Florida, and it's now gone. There was a very big spike in Texas. It's now gone. There was a very big spike in Arizona. It's now gone. And there are some spikes and surges in other places. They will soon be gone. We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks, and it's going to be delivered. We have Operation Warp Speed, which is the military is going to distribute the vaccine. I can tell you from personal experience that I was in the hospital. I had it, and I got better. And I will tell you that I had something that they gave me, a therapeutic, I guess they would call it. Some people could say it was a cure. But I was in for a short period of time, and I got better very fast, or I wouldn't be here tonight. And now they say I'm immune. Whether it's 4 months or a lifetime, nobody's been able to say that, but I'm immune. More and more people are getting better. We have a problem that's a worldwide problem. This is a worldwide problem. But I've been congratulated by the heads of many countries on what we've been able to do. If you take a look at what we've done in terms of goggles and masks and gowns and everything else, and in particular ventilators. We're now making ventilators all over the world, thousands and thousands a month, distributing them all over the world. It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
Okay, former Vice President Biden, to you, how would you lead the country out of this crisis? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
220,000 Americans dead. If you hear nothing else I say tonight, hear this. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially, anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as President of the United States of America. We're in a situation where there are 1,000 deaths a day now, 1,000 deaths a day, and there are over 70,000 new cases per day. Compared to what's going on in Europe, as the New England Medical Journal said, they're starting from a very low rate. We're starting from a very high rate. The expectation is we'll have another 200,000 Americans dead between now and the end of the year. If we just wore these masks, the president's own advisors have told him, we could save 100,000 lives. And we're in a circumstance where the president thus far and still has no plan, no comprehensive plan. What I would do is make sure we have everyone encouraged to wear a mask all the time. I would make sure we move in the direction of rapid testing, investing in rapid testing. I would make sure that we set up national standards as to how to open up schools and open up businesses so they can be safe and give them the wherewithal, the financial resources to be able to do that. We're in a situation now where the New England Medical Journal, one of the most serious journals in the whole world, said for the first time ever that the way this president has responded to this crisis has been absolutely tragic. And so, folks, I will take care of this. I will end this. I will make sure we have a plan.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you and your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
Can you tell us which companies?
Johnson & Johnson is doing very well. Moderna is doing very well. Pfizer is doing very well. And we have numerous others. Then we also have others that we're working on very closely with other countries, in particular Europe.
Let me follow up with you, because this is new information. You have said a vaccine is coming soon, within weeks now. Your own officials say it could take well into 2021 at the earliest for enough Americans to get vaccinated. And even then, they say the country will be wearing masks and distancing into 2022. Is your timeline realistic?
No, I think my timeline is going to be more accurate. I don't know that they're counting on the military the way I do, but we have our generals lined up, one in particular that's the head of logistics, and this is a very easy distribution for him. He's ready to go as soon as we have the vaccine, and we expect to have 100 million vials. As soon as we have the vaccine, he's ready to go.
Vice President Biden, your reaction, and just 40% of Americans say they would definitely agree to take a coronavirus vaccine if it was approved by the government. What steps would you take to give Americans confidence in a vaccine if it were approved?
Make sure it's totally transparent. Have the scientists, the world see it, know it, look at it, go through all the processes. And by the way, this is the same fellow who told you this is going to end by Easter last time. This is the same fellow who told you that, don't worry, we're going to end this by the summer. We're about to go into a dark winter. And he has no clear plan, and there's no prospect that there's going to be a vaccine available for the majority of the American people before the middle of next year.
President Trump, your reaction, he says you have no plan.
We're going to have a dark winter at all. We're opening up our country. We've learned and studied and understand the disease, which we didn't at the beginning. When I closed and banned China from coming in heavily infected, and then ultimately Europe, but China was in January. Months later, he was saying I was xenophobic. I did it too soon. Now he's saying, oh, I should have, moved quicker. But he didn't move quicker. He was months behind me, many months behind me. And frankly, he ran the H1N1 swine flu, and it was a total disaster, far less lethal, but it was a total disaster. Had that had this kind of numbers, 700,000 people would be dead right now, but it was a far less lethal disease. Look, his own person who ran that for him, who, as you know, was his chief of staff, said it was catastrophic. It was horrible. We didn't know what we were doing. Now he comes up and he tells us how to do this. Also, everything that he said about the way every single move that he said we should make, that's what we've done. We've done all of it. But he was way behind us.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Our response is he is xenophobic, but not because he shut down access from China. And he did it late after 40 countries had already done that. In addition to that, what he did, he made sure that we had 44 people that were in there in China trying to get to Wuhan to determine what exactly the source was. What did the president say in January? He said, no, he said, he's being transparent. The president of China is being transparent. We owe him a debt of gratitude. We have to thank him. And then what happened was we started talking about using the Defense Act to make sure we go out and get whatever is needed out there to protect people. And again, I go back to this. He had nothing. He did virtually nothing. And then he gets out of the hospital and he talks about don't worry. It's all going to be over soon. Come on. There's not another serious scientist in the world who thinks it's going to be over soon.
President Trump, your reaction?
I say over soon. I say we're learning to live with it. We have no choice. We can't lock ourselves up in a basement like Joe does. He has the ability to lock himself up. I don't know. He's obviously made a lot of money someplace, but he has this thing about living in a basement. People can't do that. By the way, I, as the president, couldn't do that. I'd love to put myself in the basement or in a beautiful room in the White House and go away for a year and a half until it disappears. I can't do that. And Kirsten, every meeting I had, and I'd meet a lot of families, including Gold Star families and military families. Every meeting I had, and I had to meet them. I had to. It would be horrible to have canceled everything. I said, this is dangerous. And you catch it. And, I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. And now I recovered. 99.9% of young people recover. 99% of people recover. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
And of course, the CDC has said young people can get sick with COVID-19 and can pass it. Vice President Biden, I want to talk broadly about strategy, though.
Can I respond to that?
30 seconds, please, and then I have a question.
No, number one, he says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it because he's never said, he said it's dangerous. When's the last time? Is it really dangerous still? Are we dangerous? You tell the people it's dangerous now. What should they do about the danger? And you say, I take no responsibility.
Let me talk about your two.
Excuse me, I take full responsibility. It's not my fault that it came here. It's China's fault. And you know what? It's not Joe's fault that it came here either. It's China's fault. They kept it from going into the rest of China for the most part, but they didn't keep it from coming out to the world, including Europe and ourselves.
Vice President Biden.
Fact is that when we knew it was coming, when it hit, what happened? What did the president say? He said, don't worry, it's going to go away. Be gone by Easter. Don't worry. The warm weather. Don't worry. Maybe inject bleach. He said he was kidding when he said that, but a lot of people thought it was serious. A whole range of things the president has said. Even today, he thinks we are in control. We're about to lose 200,000 more people.
President Trump.
Look, perhaps just to finish this, I was kidding on that, but just to finish this, when I closed, he said I shouldn't have closed. And that went on for months. What Nancy Pelosi said the same thing. She was dancing on the streets in Chinatown in San Francisco. But when I closed, he said, this is a terrible thing. You're xenophobic. I think he called me racist even. And because I was closing it to China. Now he says I should have closed it earlier. It just, Joe, it doesn't work.
I didn't say either of those things.
You certainly did. You certainly did.
I talked about a xenophobia in a different context. It wasn't about closing the border to Chinese coming to the United States.
All right, I want to talk about both of your different strategies to handle.
He thought I shouldn't have closed the border.
Well,
that's obvious.
Do you want to respond to that quickly, Vice President Biden? Okay. Let's talk about your different strategies toward dealing with this. Mr. Vice President, you suggested you would support new shutdowns if scientists recommended it. What do you say to Americans who are fearful that the cost of shutdowns, the impact on the economy, the higher rates of hunger, depression, domestic and substance abuse outweighs the risk of exposure to the virus?
What I would say is I'm going to shut down the virus, not the country. It's his ineptitude that caused the country to have to shut down in large part. Why businesses have gone under, why schools are closed, why so many people have lost their living, and why they're concerned. Those other concerns are real. That's why he should have been, instead of in a sand trap in a golf course, he should have been negotiating with Nancy Pelosi and the rest of the Democrats and Republicans about what to do about the acts they were passing for billions of dollars to make sure people had the capacity.
But you haven't ruled out more shutdowns.
Well, no, I'm not shutting down the nation, but you need standards. The standard is if you have a reproduction rate in a community that's above a certain level, everybody says, slow up, more social distancing, do not open bars and do not open gymnasiums. Do not open until you get this under control, under more control. But when you do open, give the people the capacity to be able to open and have the capacity to do it safely. For example, schools. Schools, they need a lot of money to open. They need to deal with ventilation systems. They need to deal with smaller classes, more teachers, more pods. And he's refused to support that money, or at least up to now.
Let's talk about schools. President Trump,
I think we have to respond, if I might.
Please, and then I have a follow-up.
Thank you, and I appreciate that. Look, all he does is talk about shutdowns, but forget about him. His Democrat governors, Cuomo in New York, you look at what's going on in California, you look at Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Democrats all, they're shut down so tight, and they're dying. They're dying. And he supports all these people. All he talks about is shutdowns. No, we're not going to shut down, and we have to open our schools. And it's like, as an example, I have a young son. He also tested positive. By the time I spoke to the doctor the second time, he was fine. It just went away. Young people, I guess it's their immune system.
Let me follow up with you, President Trump. You've demanded schools open in person and insist they can do it safely. But just yesterday, Boston became the latest city to move its public school system entirely online after a coronavirus spike. What is your message to parents who worry that sending their children to school will endanger not only their kids, but also their teachers and families?
I want to open the schools. The transmittal rate to the teachers is very small, but I want to open the schools. We have to open our country. We're not going to have a country. You can't do this. We can't keep this country closed. This is a massive country with a massive economy. People are losing their jobs. They're committing suicide. There's depression, alcohol, drugs at a level that nobody's ever seen before. There's abuse, tremendous abuse. We have to open our country. You know, I've said it often. The cure cannot be worse than the problem itself. And that's what's happening. And he wants to close down. He'll close down the country if one person in our massive bureaucracy says we should close it down.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Simply not true. We ought to be able to walk and chew gum at the same time. We ought to be able to safely open, but when they need resources to open, you need to be able to, for example, if you're going to open a business, have social distancing within the business. You need to have, if you have a restaurant, you need to have plexiglass dividers so people cannot infect one another. You need to be in a position where you can take testing rapidly and know whether a person is in fact infected. You need to be able to trace. You need to be able to provide all the resources that are needed to do this. And that is not inconsistent with saying that what we're going to make sure that we open safely. And by the way, all you teachers out there, not that many of you are going to die, so don't worry about it. Come on.
President Trump, let me follow up with you quickly.
By the way, I will say this. If you go and look at what's happened to New York, it's a ghost town. It's a ghost town. And when you talk about plexiglass, these are restaurants that are dying. These are businesses with no money. Putting up plexiglass is unbelievably expensive, and it's not the answer. I mean, you're going to sit there in a cubicle wrapped around with plastic. These are businesses that are dying, Joe. You can't do that to people. You just can't. Take a look at New York and what's happened to my wonderful city for so many years. I loved it. It was vibrant. It's dying. Everyone's leaving New York.
Take a look at what New York has done in terms of turning the curve down in terms of the number of people dying. And I don't look at this in terms of the way he does. Blue states and red states. They're all the United States. And look at the states that are having such a spike in the coronavirus. They're the red states. They're the states in the Midwest. They're the states in the upper Midwest. That's where the spike is occurring significantly. But they're all Americans. They're all Americans. And what we have to do is say, wear these masks, number one. Make sure we get the help that the businesses need that has money's already been passed to do that. It's been out there since the beginning of the summer, and nothing's happened.
President, New York has lost more than 40,000 people, 11,000 people in nursing homes.
President Trump, what about...
When you say spike, take a look at what's happening in Pennsylvania, where they've had it closed. Take a look at what's happening with your friend in Michigan, where her husband's the only one allowed to do anything. It's been like a prison. Now it was just ruled unconstitutional. Take a look at North Carolina. They're having spikes, and they've been closed. And they're getting killed financially. We can't let that happen, Joe. You can't let that happen. We have to open up. And we understand the disease. We have to protect our seniors. We have to protect our elderly. We have to protect especially our seniors with heart problems and diabetes problems. And we will protect them. We have the best testing in the world by far. That's why we have so many cases.
Let me follow up with you before we move on to our next section. President Trump, this week you called Dr. Anthony Fauci, the nation's best-known infectious disease expert, quote, a disaster. You described him and other medical experts as, quote, idiots. If you're not listening to them, who are you listening to?
I'm listening to all of them, including Anthony. I get along very well with Anthony. But he did say, don't wear masks. He did say, as you know, this is not going to be a problem. I think he's a Democrat, but that's okay. He said, this is not going to be a problem. We are not going to have a problem at all. When Joe says that, I said, Anthony Fauci said, and others, and many others, and I'm not knocking him a lot. Nobody knew. Look, nobody knew what this thing was. Nobody knew where it was coming from, what it was. We've learned a lot. But Anthony said, don't wear masks. Now he wants to wear masks. Anthony also said, if you look back, exact words, here's his exact words. This is no problem. This is going to go away soon. So he's allowed to make mistakes. He happens to be a good person.
Vice President Biden, your response quickly, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
My response is that think about what the president knew in January and didn't tell the American people. He was told this was a serious virus that spread in the air, and it was much worse than the flu. He went on record and said to one of your colleagues, recorded, that in fact he knew how dangerous it was, but he didn't want to tell us. He didn't want to tell us because he didn't want us to panic. He didn't want us. Americans don't panic. He panicked. But guess what? In the meantime, we found out in the New York Times the other day that, in fact, his folks went to Wall Street and said this is a really dangerous thing. And a memo out of that meeting, not from his administration, but from some of the brokers, said sell short because we got to get moving. It's a dangerous problem.
Well, this is
I'm going
one
to give you
this
30
is one I
seconds to
haven't-
respond, and then we're
the
going
Wall
to
Street
move
one,
on.
I don't know. Somebody went to Wall Street. You're the one that takes all the money from Wall Street. I don't take it. You have raised a lot of money, tremendous amounts of money. And every time you raise money, deals are made, Joe. I could raise so much more money as president and as somebody that knows most of those people. I could call the heads of Wall Street, the heads of every company in America. I would blow away every record, but I don't want to do that because it puts me in a bad position. And then you bring up Wall Street. You shouldn't be bringing up Wall Street because you're the one that takes the money from Wall Street, not me. I could blow away your records that like you wouldn't believe. We don't need money. We have plenty of money. In fact, we beat Hillary Clinton with a tiny fraction of the money that she was able.
All right, gentlemen, we're going to move on.
Average contribution, $43.
All right, we're going to move on to our next section, which is national security. And I do want to start with the security of our elections and some breaking news from overnight. Just last night, top intelligence officials confirmed again that both Russia and Iran are working to influence this election. Both countries have obtained U.S. voter registration information, these officials say, and Iran sent intimidating messages to Florida voters. This question goes to you, Mr. Vice President. What would you do to put an end to this threat? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
I made it clear, and I ask everyone else to take the pledge. I made it clear that any country, no matter who it is, that interferes in American elections will pay a price. They will pay a price. And it's been overwhelmingly clear this election, I won't even get into the last one, this election, that Russia has been involved, China has been involved to some degree, and now we learn that Iran is involved. They will pay a price if I'm elected. They're interfering with American sovereignty. That's what's going on right now. They're interfering with American sovereignty. And to the best of my knowledge, I don't think the president said anything to Putin about it. I don't think he's stalking them a lot. I don't think he said a word. I don't know why he hadn't said a word to Putin about it. And I don't know what he has recently said, if anything, to the Iranians. My guess is he'd probably be more outspoken with regard to the Iranians. But the point is this, folks. We are in a situation where we have foreign countries trying to interfere in the outcome of our election. His own national security advisor told him that what is happening with his buddy, his buddy, Rudy Giuliani, he's being used as a Russian pawn. He's being fed information that is Russian, that is not true. And then what happens? Nothing happens. And then you find out that everything that's going on here about Russia is wanting to make sure that I do not get elected the next president of the United States because they know I know them and they know me. I don't understand why this president is unwilling to take on Putin when he's actually paying bounties to kill American soldiers in Afghanistan, when he's engaged in activities that are trying to destabilize all of NATO. I don't know why he doesn't do it, but it's worth asking the question. Why isn't that being done? Any country that interferes with us will, in fact, pay a price because they're affecting our sovereignty.
President Trump, same question to you. Let me ask the question. You're going to have 2 minutes to respond. For 2 elections in a row now, there has been substantial interference from foreign adversaries. What would you do in your next term to put an end to this? 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Well, let me respond to the first part as Joe answered. Joe got $3.5 million from Russia, and it came through Putin because he was very friendly with the former mayor of Moscow, and it was the mayor of Moscow's wife, and you got $3.5 million. Your family got $3.5 million, and someday you're going to have to explain why did you get 3.5. I never got any money from Russia. I don't get money from Russia. Now, about your thing last night, I knew all about that, and through John Ratcliffe, who is fantastic, DNI, he said the one thing that's common to both of them, they both want you to lose because there has been nobody tougher to Russia. Between the sanctions, nobody tougher than me on Russia. Between the sanctions, between all of what I've done with NATO, I've got the NATO countries to put up an extra $130 billion, going to $420 billion a year. That's to guard against Russia. I sold, while he was selling pillows and sheets, I sold tank busters to Ukraine. There has been nobody tougher on Russia than Donald Trump. And I'll tell you, they were so bad. They took over the submarine port. You remember that very well during your term, during you and Barack Obama, they took over a big part of what should have been Ukraine. You handed it to them, but you were getting a lot of money from Russia. They were paying you a lot of money, and they probably still are. But now, with what came out today, it's even worse. All of the emails, the horrible emails of the kind of money that you were raking in, you and your family. And Joe, you were vice president when some of this was happening. And it should have never happened. And I think you owe an explanation to the American people. Why is it? Somebody just had a news conference a little while ago who was essentially supposed to work with you and your family. But what he said was damning. And regardless of me, I think you have to clean it up and talk to the American people. Maybe you can do it right now.
Vice President Biden, you may respond.
Please,
And then I do want to follow up on the election security.
I have not taken a penny from any foreign source ever in my life. We learned that this president paid 50 times the tax in China, has a secret bank account with China, does business in China, and in fact is talking about me taking money. I have not taken a single penny from any country whatsoever, ever. Number one. Number two, this is a president. I have released all of my tax returns, 22 years. Go look at them. 22 years of my tax return. You have not released a single solitary year of your tax return. What are you hiding? Why are you unwilling? The foreign countries are paying you a lot. Russia's paying you a lot. China's paying you a lot. And your hotels and all your businesses all around the country, all around the world. And China's building a new road to a new a golf course you have overseas. So what's going on here? Why don't release your tax return or stop talking about corruption?
President Trump, your response.
First of all, I called my accountants under audit. I'm going to release them as soon as we can. I want to do it, and it'll show how successful, how great this company is. But much more importantly than that, people were saying $750. I asked them a week ago, I said, what did I pay? They said, sir, you prepaid tens of millions of dollars. I prepaid my tax. Tens over the last number of years. Tens of millions of dollars I prepaid. Because at some point they think it's an estimate. They think I may have to pay tax. So I already prepaid it. Nobody told me that.
Did your account
Nobody
tell
told
you
you that. Excuse me. And it wasn't written whenever they write this. They keep talking about $750, which I think is a filing fee. But let me just tell you, I prepaid millions and millions of dollars in taxes. Number one. Number two, I don't make money from China. You do. I don't make money from Ukraine. You do. I don't make money from Russia. You made $3.5 million, Joe, and your son gave you. They even have a statement that we have to give 10% to the big man. You're the big man, I think. I don't know. Maybe you're not, but you're the big man, I think. Your son said we have to give 10% to the big man. Joe, what's that all about? It's terrible.
All right, gentlemen, I want to ask you both some questions about all of this. I'm going to let you both respond very quickly. You just said you spoke to your accountant about potentially releasing your taxes. Did he tell you when you can release them? Do you have a deadline for when you're going to release them?
I get treated worse than the Tea Party got treated. Because I have a lot of people in there, deep down in the IRS, they treat me horribly. We made a deal, it was all settled until I decide to run for president. I get treated very badly by the IRS, very unfairly. But we had a deal all done. As soon as we're completed with the deal, I want to release it. But I have paid millions and millions of dollars, and it's worse than paying. I paid in advance. It's called prepaying your taxes. I paid in advance.
I want to ask you both about questions regarding your potential foreign entanglements and questions that have been raised to give you both a chance to talk about this more broadly. Respond very quickly, and then I'll get to my question.
Why did he's been saying this for 4 years? Show us. Just show us. Stop playing around. You've been saying for 4 years you're going to release your taxes. Nobody knows, Mr. President. What they do know is you're not paying your taxes, or you're paying taxes that are so low. When last time he said what he paid, he said, I only pay that little because I'm smart. I know how to game the system. Come on. Come on, folks.
So,
President Trump, and then I want to get to two questions to both of you.
Sure.
I was put through a phony witch hunt for 3 years. It started before I even got elected. They spied on my campaign. No president should ever have to go through what I went through. Let me just say this. Mueller and 18 angry Democrats and FBI agents all over the place spent $48 million They went through everything I had, including my tax returns, and they found absolutely no collusion and nothing wrong. 48 million. I guarantee you, if I spent 1 million on you, Joe, I could find plenty wrong. Because the kind of things that you've done and the kind of monies that your family has taken, I mean, your brother made money in Iraq, millions of dollars. Your other brother made a fortune, and it's all through you, Joe. And they say you get some of it, and you do live very well. You have houses all over the place. You live very well.
All right, gentlemen, let me just ask some questions about all of this broadly. Vice President Biden, there have been questions about the work your son has done in China and for a Ukrainian energy company when you were vice president. In retrospect, was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
Nothing was unethical. Here's what the deal. With regard to Ukraine, we had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line. Not a single thing, number one. Number two, the guy who got in trouble in Ukraine was this guy trying to bribe the Ukrainian government to say something negative about me, which they would not do and did not do because it never, ever, ever happened. My son has not made money in terms of this thing about, what are you talking about, China. I have not had, the only guy that made money from China is this guy. He's the only one. Nobody else has made money from China.
President Trump, let me ask my question to you.
But could I just one thing?
Very quickly.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Listen to this. 183, and they gave him a $3 million upfront payment.
All right.
And he had no energy.
I'm going to let the vice president
That's
respond to that quickly, and then I need to get to a
dishonest.
question to you.
No basis for that. Everybody investigated that. No one said anything he did was wrong in Ukraine.
Okay, President Trump, this is for you. Since you took office, you've never divested from your business. You've personally promoted your properties abroad. A report this week, which was referenced, does indicate that your company has a bank account in China. So how can voters know that you don't have any foreign conflicts of interest?
I have many bank accounts, and they're all listed, and they're all over the place. I mean, I was a businessman doing business. The bank account you're referring to, which is everybody knows about it, it's listed. The bank account was in 2013. That's what it was. It was open it was closed in 2015, I believe. And then I decided, because I was thinking about doing a deal in China like millions of other people. I was thinking about it, and I decided I'm not going to do it. Didn't like it. I decided not to do it. Had an account open, and I closed it.
Okay.
Excuse me. And then, unlike him, where he's vice president and he does business, I then decided to run for president after that. That was before. So I closed it before I even ran for president, let alone became president. Big difference. He is the vice president of the United States, and his son, his brother, and his other brother are getting rich. They're like a vacuum cleaner. They're sucking up money every
President Trump,
place
thank
he
you.
goes.
We do need to move on. I do want to ask you, Vice President Biden, about China. Let's talk about China more broadly. There have, of course, President Trump has said that they should pay for not being fully transparent in regards to the coronavirus. If you were president, would you make China pay? And please be specific. What would that look like?
What I'd make China do is play by the international rules, not like he has done. He has caused the deficit of China to go up, not down, with China, up, not down. We are making sure that in order to do business in China, you have to give all your intellectual property. You have to have a partner in China is 51%. We would not do that at all, number one. Number two, we're in a situation where China would have to play by the rules internationally as well. When I met with Xi, when I was still vice president, he said we're setting up air identification zones in the South China Sea. You can't fly through them. I said we're going to fly through them. We just flew B-52, B-1 bombers through it. We're not going to pay attention. They have to play by the rules. And what's he do? He embraces guys like the thugs like in North Korea and and the Chinese president and Putin and others, and he pokes his finger in the eye of all of our friends, all of our allies. We make up we're 25% of the world's economy. We need to be having the rest of our friends with us saying to China, these are the rules. You play by them or you're going to pay the price for not paying by them economically. That's the way I will run it. And that's what we did in upholding steel tariffs and a range of other things when we were president and vice president.
All right, let's talk about North Korea.
Excuse me, no, I have to respond to that.
Okay, very quickly, and then we're going to move on to North Korea.
$1.5 billion from China to after spending 10 minutes in office and being in Air Force Two, number one. Number two, there's a very strong email talking about your family wanting to make $10 million a year for introductions.
President Trump, on China policy, though, what specifically are you going to do? What specifically are you going to do to make China pay? You've said you're going to make them pay.
China is paying. They're paying billions and billions of dollars. I just gave $28 billion.
New sanctions?
I just gave $28 billion to our farmers.
Taxpayers' money.
It's what?
Taxpayers' money. Didn't come from China.
You know the taxpayers. It's called China. China paid $28 billion, and you know what they did to pay it, Joe? They devalued their currency, and they also paid up. And you know who got the money? Our farmers, our great farmers, because they were targeted. You never charged them anything. Also, I charged them 25% on dumped steel because they were killing our steel industry. We were not going to have a steel industry.
Okay.
And now we have a steel industry.
Vice President Biden, your response, please.
Our response is, look, this isn't about, there's a reason why he's bringing up all this malarkey. There's a reason for it. He doesn't want to talk about the substantive issues. It's not about his family and my family. It's about your family. And your family's hurting badly. If you're making less than, if you're a middle-class family, you're getting hurt badly right now. You're sitting at the kitchen table this morning deciding, well, we can't get new tires, they're bald because we have to wait another month or so. Or are we going to be able to pay the mortgage? Or who's going to tell her she can't go back to community college? They're the decisions you're making in the middle-class families like I grew up in Scranton and Claymont. They're in trouble. We should be talking about your families, but that's the last thing he wants to talk about.
I want to talk about North Korea. I do want to turn to 10 seconds, Mr. President. 10 seconds.
Typical political statement. Let's get off this China thing, and then he looks the family around the table, everything. Just a typical politician when I see that.
Let's talk about North
Korea. Politician.
Okay,
that's why I got elected. Let's get off the subject of China. Let's talk around sitting around the table.
All right.
Come on, Joe, you can do better.
We're going to talk about North Korea now. President Trump, you've met with North Korean leader Kim Jong-un 3 times. You've talked about your beautiful letters with him. You've touted the fact that there hasn't been a war or a long-range missile test. And yet North Korea recently rolled out its biggest ever intercontinental ballistic missile and continues to develop its nuclear arsenal. Do you see that as a betrayal of the relationship you forged? Just 30 seconds here because we need to get on to the next one.
So when I met with Barack Obama, we sat in the White House right at the beginning, had a great conversation. It was supposed to be 15 minutes, and it was well over an hour. He said the biggest problem we have with North Korea. He indicated we will be in a war with North Korea. Guess what? It would be a nuclear war, and he does have plenty of nuclear capability. In the meantime, I have a very good relationship with him. Different kind of a guy, but he probably thinks the same thing about me. We have a different kind of a relationship. We have a very good relationship, and there's no war. And you know, about 2 months ago, he broke into a certain area. They said, oh, there's going to be trouble. I said, no, they're not, because he's not going to do that. And I was right. Look, instead of being in a war where millions of people, Seoul, you know, is 25 miles away, millions and millions, 32 million in Seoul. Millions of people would be dead right now.
President Trump, that's 30 seconds. Vice President Biden, to you, North Korea conducted 4 nuclear tests under the Obama administration. Why do you think you would be able to rein in this persistent threat?
Because I'd make it clear, which we were making clear to China, they had to be part of the deal. Because here's the I made it clear, and as a spokesperson of the administration when I went to China, that they said, why are you moving your missile defense up so close? Why are you moving more forces here? Why are you continuing to do military maneuvers with South Korea? I said, because North Korea is a problem, and we're going to continue to do it so we can control them. We're going to make sure we can control them and make sure they cannot hurt us. And so if you want to do something about it, step up and help. If not, it's going to continue. What has he done? He's legitimized North Korea. He's talked about his good buddy who's a thug, and he talks about how we're better off, and they have much more capable missiles, able to reach U.S. territory much more easily than ever did before.
Let me follow up with you, Vice President Biden. You've said you wouldn't meet with Kim Jong-un without preconditions. Are there any conditions under which you would meet with him?
On the condition that he would agree that he would be drawing down his nuclear capacity to get that the Korean Peninsula should be a nuclear-free zone.
All right, let's move on to American families.
They tried
Very
to
quickly,
meet with
10
him.
seconds, President.
They tried to meet with him. He wouldn't do it. He didn't like Obama. He didn't like him. He wouldn't do it.
Okay, I got to give him a chance to respond to that before we move on.
And that's okay. You know what? North Korea, we're not in a war. We have a good relationship. You know, people don't understand. Having a good relationship with leaders of other countries
we have
is
a lot
a
of
good thing.
We have a lot of questions to get to.
That's
Your
like
response.
saying we had a good relationship with Hitler before he, in fact, invaded Europe, the rest of Europe. Come on. The reason he would not meet with President Obama is because President Obama said, we're going to talk about denuclearization. We're not going to legitimize you. We're going to continue to put stronger and stronger sanctions on you. That's why he wouldn't meet with us.
All right, let's move on. Let's move on and talk about American families.
He left me a mess, Kristen.
President Trump, okay, we do need to move on.
They left me a mess. North Korea was a mess. And in fact, if you remember the first 2 or 3 months, there was a very dangerous period of my first 3 months before we sort of worked things out a little bit.
Okay.
There was a they left us a mess. And Obama would be, I think, the first to say it was the single biggest problem he thought that our country.
Okay, let's move on to American families and the economy. One of the issues that's most important to them is health care, as you both know. Today, there was a key vote on a new Supreme Court Justice, Amy Coney Barrett, and health care is at the center of her confirmation fight. Over 20 million Americans get their health insurance through the Affordable Care Act. It's headed to the Supreme Court, and your administration, Mr. President, is advocating for the court to overturn it. If the Supreme Court does overturn that law, those 20 million Americans could lose their health insurance almost overnight. So what would you do if those people have their health insurance taken away? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Sure. First of all, I've already done something that nobody thought was possible. Through the legislature, I terminated the individual mandate. That is the worst part of Obamacare, as we call it. The individual mandate where you have to pay a fortune for the privilege of not having to pay for bad health insurance. I terminated. It's gone. Now it's in court because Obamacare is no good. But then I made a decision. Run it as well as you can to my people, great people. Run it as well as you can. I could have gone the other route and made everybody very unhappy. They ran it. Premiums are down. Everything's down. Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care. The Democrats will do it because there'll be tremendous pressure on them, and we might even have the House by that time, and I think we're going to win the House, okay? You'll see, but I think we're going to win the House. But come up with a better health care, always protecting people with pre-existing conditions. And one thing very important, we have 180 million people out there that have great private health care. Far more than we're talking about with Obamacare. Joe Biden is going to terminate all of those policies. These are people that love their health care, people that have been successful, middle-income people, been successful. They have 180 million plans, 180 million people, families, under what he wants to do, which will basically be socialized medicine. He won't even have a choice. They want to terminate 180 million plans. We have done an incredible job on health care. And we're going to do even better.
Okay, Vice President Biden, yes, this is for you. Your health care plan calls for building on Obamacare. So my question is, what is your plan if the law is ruled unconstitutional by the Supreme Court? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
What I'm going to do is pass Obamacare with a public option, become Biden care. The public option is an option that says that if you, in fact, do not have the wherewithal if you qualify for Medicaid and you do not have the wherewithal in your state to get Medicaid, you automatically are enrolled, providing competition for insurance companies that's what's going to happen. Secondly, we're going to make sure we reduce the premiums and reduce drug prices by making sure that there's competition that doesn't exist now by allowing the Medicare to negotiate drug prices with the insurance companies. Thirdly, the idea that I want to eliminate private insurance, the reason why I had such a fight with 20 candidates for the nomination was I support private insurance. That's why not one single person with private insurance would lose their insurance under my plan, nor did they under Obamacare. They did not lose their insurance unless they chose they wanted to go to something else. Lastly, we're going to make sure we're in a situation that we actually protect pre-existing. There's no way he can protect pre-existing conditions. None, zero. You can't do it in the ether. He's been talking about this for a long time. He's never come up with a plan. I guess we're going to get the pre-existing condition plan the same time we get the infrastructure plan that we've been waiting since 17, 18, 19, and 20. The fact, I still have a few more minutes. I know you're getting anxious. The fact is that he's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do?
I have a follow-up for you, Vice President Biden. It relates to something that President Trump said. He's accusing you of wanting socialized medicine. What do you say to people who have concerns that your health care plan, which includes a government insurance option, takes the country one step closer to a health care system run entirely by the government? What's your response? I say it's
ridiculous. It's like saying that, the idea that the fact that there's a public option that people can choose, that makes it a socialist plan. Look, the difference between the president, I think healthcare is not a privilege, it's a right. Everyone should have the right to have affordable healthcare. And I am very proud of my plan. It's gotten endorsed by all the major labor unions, as well as a whole range of other people who in fact are concerned in the medical field. This is something that's going to save people's lives, and this is going to give some people an opportunity to have health care for their children. How many of you home are worried and rolling around in bed tonight wondering what in God's name you're going to do if you get sick? Because you've lost your home insurance, your health insurance, your company's gone under. We have to provide health insurance for people at an affordable rate, and that's what I do.
President Trump,
he was there for 47 years. He didn't do it. He was now there as vice president for 8 years, and it's not like it was 25 years ago. It was 3 3/4. It was just a little while ago, right? Less than 4 years ago. He didn't do anything. He didn't do it. He wants socialized medicine, and it's not that he wants it. His vice president, she is more liberal than Bernie Sanders and wants it even more. Bernie Sanders wants it. The Democrats want it. You're going to have socialized medicine, just like he went with fracking. We're not going to have fracking. We're going to stop fracking. We're going to stop fracking. Then he goes to Pennsylvania after he gets a nomination, where he got very lucky to get it. And he goes to Pennsylvania and he says, oh, we're going to have fracking. And you never asked that question. And by the way, so far, I respect very much the way you're handling this, I have to say.
By the way,
but somebody should ask the question.
You can ask.
He goes for a year. There will be
we have a number of topics we're going to get to.
That's a big question.
We're going to get to.
It's the same thing with socialized medicine.
Vice President, your response, please.
My response is people deserve to have affordable health care, period. Period. And the Biden care proposal will, in fact, provide for that affordable health care, lower premiums. What we're going to do is going to cost some money. It's going to cost over $750 billion over 10 years to do it. And they're going to have lower premiums. You can buy into the better plans, the cheaper plans, lower your premiums, deal with unexpected billing, and have your drug prices drop significantly. He keeps talking about it. He hasn't done a thing for anybody on health care. Not a thing.
Kristen, when he says,
then I want to talk about
when he
what's
says
happening
public
on Capitol
option,
Hill.
he's talking about socialized medicine and and health care. When he talks about a public option, he's talking about destroying your Medicare, destroying your Social Security, and this whole country will come down. You know, Bernie Sanders tried it in his state. He tried it in his state. His governor was a very liberal governor. They want to make it work.
Okay, let's let Vice President Biden respond.
It doesn't work.
He's a very confused guy. He thinks he's running against somebody else. He's running against Joe Biden. I beat all those other people because I disagreed with them. Joe Biden he's running against. And the idea that we're in a situation that they're going to destroy Medicare, this is the guy that the actuary at Medicare said, if in fact, at Social Security, if in fact he continues to withhold his plan to withhold the tax on Social Security, Social Security will be bankrupt by 2023 with no way to make up for it. This is the guy who's tried to cut Medicare. So I mean, the idea that Donald Trump is lecturing me on Social Security and Medicare? Come on.
He tried to get
10
rid of.
seconds,
He
Mr.
tried to
President,
hurt
and then I
Social
have to go to
Security
another
years
question.
ago. Years ago. Go back and look at the records. He tried to hurt Social Security years ago.
All right, let's move on. I'm going to move on. Mr. President, I have to move on to the next question.
They said
or
the
else
stock
we're not
market
going to
will
have time to
boom
talk about it.
if I'm elected. If he's elected, the stock market will crash.
Okay, let's move on to the next question very quickly.
Look, the idea that the stock market is booming is his only measure of what's happening. Where I come from in Scranton and Claremont, the people don't live off of the stock market. Just in the last three years during this crisis, the billionaires in this country made, according to the Wall Street, $700 billion more dollars. $700 billion more dollars. Because that's his only measure. What happens to the ordinary people out there? What happens to them?
Let's talk about what's happening on Capitol Hill. We're going to move on.
401ks are through the roof.
We're going to move on.
Stock are through the roof.
All right.
And he doesn't come from Scranton. That's like he lived there for a short period of time before he even knew it.
We're going to move on
and
to
he
the next
left.
question.
And the people of Pennsylvania
Let me
will
move
show
on
you
to my
that.
next question,
They
gentlemen.
understand.
As of tonight, more than 12 million people are out of work. And as of tonight, 8 million more Americans have fallen into poverty, and more families are going hungry every day. Those hit hardest are women and people of color. They see Washington fighting over a relief bill. Mr. President, why haven't you been able to get them the help they need? 30 seconds here.
Because Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve it. I do.
But you're the president.
I do, but I still have to get. Unfortunately, that's one of the reasons I think we're going to take over the House, because of her. Nancy Pelosi doesn't want to approve anything because she'd love to have some victories on a date called November 3rd. Nancy Pelosi does not want to approve it. We are ready, willing, and able to do something. Don't forget, we've already approved 3 plans, and it's gone through, including the Democrats, in all fairness. This one she doesn't want. It's near the election because she thinks it helps her politically. I think it hurts her politically.
All right, Mr. Vice President.
The Republican leader in the United States Senate said he can't pass it. He will not be able to pass it. He does not have Republican votes. Why isn't he talking to his Republican friends?
Let me follow up with you, Vice President.
We made a deal.
Because let me ask Vice President Biden a question. You are the leader of the Democratic Party. Why have you not pushed the Democrats to get a deal for the American people?
Well, I have, and they have pushed it. Look, they passed this act all the way back in the beginning of the summer. This is like it's not new. It's been out there. This HEROES Act has been sitting there. And look at what's happening. When I was in charge of the Recovery Act with $800 billion, I was able to get $145 billion to local communities that have to balance their budgets, and states that have to balance their budgets, and then have to fire firefighters, teachers, first responders, law enforcement officers, so they can keep their cities and counties running. He will not support that. They have not done a thing for them. And Mitch McConnell said, let them go bankrupt. Let them go bankrupt. Come on. What's the matter with
The bill that was passed in the House was a bailout of badly run, high-crime, Democrat, all run by Democrats, cities and states. It was a way of getting a lot of money, billions and billions of dollars to these states. It was also a way of getting a lot of money from our people's pockets to people that come into our country illegally. We were going to take care of everything for them. And what that does, and I'd love to do that, I'd love to help them, but what that does, everybody all over the world will start pouring into our country. We can't do it. This was a way of taking care of them. This was a way of spending on things that had nothing to do with COVID, as per your question. But it was really a big bailout for badly run Democrat cities and states.
All right, if I get elected, I'm running as a proud Democrat, but I'm going to be an American president. I don't see red states and blue states. What I see is American, United States. And folks, every single state out there finds themselves in trouble. They're going to start laying off, whether they're red or blue, cops, firefighters, first responders, because teachers, because they have to balance their budget. And the founders were smart. They allowed the federal government to deficit spend to compensate for the United States of America.
I want to talk about the minimum wage, gentlemen. Mr. Vice President, we are talking a lot about struggling small businesses and business owners these days. Do you think this is the right time to ask them to raise the minimum wage? You, of course, support a $15 federal minimum wage.
I do, because I think one of the things we're going to have to do is we're going to have to bail them out, too. We should be bailing them out now, those small businesses. You got 1 in 6 of them going under. They're not going to be able to make it back. They passed a package that allows us to be able to call PPP. Money is supposed to go to help them do everything from organize how they can deal with their businesses being open safely. Schools, how they can make classrooms smaller, how they can hire more teachers, how they can put ventilation systems in. They need the help. The businesses as well as the schools need the help. But these guys will not help them. Is not giving them any of the money.
We are going to move on to immigration, but I want to get
we
your
have to help our
reaction.
small businesses by raising the minimum wage. That's not helping. I think it should be a state option. Alabama is different than New York. New York is different from Vermont. Every state is different. It should be a state option.
You said very
we have
recently.
to help. It's very important. We have to help our small businesses.
You
How
said-
are you helping your small businesses when you're forcing wages? What's going to happen, and what's been proven to happen, is when you do that, these small businesses fire many of their employees.
You said very recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. You said recently you would consider raising the federal minimum wage to $15 an hour. Is that still the case?
And I would consider it to an extent, but
In a
what I
second
really
administration?
like, in a second administration, but not to a level that's going to put all these businesses out of business. It should be a state option. Look, I've lived in different places. I know different places. They're all different. Some places, $15 is not so bad. In other places, other states, $15 would be
President
ruinous.
Trump, thank you. Quick response, Vice President Biden.
2 jobs, 1 job, be below poverty. People are making $6, $7, $8 an hour. These first responders, we all clap for as they come down the street because they've allowed us to make it. What's happening? They deserve a minimum wage of $15. Anything below that puts you below the poverty level. And there is no evidence that when you raise the minimum wage, businesses go out of business. That is simply not true.
We're going to talk about immigration. We're going to talk about immigration now, gentlemen, and we're going to talk about families within this context. Mr. President, your administration separated children from their parents at the border, at least 4,000 kids. You've since reversed your zero tolerance policy, but the United States can't locate the parents of more than 500 children. So how will these families ever be reunited?
Children are brought here by coyotes and lots of bad people, cartels, and they're brought here, and they used to use them to get into our country. We now have as strong a border as we've ever had. We're over 400 miles of brand new wall. You see the numbers, and we let people in, but they have to come in legally, and they come in through.
But how will you reunite these kids with their families,
Let me just tell you,
Mr. President?
they built cages. You know, they used to say, I built the cages, and then they had a picture in a certain newspaper. And it was a picture of these horrible cages. And they said, look at these cages. President Trump built them. And then it was determined they were built in 2014. That was him.
Do you have a plan to reunite the kids?
Yes, we're working on it we're trying very hard. But a lot of these kids come out without the parents. They come over through cartels and through coyotes and through gangs.
Vice President Biden, let me bring you into this conversation. Quick response and then another question to you.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to
did
that?
It. We changed.
Did not
They built the
separate
cages.
the-
Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who built
we're
the
talking
cages,
about. Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 of sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal. It's criminal.
Let me ask
Kristen,
you
I will
about
say this. They went
10
down, we
seconds, and then I
brought
need to
reporters,
ask you.
everything. They are so well taken care of. They're in facilities that were so clean.
But some of
They've
them
gotten
haven't been
such good-
reunited
But
with
just
their
ask
families.
one question. Who built the cages? I'd love you to ask him that. Who built the cages?
Let me ask about your immigration policy, Mr. Vice President. The Obama administration did fail to deliver immigration reform, which had been a key promise during the administration. It also presided over record deportations as well as family detentions at the border before changing course. So why should voters trust you with an immigration overhaul now?
Because we made a mistake. It took too long to get it right. It took too long to get it right. I'll be president of the United States, not vice president of the United States. And the fact is, I've made it very clear. Within 100 days, I'm going to send to the United States Congress a pathway to citizenship for over 11 million undocumented people. And all of those so-called dreamers, those DACA kids, they're going to be immediately certified again to be able to stay in this country and put on a path to citizenship. The idea that they are being sent home by this guy, and they want to do that, is they go into a country they've never seen before. I can imagine you're 5 years old, your parents are taking you across the Rio Grande River, and it's illegal. And you say, oh no, Mom, leave me here. I'm not going to go with you. They've been here. Many of them are model citizens. Over 20,000 of them are first responders out there taking care of people during this crisis. We owe them. We owe them.
Kristen, he had 8 years to do what he said he was going to do. And I've changed without having a specific. We got rid of catch and release. We got rid of a lot of horrible things that they put in and that they lived with. But he had 8 years he was vice president. He did nothing except build cages to keep children in.
Vice President Biden, your response.
The catch and release, you know what he's talking about there? If in fact you had a family came across and they were arrested, they in fact were given a date to show up for their hearing. They were released. And guess what? They showed up for a hearing. And this is the first president in the history of the United States of America that anybody seeking asylum has to do it in another country. That's never happened before in America. That's never happened before in America. You come to the United States and you make your case that I seek asylum based on the following premise: why I deserve it under American law. They're sitting in squalor on the other side of the river.
President Trump, your response,
So
30
important.
seconds, and then we'll move
It
on.
just shows that he has no understanding of immigration or the laws. Catch and release is a disaster. A murderer would come in, a rapist would come in, a very bad person would come in. We would take their name. We have to release them into our country. And then you say they come back. Less than 1% of the people come back. We have to send ICE out and Border Patrol out to find them. We would say, come back in 2 years, 3 years. We're going to give you a court case. You need Perry Mason. We're going to give you a court case. When you say they come back, they don't come back, Joe.
Yeah.
They never come back. Only the really, I hate to say this, but those with the lowest IQ, they might come back.
Okay, President Trump, let's give Vice President Biden a chance to respond, and then we're going to move on to the
You
next
don't know
section.
the law, Joe.
Vice President Biden, your response.
Know the law, what he's telling you is simply not true.
Well, check it out. They don't come back.
Check it out.
All right, let's move
But
on
we don't have to worry about it because they terminated it, so we don't have to worry about it
Let's
anymore.
move on to the next
And you have
section.
525 kids not knowing where in God's name they're going to be and lost their parents.
Go ahead.
All right. Let's talk about our next section, which is race in America. And I want to talk about the way Black and brown Americans experience race in this country. Part of that experience is something called the talk. It happens regardless of class and income. Parents who feel they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that they could be targeted, including by the police, for no reason other than the color of their skin. Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
I do. I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker, and she's written a lot about this. She has a graduate degree from the University of Pennsylvania in social work. And you know, one of the reasons why I ended up working on the east side of Wilmington, Delaware, which is 90% African American, was to learn more about what was going on. I never had to tell my daughter if she's pulled over make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street. Making sure that you, in fact, if you get pulled over, just yes, sir, no, sir, hands on top of the wheel, because you are, in fact, the victim, whether you're a person making child of a $300,000 a year person or someone who's on food stamps. The fact of the matter is there is institutional racism in America. And we have always said, we've never lived up to it, that we hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women are created equal. Well, guess what? We have never, ever lived up to it, but we've always constantly been moving the needle further and further to inclusion, not exclusion. This is the first president to come along and says, that's the end of that. We're not going to do that anymore. We have to provide for economic opportunity, better education, better health care, better access to schooling, better access to opportunity to borrow money to start businesses. All the things we can do, and I've laid out a clear plan as to how to do those things, just to give people a shot. It's about accumulating the ability to have wealth as well as it is to be free from violence.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they kept never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done. Criminal justice reform. Obama and Joe didn't do it. I don't even think they tried because they had no chance at doing it. They might have wanted to do it, but if you had to see the arms I had to twist to get that done, it was not a pretty picture. And everybody knows it, including some very liberal people that cried in my office. They cried in the Oval Office. 2 weeks later, they're out saying, gee, we have to defeat him. Criminal justice reform, prison reform, opportunity zones with Tim Scott, a great senator from South Carolina. He came in with this incredible idea for opportunity zones. It's one of the most successful programs. People don't talk about it. Tremendous investment is being made. Biggest beneficiary, the black and Hispanic communities, and then historically black colleges and universities. After 3 years of coming to the office, I love some of those guys. They were great. They came into the office and they said, I said, what are you doing? After 3 years, I said, why do you keep coming back? Because we have no funding. I said, you don't have to come back every year. We have to come back because President Obama would never give them long-term funding. And I did. 10-year long-term funding, and I gave them more money than they asked for because they said, I think you need more. And I said, the only bad part about this is I may never see you again because I got very friendly with them, and they like me and I like them. But I saved it. Colleges and universities.
Okay, and we're going to talk about both of your records, but your response to that, Vice President?
My response to that is I never, ever said what he accused me of saying. The fact of the matter is, in 2000, though, after the crime bill had been in the law for a while, this is the guy who said, the problem with the crime bill, there's not enough people in jail. There's not enough people in jail. And go on my website, get the quote, the date when he said it. Not enough people. He talked about marauding gangs, young gangs, and the people who are going to maraud our cities. This is a guy who in the Central Park five innocent black kids, he continued to push for making sure that they got the death penalty. None of them were guilty of the crimes they were suggested. Look, and talk about granted, he did in fact let 20 people, he commuted 20 people sentences. We commuted over 1,000 people sentences. Over 1,000. The very law he's talking is a law that, in fact, initiated by Barack Obama. And secondly, we're in a situation here where the federal prison system was reduced by 38,000 people under our administration. And one of these things we should be doing, there should be no no minimum mandatories in the law. That's why I'm offering $20 billion to states to change their state laws to eliminate minimum mandatories and set up drug courts. No one should be going to jail because they have a drug problem. They should be going to rehabilitation, not to jail. We should fundamentally change the system, and that's what I'm going to do.
Why didn't he do it 4 years ago? Why didn't you do that 4 years ago, even less than that? Why didn't you? You were vice president. You keep talking about all these things you're going to do and you're going to do this, but you were there just a short time ago and you guys did nothing.
We did.
You know, Joe, I ran because of you. I ran because of Barack Obama, because you did a poor job. If I thought you did a good job, I would have never run. I would have never run. I ran because of you. I'm looking at you now. You're a politician. I ran because of you.
All right, Vice President Biden, your response to that, and then I do have some questions for both of you.
Well, I tell you what, I hope he does look at me, because what's happening here is, you know who I am, you know who he is, you know his character, you know my character, you know our reputations for honor and telling the truth. I am anxious to have this race. I am anxious to see this take place. The character of the country is on the ballot. Our character is on the ballot. Look at us closely.
Let me ask some follow-up. Please respond, and then we're going to have follow-up.
If this stuff is true about Russia, Ukraine, China, other countries, Iraq, if this is true, then he's a corrupt politician. So don't give me the stuff about how you're this innocent baby. Joe, they're calling you a corrupt politician.
Nobody.
President Trump, I want to stay on the issue of race. We're talking about the issue
from hell.
President Trump, we're
Nobody.
talking about race right now, and I do want to stay on the issue of race. President Trump,
I have to respond to that.
Please,
because look,
very
there are 50 former national intelligence folks who said that what he's accusing me of is a Russian plan. They have said that this has all the five former heads of the CIA, both parties, say what he's saying is a bunch of garbage. Nobody believes it except his and his good friend Rudy Giuliani.
You mean the laptop is now another Russia hoax?
And that's exactly what.
Is this
that's
where you're
exactly
going?
what.
This is
going.
where he's going. The laptop is Russia.
Gentlemen, I want to stay on the issue of race.
You have to be kidding. Here we go again with Russia.
We're going to continue on the issue of race. Mr. President, you've described the Black Lives Matter movement as a symbol of hate. You've shared a video of a man chanting white power to millions of your supporters. You've said that black professional athletes exercising their First Amendment rights should be fired. What do you say to Americans who say that kind of language from a president is contributing to a climate of hate and racial strife?
Well, you have to understand, the first time I ever heard of Black Lives Matter, they were chanting pigs in a blanket, talking about police. Pigs, talking about our police. Pigs in a blanket, fry them like bacon. I said, that's a horrible thing. And they were marching down the street. And that was my first glimpse of Black Lives Matter. I thought it was a terrible thing. As far as my relationships with all people, I think I have great relationships with all people. I am the least racist person in this room.
Well, what do you say to Americans who are concerned by that rhetoric?
I don't know. I don't know what to say. I got criminal justice reform done and prison reform and opportunity zones. I took care of black colleges and universities. I don't know what to say. They can say anything. I mean, they can say anything. It makes me sad because I am the least racist person. I can't even see the audience because it's so dark, but I don't care who's in the audience. I'm the least racist person in this room.
Okay, Vice President Biden, let me ask you very quickly, and then I have a follow-up question for you.
Abraham Lincoln here is one of the most racist presidents we've had in modern history. He pours fuel on every single racist fire. Every single one. Started off his campaign coming down the escalator saying he's going to get rid of those Mexican rapists. He's banned Muslims because they're Muslims. He has moved around and made everything worse across the board. He says about the poor boys, last time we were on stage here, he said, I told them to stand down and stand ready. Come on. This guy is a dog whistle about as big as a foghorn.
President Trump, I'm going to give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have a follow-up.
You made a reference to Abraham Lincoln. Where did that come in? I mean,
you said you're Abraham Lincoln.
No, where did that? No. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community.
And I
didn't say I'm Abraham Lincoln. I said not since Abraham Lincoln has anybody done what I've done for the black community. Now, you have done nothing other than the crime bill, which put
Oh, God.
Tens of thousands of black men, mostly in jail.
All right, let me
And you know what?
let me
They
ask
remember
Vice
it
President
because if
Biden
you look
a
at what's
question.
happening with the voting right now,
Let me ask
they
Vice
remember
President
that we
Biden
treated them
about
very, very badly. Just take a look at what's happening out there.
Vice President Biden, let me give you a chance to respond within this context. Crime bills that you supported in the 80s and 90s contributed to the incarceration of tens of thousands of young black men who had small amounts of drugs in their possession. They are sons, they are brothers, they're fathers, they're uncles, whose families are still to this day, some of them suffering the consequences. So speak to those families. Why should they vote for you?
One of the things is that in the 80s, we passed 100%, all 100 senators voted for it, a bill on drugs and how to deal with drugs. It was a mistake. I've been trying to change it since then, particularly the portion on cocaine. That's why I've been arguing that, in fact, we should not send anyone to jail for a pure drug offense. They should be going into treatment across the board. That's what we should be spending money on. That's why I set up drug courts, which were never funded by our Republican friends. They should not be going to jail for a drug or an alcohol problem. They should be going into treatment. That's what we've been trying to do. That's what I'm going to get done, because I think maybe the American people have now seen that, in fact, it was a mistake to pass those laws relating to drug. But they were not in the crime bill.
But why didn't he get it done? See, it's all talk, no action with these politicians. Why didn't he get it done? That's what I'm going to do when I become president. You were vice president along with Obama as your president, your leader, for 8 years. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years to get it done. Now you're saying you're going to get it done because you're all talk and no action, Jim.
We got a lot of it done. We released 38,000. We got 38,000 prisoners left from.
You got nothing done.
38,000 prisoners were released from federal prison. There were over 1,000 people who were given clemency. In fact, we're the ones that put in the legislation saying we could look at pattern and practice of police departments and what they were doing, how they were conducting themselves. I could go on, but we began the process. We lost an election. That's why I'm running to win back that election and change his terrible policy.
I just asked one question. Why didn't you do it in the 8 years, a short time ago? Why didn't you do it? You just said, I'm going to do that. I'm going to do this. You put tens of thousands of mostly black young men in prison. Now you're saying you're going to undo that. Why didn't you get it done? You had 8 years with Obama. You know why, Joe? Because you're all talk and no action.
All right, Vice President Biden, and then we're going to move on to the next section.
We had a Republican Congress. That's the answer.
Well, you got to talk them into it, Joe.
All right.
You got to talk them into it.
We're going to move on to our next section.
Like I did with criminal justice reform. I had to talk Democrats into it.
Gentlemen, we're running out of time, so we got to get on to climate change, please. You both have very different visions on climate change. President Trump, you say that environmental regulations have hurt jobs in the energy sector. Vice President Biden, you have said you see addressing climate change as an opportunity to create new jobs. For each of you, how would you both combat climate change and support job growth at the same time? Starting with you, President Trump, you have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
So we have the Trillion Trees program. We have so many different programs. I do love the environment, but what I want is the cleanest, crystal clear water, the cleanest air. We have the best, lowest number in carbon emissions, which is a big standard that I notice Obama goes with all the time. Not Joe. I haven't heard Joe use the term because I'm not sure he knows what it represents or means, but I have heard Obama use it. And we have the best carbon emission numbers that we've had in 35 years under this administration. We are working so well with industry, but here's what we can't do. Look at China, how filthy it is. Look at Russia. Look at India. It's filthy. The air is filthy. The Paris Accord, I took us out because we were going to have to spend trillions of dollars, and we were treated very unfairly. When they put us in there, they did us a great disservice. They were going to take away our businesses. I will not sacrifice tens of millions of jobs, thousands and thousands of companies because of the Paris Accord. It was so unfair. China doesn't kick in until 2030. Russia goes back to a low standard, and we kicked in right away. It would have destroyed our businesses. So, you ready? We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Vice President
And we
Biden.
haven't destroyed our industries.
Vice President Biden, 2 minutes to you, uninterrupted.
Climate change, climate warming, global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it. And we're told by all the leading scientists in the world we don't have much time. We're going to pass the point of no return within the next 8 to 10 years. 4 more years of this man eliminating all the regulations that were put in by us to clean up the climate, to limit limit of emissions will put us in a position where we're going to be in real trouble. Here's where we have a great opportunity. I was able to get both all the environmental organizations as well as labor, the people worried about jobs, to support my climate plan. Because what it does, it will create millions of new good-paying jobs. We're going to invest in, for example, 50,000 charging stations on our highways so that we can own the electric car market of the future. In the meantime, China is doing that. We're going to be in a position where we're going to see to it that we're going to take 4 million existing buildings and 2 million existing homes and retrofit them so they don't leak as much energy, saving hundreds of millions of barrels of oil in the process and creating significant number of jobs. And by the way, the whole idea of what this is all going to do, it's going to create millions of jobs and it's going to clean the environment. Our health and our jobs are at stake. That's what's happening. And what right now, by the way, Wall Street firms indicated that my plan will in fact create 18.6 million jobs, 7 million more than his. This is from Wall Street. And I'll create $1 trillion more in economic growth than his proposal does. Not on climate, just on the economy.
President Trump, here
came out and said very strongly, $6,500 will be taken away from families under his plan, that his plan is an economic disaster. If you look at what he wants to do, if you look at his plan, his environmental plan, you know who developed it? AOC +3. They know nothing about the climate. I mean, she's got a good line of stuff, but she knows nothing about the climate. And they're all hopping through hoops for AOC +3. Look, their real plan costs $100 trillion. If we had the best year in the history of our country for 100 years, we would not even come close to a number like that. When he says buildings, they want to take buildings down because they want to make bigger windows into smaller windows. As far as they're concerned, if you had no window, it would be a lovely thing. This is the craziest plan that anybody has ever seen. And this wasn't done by smart people. This wasn't done by anybody. Frankly, I don't even know how it can be good politically. Right. They want to spend $100 trillion. That's their real number. He's trying to say it was 6. It's $100 trillion. They want to knock down buildings and build new buildings with little, tiny, small windows. I mean, and many other things.
Okay.
And many other things.
Let me have the Vice President respond, and we're running out of time, and we have a lot more questions to get to. So let's hear from the Vice President. I have a number more questions.
I don't know where he comes from. I don't know where he comes up with these numbers. $100 trillion. Give me a break. This plan is endorsed by every major environmental group and every labor group. Because they know the future lies. The future lies in us being able to breathe, and they know there are good jobs in getting us there. And by the way, the fastest growing industry in America is solar energy and wind. He thinks wind causes cancer, windmills. It's the fastest growing jobs, and they pay good prevailing wages, $45, $50 an hour. We can grow and we can be cleaner if we go the route I'm proposing.
President Trump, please respond, and then I have some follow-up.
We are energy independent for the first time. We don't need all of these countries that we had to fight war over because we needed their energy. We are energy independent. I know more about wind than you do. It's extremely expensive. kills all the birds. It's very intermittent. It's got a lot of problems, and they happen to make the windmills in both Germany and China. And the fumes coming up, if you're a believer in carbon emission, the fumes coming up to make these massive windmills is more than anything that we're talking about with natural gas, which is very clean. One other thing.
Find me a scientist
Solar.
said that.
I love solar, but solar doesn't quite have it yet. It's not powerful yet to really run our big, beautiful factories that we need to compete with the world. So it's all a pipe dream. But you know what we'll do? We're going to have the greatest economy in the world. But if you want to kill the economy, get rid of your oil industry. You want, and what about fracking?
All right, let me allow Vice President Biden to respond.
I never said I oppose fracking.
You said it on tape.
I did show the tape. Put it on your website.
I'll put it on.
Put it on the website. The fact of the matter is, he's flat lying.
Would you rule out banning fracking?
I do rule out banning fracking because the answer we need other industries to transition to get to ultimately a complete zero emissions by 2025. What I will do with fracking over time is make sure that we can capture the emissions from the fracking, capture the emissions from gas. We can do that, and we can do that by investing money and doing it. But it's a transition to that.
I have one more question in this pod.
He was against fracking. He said it. I will show that to you tomorrow. I am against fracking. Until he got the nomination, went to Pennsylvania. Then he said, but you know what, Pennsylvania? He'll be against it very soon because his party is totally against it.
Fracking on federal land, I said. No fracking or oil on federal land.
Let me ask this final question in this section, and then I want to move on to our final section. President Trump, people of color are much more likely to live near oil refineries and chemical plants. In Texas, there are families who worry the plants near them are making them sick. Your administration has rolled back regulations on these kinds of facilities. Why should these families give you another 4 years in office?
The families that we're talking about are employed heavily, and they're making a lot of money, more money than they've ever made. If you look at the kind of numbers that we produce for Hispanic, for Black, for Asian, it's 9 times greater, the percentage gain, than it was in 3 years, than it was under 8 years of the 2 of them, to put it nicely. 9 times more. Now, somebody lives, I have not heard the numbers or the statistics that you're saying, but they're making a tremendous amount of money economically. We saved it. And I saved it again a number of months ago when oil was crashing because of the pandemic. We saved it. We got, say what you want about relationship, we got Saudi Arabia, Mexico, and Russia to cut back, way back. We saved our oil industry, and now it's very vibrant again. And everybody has very inexpensive gasoline. Remember
Vice President Biden, your response, and then we're going to have a final question for both of you.
My response is that those people live on what they call fence lines. He doesn't understand this. They live near chemical plants that, in fact, pollute. Chemical plants and oil plants and refineries that pollute. I used to live near that when I was growing up in Claymont, Delaware. And all the more oil refineries in Marcus Hook and the Delaware River than there is any place, including in Houston at the time. When my mom get in the car and when there was first frost to drive me to school, turning the windshield up, there'd be oil slick in the window. That's why so many people in my state were dying and getting cancer. The fact is, those frontline communities, it doesn't matter what you're paying them. It matters how you keep them safe. What do you do? And you impose restrictions on the pollutions the pollutants coming out of those fence line communities.
Okay, I have one final
Would
question.
he close down the oil industry?
It falls.
Or would you close down the
By
oil
the way, I
industry?
would transition from the oil industry, yes.
Oh,
I would
that's
transition.
a big statement.
It is a big statement.
That's a big
because
statement.
I would stop.
Why would you do that?
Because the oil industry pollutes significantly.
I see.
Here's the deal. But
That's
you
a
can't
big
do that.
statement.
Well, if you let me finish the statement, because it has to be replaced by renewable energy over time. Over time. And I'd stop giving to the oil industry, I'd stop giving them federal subsidies. He won't give federal subsidies to the gas, to solar and wind.
Yeah.
Why are we giving it to oil industry?
We actually do
All right.
to solar and wind.
We have
That's
one
maybe the
final
biggest
question.
statement in terms of business. That's the biggest statement.
Okay.
Because
We have
basically
one
what he's
final
saying
question,
is he is
Mr.
going to
President.
destroy the oil industry. Will you remember that, Texas? Will you remember that, Pennsylvania, Oklahoma?
Vice President Biden, let me give you 10 seconds to respond, and then I have to get to the final question. Vice President Biden.
He takes everything out of context, but the point is, look, we have to move toward a net zero emissions. The first place to do that by the year 2035 is in energy production, by 2050 totally.
All right. One
Is he
final
going to get
question.
China to do it?
No, we're finished with
Is
this.
he
We
going
have
to
to
get
move on
China
to our
to do it?
final question.
No,
We have to
I'm
move
going
on
to
to our
rejoin
final
Paris
question.
Accord and make China abide by what they agreed to.
All right. This is about leadership, gentlemen. And this first question does go to you, President Trump. Imagine this is your inauguration day. What will you say in your address to Americans who did not vote for you? You'll each have 1 minute, starting with you, Mr.
We have to make a country totally successful as it was prior to the plague coming in from China. Now we're rebuilding it, and we're doing record numbers, 11.4 million jobs in a short period of time, etc. But I will tell you, go back. Before the plague came in, just before, I was getting calls from people that were not normally people that would call me. They wanted to get together. We had the best black unemployment numbers in the history of our country. Hispanic, women, Asian, people with diplomas, with no diplomas, MIT graduates, #1 in the class. Everybody had the best numbers. And you know what? The other side wanted to get together. They wanted to unify. Success is going to bring us together. We are on the road to success. But I'm cutting taxes, and he wants to raise everybody's taxes, and he wants to put new regulations on everything. He will kill it. If he gets in, you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen. Your 401ks will go to hell, and it'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
All right. Vice President Biden, same question to you. What will you say during your inaugural address to Americans who did not vote for you?
I will say, I'm an American president. I represent all of you, whether you voted for me or against me. And I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward because we have enormous opportunities to make things better. We can grow this economy. We can deal with the systemic racism. And at the same time, we can make sure that our economy is being run and moved and motivated by clean energy, creating millions of new jobs. And that's the fact. That's what we're going to do. And I'm going to say, as I said at the beginning, what is on the ballot here is the character of this country. Decency, honor, respect, treating people with dignity, making sure that everyone has an even chance. And I'm going to make sure you get that. You haven't been getting it the last 4 years.
All right. I want to thank you both for a very robust hour and a half, a fantastic debate. Really appreciate it. President Trump, former Vice President Joe Biden, thank you to Belmont University for hosting us tonight. And most importantly, thank you to those watching tonight. Election Day is November 3rd. Don't forget to vote. Thank you, everyone, and have a great night.
Thank you.
And an extraordinary final debate between the two candidates, much more substantive and a clash of ideas than we saw in the previous debate between the two candidates. It was as if the muting of the microphones worked, or each of them noticed where their standing was in the polls and knew what they had to do tonight. Gail, you called it. You said that this would be a different President Trump tonight.
Because I remember last time, the last 48 hours, people were counting. Donald Trump interrupted Joe Biden 73 times. So even his own supporters were saying that was not good. That was not good, and they were embarrassed for him. He came across, many thought, as obnoxious and a bully. And I think, people say Donald Trump doesn't listen to his advisors, but we kept hearing the last 48 hours his advisors saying he's going to tone it down. He knows what he needs to do. And this is probably the last time that he has an opportunity to talk to an audience that is not his base. So he knows that people are watching. Joe Biden had to go and do no harm, do no foul, don't rock the boat. I think both of them can walk out tonight and say, I did very well.
The first question posed to both the candidates is, what would you do in the future to change how the trajectory of the COVID pandemic is going? President Trump did not answer that question. Instead, he said, essentially, it's not his fault and that we're rounding the corner.
Yeah, this was an actual debate. I mean, as opposed to some of the other things we've had, there was a real exchange on this question is one of them. President Trump chose to defend his record, which is probably wise for him. This is a referendum on the president. It's not about 90 minutes of how he behaved tonight. It's about 4 years in office. And that's what he's got to defend. But he didn't do on that question, or even this last question, which was teed up nicely for the president and for Joe Biden, for them to, and the president didn't take advantage of those questions. Why is that important? Because the dynamic of the race is the president is behind, and this was the last major opportunity with everybody watching, and he needed more than just adequate. He needed to do something to change the dynamic of the race, and I don't think there was anything in tonight that changed the dynamic of the race, although there were really interesting exchanges both on COVID, the question of what to do, small business, minimum wage, North Korea, healthcare, the Obamacare versus the president's yet to be announced, long delayed plan on healthcare. So there was quite a lot of substance.
But John, do you think either one of them changed the dynamic of the race? If I was for both Biden supporters and Trump supporters, I would think my candidate did very well tonight in terms of addressing. I know there were many times Donald Trump didn't answer the question, but I think, because the last one was so off the rails, the fact that it was civil, I think, was a win.
Well, a win. But what the political scientists will say is, unless there's a major gaffe, or, for example, the way the president behaved in the first one, the polls don't change. If the polls don't change, Joe Biden is in better shape, because if this race is a referendum on the president's handling of COVID, which a lot of people think it is, the president gets very low marks on that. He did nothing tonight to argue about the future, because this future is going well into next year, and it has issues that are health related, but also the economy doesn't get fixed until COVID gets fixed.
Well, he's still saying he did a good job on COVID.
And the numbers are rising. The rebuttal to anything the president says about COVID comes in the next report on the number of cases in America, and the places that are now struggling are rural areas, which have harder time handling it at the hospitals. We're going to a very tough period. The president needed some kind of answer to throw into that future. He was talking about the past.
And I think we all know, tracking the president's rhetoric, he had been promising that a vaccine would come before election day. The science didn't bear that out, and the companies didn't like the political pressure. They wanted to make sure they had all the safety protocols in place. And as we've heard from the head of Pfizer, it won't be till late November, early December before they submit approval for a potential vaccine. And that's why all government officials had said for all of us, the widespread public, to get it, it would be April of next year at the earliest. Want to bring in CBS's Nicole Killian. She is standing by in the debate hall in Nashville. And Nicole, your impressions of this debate?
Well, I can tell you that the Biden campaign is very pleased with the former vice president's performance. They feel that they put the president on the defensive, particularly in the instance where he brought up the president's taxes. 1-8 telling me that he flipped the script on the president. The campaign also doesn't feel that the president's performance tonight changes the trajectory of this race, even if it did take on a softer tone. A few other key takeaways: the former vice president, clearly trying to make the argument that the president failed the American public on the pandemic. He also didn't take the bait when the president tried to challenge him. And then lastly, making that quintessential argument at the end that he would be an American president for all, trying to appeal to a broad swath of voters. Nora?
Nicole Killian, thank you. CBS's Paula Reed is at the White House, and we saw the president tonight. While he did not interrupt as much as he did in the previous debate, he was on the offense. He was, and we will fact check him later on in this broadcast, and he also made it personal about Biden's family.
He did, and that was part of the strategy tonight. I've been texting with some of the president's advisors, and one just texted me back saying the man stuck to the plan. And part of that plan was not to interrupt, to allow his opponent to speak, potentially make a mistake. The other part of the strategy was to bring up Biden's son, Hunter, put those accusations into the mainstream, and get them in front of tens of millions of voters. It appears on those 2 points, he succeeded.
Paula Reed, thank you. John, you were going to comment on that?
Well, it's a very low bar when you say the goal tonight is not to do the disastrous thing you did last time. That is a bar that you've got to do better than that when the race is not going your way.
You've got to be on the offense, but without being offensive. But do you think that the voters care about Hunter Biden?
No, but this is
Joe Biden didn't take the bait on that at all.
We have actually Reince Priebus, the former head of the Republican National Committee, and Trump's first chief of staff is with us, Valerie Jarrett, former senior advisor to President Barack Obama. I want to get them to weigh in. And Valerie, let me start with you. We knew that those attacks on Biden's family were coming. You saw Biden respond by saying, I've released all 22 years of my tax returns. Where are your tax returns? It's all out there. Well, that's right, Nora. And I think tonight the winners were the American people, particularly the undecided. They had an opportunity to see both men, their competency, their track records, their temperament. And I think that Vice President Biden did a very good job of speaking directly to the American people and framing all of his answers in the context of what it would mean to your life. And I don't think that the American people are interested in his son or any of those ancillary issues. They're interested in what's happening around their kitchen table. And that's where Joe Biden, I think, is at his strongest, from healthcare to the COVID-19 to race relations in our country to our stature around the world. Reince Priebus, you follow the polls, the state of the race so closely. Trump won the senior vote in 2016. He's now trailing Biden, according to the Wall Street Journal, with seniors by 27 points. What's happened in the state of this race?
Well, I don't know if that's true, Nora. I mean, that's certainly what the poll says, but I don't think that's the case. If that were the case, we'd be losing Florida by double digits right now, and that's just not true. I think President Trump probably wins Florida. I think things are a little bit tighter in this race than I think some of the people out there are talking about. But look, the president did a few things today, which was in the plan. Number one, I think he was charming tonight. I think he was presidential. I think he obviously let Biden talk, which Dickerson just alluded to, but that was important, to let Biden talk and give him some rope. But number three, he pivoted back to Biden a lot. And I think ultimately the biggest score for the president was when he said, all talk, no action. You've been in politics for 47 years. You're vice president for 8 years. You didn't do it. And here you are coming here and telling us about all your plans. I mean, there was a lot to talk about tonight. Obviously, we don't have the time to go through it all, but certainly a better debate. I think the president did very well, and I also think the moderator did a much better job.
Can we just touch...
Reince, can I ask you a question? Do you think that the president did anything to change the trajectory of this race tonight?
Well, you know, the margins, Gail, are so small. I mean, we're talking about 2 to 3% of the public out there that you can influence in a state like Wisconsin and Michigan. I mean, if you can influence 4,000 or 5,000 people in an entire state, it can be the difference between winning and losing. I mean, we're going to go to court potentially over ballot signatures and postage stamps for the next 2 months. Potentially. I hope not, but that could happen. So we're talking about influencing just a speck of people, and that's what it's coming down to.
All right. Reince Priebus and Valerie Jarrett, thank you both. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we're going to fact check the candidates when CBS News coverage of the presidential debate continues.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news for anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBSN Pittsburgh, your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on kdka.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming. Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
CBS and Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBS and Los Angeles, streaming 24/7. CBS and Pittsburgh. Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming, but most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Time for the fact check. Let's bring in CBS News Chief Washington Correspondent Major Garrett. Major?
We have three for you, Nora. Let's start with the first one. The President Trump said it will go away, referring to coronavirus. We're rounding the corner. It's going away. We rate that as false, and here's why. Coronavirus cases are currently increasing in at least 34 states, hospitalizations rising in 37 states, and here's a key statistic that backs us up on that false assertion. The U.S. is averaging 59,000 new cases per day, according to the New York Times database. That is the most on a daily average since August. The next one, President Trump said they spied on my campaign, the implication being President Obama, Vice President Biden, those in the Obama-Biden White House. Both the Senate Committee on Intelligence and the Department of Justice Inspector General report said that's not true. That's why we rate this as false. There are a lot of chapters and verses to this, and people will say, what about Carter Page? Yes, there was surveillance of Carter Page that has been roundly criticized, even by the Inspector General, but he was not a significant player at any time in the Trump campaign. The third one deals with former Vice President Biden's assertion that the Obama-Biden administration did not have a policy of separating families. We rate that as true. They were separated in rare instances to protect children, or if those that their parents were identified to be criminals or threats to the children, but it was not a systemic policy as it was with the Trump administration, an outgrowth of their zero tolerance policy on the border. Nora, you saw some of those facilities the Trump administration contracted with. That's why we rate the assertion by former Vice President Biden that there was no policy to separate families as true.
Very helpful. All right, we're going to be back with some final thoughts, including Trump's statement, "I'm the least racist person in this room." We'll be right back.
So, I've got a question for you. What if you could watch all the CCO news you want and see all your favorite CCOers anytime, anywhere? Well, you can. Go ahead and grab your phone. Come on, I know it's close by. And go to WCCO.com or get the app and poof, there we are, right next to all those other networks you stream. Bonus time, it's free. You heard right, zip nada zilch, for free. CBS in Minnesota, built by CBS News, powered locally by WCCO. Wherever you are, wherever you go, breaking Bay Area news, live.
This is CBSN Bay Area. I'm Michelle Griego.
CBSN Bay Area, in your hand, on demand, and absolutely free.
highly updated top local stories and weather where you live. Available everywhere. Powered by KPIX 5 News. CBSN Bay Area. Always on, always free at KPIX.com.
We spoke to black officers all around the country about the challenges that they face.
When you're not in uniform, are you ever concerned for your safety? Out of uniform, I'm just another guy. I'm a black man first.
CBSN Pittsburgh. Your neighborhood news, streaming 24/7. Anytime, anywhere. Find it on KDKA.com and on all your favorite devices.
The final debate and quite a lot to talk about. That final question, what would you say to the people who didn't vote for you? That's this question. Who can be moved? Well, there are small amounts of people that may make a difference in a close contest.
And it's a great question because this is what governing is about in an age of high partisanship. When you've got to convince the country to do something on a pandemic, you have to convince the whole country. You can't just talk to your base because the other half of the country is the one staying at home, being afraid and not going out and participating in the economy. You have to have the language to talk to the whole country. It's one of the ways we should test candidates for what the job is like. And the question teed that up, and people should go back and look at the answers and see who has the capacity to hear the part of the country that isn't in my base and speak to that part.
Donald Trump didn't really answer that question. Joe Biden did.
How did you see this contest?
Well, I was still struck by the question, the statement, I'm the least racist person in the room. Well, first I lost my hearing, and then I wondered who else was in the room. When you're a little kid, your mom always tells you actions speak louder than words. And when you look at the president's actions, the last debate, it was a clear dog whistle, many people believe, to the Proud Boys to stand back and stand by. He keeps saying that I denounce these white supremacist groups. But to denounce them, it says, I do not want your support.
But the question by Kristen Welker was really about what do you tell a family who's dealing with this? And so it evoked an empathetic answer. Instead, he said that Black Lives Matter.
Yes.
And then he went about how the chants that were allegedly said at some of the protests.
And listen, as someone who has had that conversation, and I thought Kristen pointed out really well whether your income level is here or your income level is here, because your skin doesn't change when you walk out of the house. I thought that she really hit that very well, and it would have been a really great opportunity for him to address that. And he did not. He spent a lot of time talking about, I've done this for HBCUs. He and Tim Scotty always brings up the opportunity zones, empowerment zones, which is a really good program. But when you don't really figure out a way to unite this community, which is really feeling right now under siege and a lot of pain, he never seems to really address that.
And that's where this listening and hearing come in. I think as the nation's top birther for 5 years, President Trump can't say he has to jump over that and say something else other than pure assertion. And it was interesting tonight to hear the president speak as he does in rallies in shorthand. I don't know if anybody knows what an AOC +3 is.
Outside of Washington, maybe not.
And even so. So he spoke very much in the staccato pattern of his rallies. Joe Biden was at pains, so much so that the president made fun of him, to talk about the widow or widower who reaches to the empty space in the bed because of COVID, to talk about the oil slick on his windshield. You can see him narrowcasting at those voters in those Midwestern states that he's trying to reach who are with those personal appeals.
Joe Biden said tonight the character of the country is on the ballot. He is trying to make this a referendum, not only about President Trump's leadership during this pandemic, but also the character of this man and what happens in the next 4 years. We want to remind everybody, join us on Tuesday, November 3rd, for CBS News live coverage of election night. And our coverage of this debate continues now on our 24-hour streaming network, CBSN. There's going to be more on your local news on this CBS station. I'm Nora O'Donnell. Our thanks to John Dickerson and Gail King. This is CBS News in Washington.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh!
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Tom.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming. Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You're donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks. It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
Understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
I've got an amazing story to share with you.
Understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
Hi, everyone. I'm Elaine Quijano. Thanks for joining us for our special coverage of the second and final 2020 presidential debate. President Trump and Joe Biden shared the stage together for one last time before the November 3rd election. Thursday night's debate featured a number of substantive exchanges on a range of critical issues, including the coronavirus, healthcare, and race in America. Their microphones were muted for certain portions to allow each of them to have 2 minutes of uninterrupted time to respond to a question. The president's tone was notably different compared to the first debate, which was marked by frequent interruptions and at times higher decibel levels. Well, tonight, voters were actually able to hear from the candidates, and the night kicked off with the candidates clashing over the president's handling of the coronavirus, which has killed more than 220,000 people in the United States. Now, both offered sharply different visions of how to handle the pandemic. The president defended his response and promised that a vaccine would be ready in weeks, while the former vice president warned the nation was heading toward a dark winter. The candidates also sparred over election interference and foreign entanglements. President Trump took aim at Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, over his business interests abroad. Both candidates accused each other of corruption. But is this all enough to change the minds of undecided voters in America? Important to note that more than 47 million Americans have already cast their ballots. Here's more of what you may have missed from the debate.
It will go away, and as I say, we're rounding the turn, we're rounding the corner. It's going away.
220,000 Americans dead. Anyone who's responsible for not taking control, in fact, not saying I take no responsibility initially. Anyone who's responsible for that many deaths should not remain as president.
I caught it. I learned a lot. Great doctors, great hospitals. We have to recover. We can't close up our nation. We have to open our school, and we can't close up our nation, or you're not going to have a nation.
He says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. That man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it with regard to Ukraine. We had this whole question about whether or not, because he was on the board, I later learned of Burisma, a company, that somehow I had done something wrong. Yet every single solitary person, when he was going through his impeachment, testifying under oath who worked for him, said, I did my job impeccably. I carried out U.S. policy. Not one single solitary thing was out of line.
His son didn't have a job for a long time, was sadly no longer in the military service. I won't get into that. And he didn't have a job. As soon as he became vice president, Burisma, not the best reputation in the world. I hear they paid him $183,000 a month. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better healthcare, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare.
He's already cost the American people, because of his terrible handling of the COVID virus and economic spillover, 10 million people have lost their private insurance. And he wants to take away 22 million more people who have it under Obamacare, and over 110 million people with pre-existing conditions. And all the people from COVID are going to have pre-existing conditions. What are they going to do? The fact of the matter is, there is institutional racism in America.
Nobody has done more for the black community than Donald Trump. Criminal justice reform. Obama and Joe didn't do it. We have done an incredible job environmentally. We have the cleanest air, the cleanest water, and the best carbon emission standards that we've seen in many, many years.
Climate change, climate warming, global warming is an existential threat to humanity. We have a moral obligation to deal with it.
If he gets in, you will have a depression the likes of which you've never seen. It'll be a very, very sad day for this country.
I'm going to make sure that you're represented. I'm going to give you hope. We're going to move. We're going to choose science over fiction. We're going to choose hope over fear. We're going to choose to move forward, because we have enormous opportunities to make things better.
Joining me now to break down the debate is Caitlin Huey-Burns, Nicole Killian, and Major Garrett. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter. Nicole is a CBS News correspondent. They both join us from Nashville, and Major is our CBS News chief Washington correspondent, joining us from Washington. Welcome. It's great to have you all. Nicole, you are there in the debate hall. I want to get your take on the president's strategy for this particular debate. It seemed to be noticeably different than the approach he took at the first debate.
Well, it was different, but in some ways it was the same. And look, ahead of the debate, Trump campaign official told me that certainly while the president was going to try to abide by the rules of this debate, if he felt the need to interject, he would. So I think you saw that tonight. He did show more restraint, but he also jumped in where he felt he wanted to challenge the former vice president. And so, certainly while we saw softer tone from both of the candidates, it did end up being more substantive for the viewers. Certainly, the Trump campaign is feeling pretty good about their candidate's performance, as is the Biden campaign, which tells me they feel that they put the president on the defensive tonight, that they feel that even though there was this softer tone, it may not have necessarily changed the trajectory of the race as far as the president's concerned.
Yeah, Caitlin, let me ask you, going into the night, what were officials at the Biden campaign saying about the mission for the former vice president tonight?
Well, the mission for Biden was the opposite of President Trump, which was to keep this race the way it is, keep it at status quo, not to do anything to disrupt the state of this race right now. And that's because Biden is leading in key battleground states, and he's leading on the issue of handling coronavirus. We've seen that in our polling in key states, that voters are disapproving of the president's handling of the pandemic, and that is contributing to Biden's lead in a few key states. So that's why you saw the Biden campaign try to not rock the boat and try to keep the pandemic front and center. This comes, of course, as the president seems to have been listening to advisors who, after the last debate, said that they wanted him to interrupt less and allow Biden more time to stumble. We didn't see huge stumbles from Biden tonight. The question, of course, is with 12 days left and 47 million people having already cast their ballots, does this do much to change the trajectory of the race? Republicans might look at tonight and think maybe it helped, and maybe it helped some down ballot Republicans in key Senate races that are going to be really big contests. The Biden team, however, believes that even if the president displayed a different kind of behavior than he did at the first debate, that the president is still who he is. And you heard that from Biden tonight, saying, you know who I am, you know who he is, the character is on the ballot.
Well, the debate started with President Trump being asked about a surging number of coronavirus cases. He talked about his own illness and had this to say about a potential vaccine. Let's listen.
We have a vaccine that's coming. It's ready. It's going to be announced within weeks.
President Trump, I'd like to follow up with you in your comments. You talked about taking a therapeutic. I assume you're referencing Regeneron. You also said a vaccine will be coming within weeks.
Yes.
Is that a guarantee?
No, it's not a guarantee, but it will be by the end of the year. But I think it has a good chance. There are two companies, I think, within a matter of weeks, and it will be distributed very quickly.
So, Major, what is the reality when it comes to a vaccine?
That it's in development, that the administration has poured billions of dollars into it, and with its Operation Warp Speed has prioritized this above any other COVID-19 response. And there are plenty of people in the academic and research world who say all the steps, or many of the steps the administration has taken, have moved this at an incredibly rapid pace. And if a vaccine that is accepted and responsive, meaning effective, can be developed by the end of this calendar year, that would be approximately warp speed. That's not before the election. That was a persistent promise of this president. It's not going to happen. And the very rhetoric that he used, almost trying to guarantee that, politicized the vaccine itself, dampening public willingness to accept a Trump manufactured, if you will, in a political context, vaccine. And the president's had to back off all of that. But that doesn't mean that if a vaccine is available and in tens of millions of doses by the end of this year, and given to the most vulnerable populations and frontline workers, that's not a net positive for this country. It most certainly will be. And the administration can at least point to some element of credit for that. The other problem, though, is cases keep increasing, hospitalizations keep increasing, and the president just seems stubbornly indifferent to that set of data. And that indifference wraps him ever tightly around his overall response and overall approach to this underlying pandemic, which is to say it's always going to be better, even when the data don't back that up.
And Nicole, I want to turn to you next. I know you have to get going in a few minutes, but there was a moment, and I'm going to call for this SOT number 10 control room coming up here, just so our viewers can understand the context of this response. The moderator, Kristen Welker, asked the candidates at one point about the issue of Black and Brown Americans. She said, I want to talk about the way Black and Brown Americans experience race in this country. She mentioned part of the experience being something called the talk, where you have people, regardless of class and income, people of color who are parents feeling as though they have no choice but to prepare their children for the chance that perhaps they could be targeted, including by the police, she said, for no reason other than the color of their skin. She very directly said, Mr. Vice President, in the next 2 minutes, I want you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children? Now let's go ahead and listen to the answers.
I do. You know, my daughter is a social worker. I never had to tell my daughter, if she's pulled over, make sure she puts, for a traffic stop, put both hands on top of the wheel and don't reach for the glove box because someone may shoot you. But a Black parent, no matter how wealthy or how poor they are, has to teach their child when you're walking down the street, don't have a hoodie on when you go across the street.
President Trump, same question to you, and let me remind you of the question. I would like you to speak directly to these families. Do you understand why these parents fear for their children?
Yes, I do. And again, he's been in government 47 years. He never did a thing except in 1994 when he did such harm to the Black community. And they were called, and he called them super predators. And he said that. He said it, super predators. And they have never lived that down. 1994, your crime bill, the super predators. Nobody has done more for the Black community than Donald Trump. And if you look, with the exception of Abraham Lincoln, possible exception, but the exception of Abraham Lincoln, nobody has done what I've done.
Nicole, how did that answer, in particular from President Trump, comport with what we've heard from the president on this issue of race in America in earlier kind of commentary and other scenarios where he's been asked about this?
Well, look, I mean, I think this is an argument that you've heard the president make many times before when the issue of race comes up, specifically as it relates to African Americans. He tries to make the case that he has done a lot for African Americans, but certainly many would challenge that based on some of his rhetoric. You also heard Kristen Welker ask him about that, you know, even with the first debate where he, you know, made that reference to the Proud Boys of, you know, stand back, stand down. So from that standpoint, you know, sometimes I think it's hard for some in the African American community to know really where this president comes down when you want to say you're doing a lot for them, but then you're also kind of making comments to the contrary. But look, you know, former Vice President Joe Biden had some explaining to do too. He has taken a lot of flack, particularly among African American males for that 1994 crime bill. You know, you heard him talk about, you know, it being a mistake as far as some of these harsher rules that have been on the books that led to the mass incarceration of African American men. You know, and we even talked to some Black male voters here in Nashville before the debate, and you know, one of them telling me they didn't feel that either candidate has really done enough and really have plans that fully address, you know, the African American community. Not knowing that it's not a monolith, but certainly they felt that both campaigns kind of had a little bit more that they needed to do on this issue. So I think you heard of both of the candidates try to make that appeal as best they can, even though they can't necessarily be in the shoes of a Black or brown person. You know, this did give them the opportunity to at least try to show that they understand some of the systemic racism that we have seen in this country, you know, for hundreds of years.
All right, Nicole Killian for us. Nicole, I know you have to get going. Thank you so much for staying up late with us. We really appreciate it. Let's continue our conversation. And Caitlin, I want to turn back to the issue of the coronavirus because, not surprisingly, Joe Biden did go after President Trump very forcefully on his response to the coronavirus. Let's go ahead and listen to some of that.
Says that we're learning to live with it. People are learning to die with it. You folks home will have an empty chair at the kitchen table this morning. that man or wife going to bed tonight and reaching over to try to touch their, out of habit, where their wife or husband was, is gone. Learning to live with it. Come on. We're dying with it.
So we heard Joe Biden, Caitlin, attacking the president's response. Did the former vice president give Americans a sense of what his own response to the pandemic would be if elected?
I think that line, learning to live with it versus learning to die with it, is something that you're going to hear the Biden campaign repeat over and over in the coming days, wanting to put a referendum on the president's handling of the pandemic. There have been questions about what would have been different under a Biden administration. He tried to make the argument that containing the virus would be also a way to contain the residual effects of it. That was also a line of questioning tonight. Is the response and the residual effects worse than the pandemic itself? The president on the debate stage and throughout this campaign has argued for opening things back up again, trying to put the virus behind him, even though cases are spiking, particularly in the Midwest. The Biden team has tried to say that in order to prevent some of these big effects, especially on the economy, containing the virus earlier on and acknowledging it would have been the way to go. That's a question that voters are going to have to answer when they ultimately cast their ballots, or something that would be on the minds as they cast their ballots. What's really interesting to me, having been on the ground in several key battleground states over the past couple of weeks, is that the virus, the pandemic is either everything or it's not. For Biden supporters, they often tell us that the pandemic is front and center. It's something that has altered the course of their lives. They've either known people that have died or suffered from the virus, or it's just uprooted their daily lives, not being able to send their kids to school or see their parents. For Trump supporters, when we ask them about the pandemic, it's not top of mind. Instead, the economy is. And they continue to say that they want the economy to get back to where it was before the pandemic. So it's really interesting to see kind of how this message is distilled depending on who you're supporting. Or maybe that's how it's shaping who you're supporting.
Let's turn to the issue of healthcare. It's, of course, a crucial issue in this election. Both President Trump and Joe Biden were asked about their respective plans tonight. In control room, I'm going to call for slot number 6 here next. But let's go ahead and play some of what the president said about his healthcare plan. Let's take a listen.
Here's the problem. No matter how well you run it, it's no good. What we'd like to do is terminate it. We have the individual mandate done. I don't know that it's going to work. If we don't win, we will have to run it, and we'll have Obamacare, but it'll be better run. But it no longer is Obamacare, because without the individual mandate, it's much different. Pre-existing conditions will always stay. What I would like to do is a much better health care, much better, will always protect people with pre-existing. So I'd like to terminate Obamacare, come up with a brand new, beautiful health care.
All right, so Major, evaluate that statement for us, knowing what we know about the Trump administration and its current posture towards Obamacare.
I'm sure it's true the president would like to come up with a beautiful health care plan. I'm sure that's true. He would like to. He never has. That's just a fact. He tried to argue that with Leslie Stahl in the 60 Minutes interview, a lot of us will see on Sunday, but there is no plan. There was an effort to create a plan back in the early stages of the Trump administration, when Republicans controlled the House and the Senate. The House passed a bill that the Senate Republicans couldn't abide, and the Senate Republicans couldn't pass a bill and go to conference over it. And the White House was left with nothing. And left with nothing has been the posture of the Trump White House ever since. Nothing, no plan. And the president can say he wants to protect pre-existing conditions and other component parts of the Affordable Care Act that are very, very popular. But to do that, you have to have some means of creating exchanges in the health insurance market and maintaining private insurance, what the president says he wants to do, and a means by which to accomplish that is different than the Affordable Care Act. And Republicans, not legislatively, not rhetorically, not even on the back of an envelope, have come up with something that does that. And until they do, it's all just rhetoric. And the voters have figured this out. It was a big issue in 2018 when Democrats regain control of the House. It is a big issue now. And when the president talks to former Vice President Biden and says, all you do is promise you never get anything done. On this issue of health care, he is just as vulnerable to that allegation because he's been the president. He had a Republican House and Republican Senate, didn't do it, and has done nothing with the Democratic House majority since. And this idea of him liking to have a plan, sure. I'd like to have a lot of things. But when you're president, you have to put pen to paper, write something down, and find a legislative compromise. No progress there.
Let's turn to the issue of immigration. And I specifically want to turn to an exchange between the candidates relating to the separation of families at the U.S.-Mexico border under the Trump administration. Let's go ahead and listen to that.
These 500 plus kids came with parents. They separated them at the border to make it a disincentive to come to begin with. Big, real tough. We're really strong. And guess what? They cannot, it's not coyotes didn't bring them over. Their parents were with them. They got separated from their parents. And it makes us a laughing stock and violates every notion of who we are as a nation.
Let me ask you a follow-up
Kristen,
question.
they did it. We changed the policy.
Your response
they
to
did
that?
It. We changed.
Did not
they built the cages. Who built the cages, Joe?
Let's talk about what
Who built the
talking
cages,
about. Let's
Joe?
talk about what we're talking about. What happened? Parents were ripped, their kids were ripped from their arms and separated. And now they cannot find over 500 sets of those parents, and those kids are alone. Nowhere to go. Nowhere to go. It's criminal.
Right. So for people, Major, who aren't familiar, the question there was really referencing this report where you have some 545 children whose parents were separated from them, who cannot now be found. Major, what did you hear in those answers? That exchange was quite lengthy. That was just part of it. But that was one of those moments where there was clearly a sharp distinction to be drawn between these two candidates.
A sharp distinction, but it was a classic effort by the president to take one slender fact and extrapolate it into an entire argument. The slender fact is there were some families under the Obama-Biden administration who, upon crossing the border, parents were separated from children. There were two distinct reasons for that. The children were deemed to be in jeopardy because the parents were untrustworthy, or one of the two parents, or in some cases just one, had a known criminal record. And that was something that they were not going to let the children stay with, and they were going to house that person attempting to cross the border without proper documentation in a criminal system because they were a known threat. And were there facilities with fencing involved? Yes. That's the slender fact. What he extrapolated in is the exact same thing that the Trump administration did, which is a complete falsehood. The Trump administration created a policy called zero tolerance, which meant anyone who attempted to cross the border without documentation was going to be held in custody. And when you were held in custody, parents were separated from children, everyone. And there were large facilities, and the federal government contracted with lots of different corporations to build them in Florida and in Texas. This became a large example and a visible one of this administration, the Trump administration's zero tolerance policy for attempting to cross the border without proper documentation. And the separation of the children was a necessary outgrowth of that policy decision. That policy did not exist during the Obama-Biden administration. So when former Vice President Biden said, we didn't do that as a matter of policy, he's correct. But then President Trump says, oh no, what about the cages? Who built the cages? Because there are pictures and there are some very slender examples of that. But that doesn't mean it was a policy, and it doesn't mean it was anywhere near as widespread as under the Trump administration.
Caitlin, on the issue of climate change. So President Trump has said that Joe Biden's climate plan is the Green New Deal, which Joe Biden has denied. He has said numerous times now that he would not ban fracking, but would invest more in renewable energy. Is he trying to appeal to people on both sides of the aisle with this climate plan?
Well, this is really a battle for voters in that key state of Pennsylvania, which was determined by about 44,000 votes in 2016. That's why you hear the president continuing to press the former vice president on his position. Biden has said that he would oppose new fracking on federal lands. And we've seen Biden also try to not only engage suburban voters around Philadelphia, but also speak to voters who turned out for Trump in 2016, trying to kind of build this broader coalition of revving up the Democratic Party base and new additions to it that we saw in 2018, while also trying to reach out to voters who may be inclined to support the president or had supported him before. So that's what this issue is really about. We see climate change as a key animating issue for Democratic voters. This was an issue that all the time on the campaign trail covering the Democratic primary, voters would bring up unprompted, particularly younger voters, because this is an issue, climate change is an issue that they have to deal with in their lifetimes. And so that's kind of where Biden is trying to go with this. And that's why the president, you heard him say, listen in Pennsylvania, listen in some of these other states to how the former vice president responded to that.
Finally, Major, I know a couple of weeks ago, I believe it was, on the Takeout, you had as your guests Corey Lewandowski and Dave Bossie, people whose names may not be familiar to folks outside of Washington, but who clearly have the ear of the president. And I wonder what your thoughts are on the president that we saw tonight and his approach, the strategy that he took, whether you think there's a connection there between the influence of those two who, as I think you've said on other shows, are now coming back into the fold.
Yes.
Within sort of the president's, very much back in the fold. Is that an influence that you saw tonight with respect to the president's performance?
Absolutely. And just to remind people, Corey Lewandowski was President Donald Trump's first campaign manager up until about the midsummer of 2016. And Dave Bossie became the deputy campaign manager late summer all the way crossing the finish line into the election victory in November. So they are significant players. They've never come into the Trump administration in any capacity, been invited to, or maybe some people have wanted to keep them out because they knew of their influence with President Trump. Either way, they've been on the outside, but now they're back in, not in a formal way. They're not getting paid, so far as I understand, but their advice is being sought on a regular basis. And what I saw tonight in the debate was two things. One, the debate commission did President Trump two enormous favors. One, it changed the rules, giving him something to bark about and complain about, and another part of the media or the Washington system that's against him. So it's a whipping boy for his supporters to get angry about. That's one thing. The other thing it did for him is it changed the rules in a way that allowed the debate prep team, which includes Corey Lewandowski and Dave Bossie, to say to the president, keep your mouth shut. Let Biden talk. Parry when you have your points, and use this to your advantage, which the president did. The rules forced this upon him, but it also allowed him to take the advice from his debate prep team more seriously to heart. Much of his debate performance reflected that. One other thing that also looks very much to me Lewandowski and Bossie influence. If you were to sort of take the main driving points of President Trump tonight, they were as follows: economy, not a career politician, corruption, and China. All four were part of the 2016 message against Hillary Clinton. All four. And many of those four did not show up in that first debate at all in any way, shape, or form. And the president tried to get back to those four. The biggest problem for the president on the corruption angle is people simply do not view former Vice President Biden in the way they did Hillary Clinton. Even some nominal and loosely attached Democrats thought there was something maybe shaky about the overall ethics of the Clinton family or Hillary Clinton. And most Republicans had already made up their mind about that, didn't need any persuasion, no convincing at all, because of a 20-year systematic effort by Republicans to so define Hillary Clinton. Former Vice President Biden does not exist in that world. So it's a much harder, much more aggressive campaign you have to wage. And in this late stage of the campaign, there's really no sense within the Trump campaign that it's going to stick and stick hard. But it was there, those four pillars: China, corruption, not a career politician, and the economy. All of that reflects the kind of counsel that I know Dave Bossie and Corey Lewandowski brought to the debate prep process.
All right. Well, Caitlin Huey-Burns and Major Garrett, we are now that much closer to November 3rd. I want to thank you both very much. Really appreciate it.
Sure.
And a reminder, our debate coverage will continue Friday starting at 9 a.m. Eastern right here on CBSN. And if you missed any of the past debates or an episode of Red and Blue, you can catch up right now on the CBS News website. Just head to cbsnews.com/red and blue. We are going to take a quick break, but we've got the rest of your day's news ahead. Stay with us. You're streaming CBSN.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh!
And reach for the stars.
There we are.
Todd.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
I'm open to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
debate of the 2020 election. For the first time since October 2016, President Trump will share the stage with a political opponent, Democratic presidential nominee and former Vice President Joe Biden. There's a look at the stakes for tonight. About 3/4 of likely viewers, people who say they'll watch, are tuning in to see how their candidate does. Just 6% say they're watching because they're still deciding whom to vote for. 6% may not sound like a lot, but it can take less than that to flip a state. 13 states, plus Nebraska's 2nd congressional district, saw a margin smaller than 6% in the 2016 election. Together, they're worth 162 electoral votes, more than half the 270 needed to win the presidency. Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killian join me now. Caitlin is CBSN's political reporter. She is in Cleveland tonight. And Nicole is a CBS News correspondent covering all things out of Washington. Welcome to you both. All right, Caitlin, let me start with you. The number of persuadable voters may be relatively small, but how important are undecided voters at this moment in the campaign?
Right, that number of undecided voters is very small. We have fresh new polling out from CBS News that shows a vast majority of people that are going to be watching this debate tonight, likely voters. 73% say that they've already chosen a candidate and they're tuning in to see how that candidate does. About 41% are tuning in just for the entertainment value alone. About 8% are tuning in because they have nothing else to watch. So maybe they've exhausted all of the options on Netflix. And here's the key number, 6%. 6% of likely voters in our poll tonight say they are tuning in to figure out who they are going to vote for. So it's a very small margin, a very small number. We've been talking all day about, are there any of these persuadable voters left in an election that is increasingly becoming all about turning out your base? Who are these voters that are going to be tuning in tonight? Just 6% of them looking to see how Biden and Trump do against each other. We know, as we've been talking about also, that Democratic Party voters have been waiting for tonight this entire campaign, going all the way back to Iowa in 2019 when I was out there covering one of the first presidential events by Elizabeth Warren, who announced her candidacy. Voters even then were saying that the way that they were going to measure up these candidates running for the Democratic nomination was imagining them on a debate stage with Donald Trump. So tonight we'll see what their expectations are and if they paid off.
Yeah, I remember you telling us about that all those months ago. Well, Nicole, of course, one big difference about this election cycle is that voting is already underway. Close to 1.3 million people have already voted. In the battleground state of Wisconsin, they're already at a 10th of 2016 turnout. So how does that change the dynamic of the race and the debates?
Well, I think it does and it doesn't. I mean, that is a lot of people, but there's still a lot of people who haven't voted. And so whether someone is voting absentee, voting by mail, voting early in person, which we've seen that in a number of states, or just waiting until election day to cast their vote, voters make up their minds when they make up their minds. And while many have, there are still some out there that haven't. I've been traveling across the country, even if it is a relatively small number by our polling standards. Certainly this presents an opportunity for voters to put these two candidates as side by side and see how they match up against each other. And also, again, as Caitlin mentioned, certainly with the latest polling also showing that people just want to see how these candidates do. And I was struck by that number that some are just tuning in for the entertainment value of it all. But, the bottom line is certainly it will be a factor for some voters as far as their decision. To others, it may reinforce the decision they've already made.
Yeah. Well, we know that tonight's debate topics are broken up into 6 different segments as chosen by the moderator, each for about 15 minutes. Caitlin, in which topics do you see the candidates gaining an advantage?
Well, I think the focus on 2 topics that are top of mind for voters heading into this November election, the coronavirus pandemic and the economy. On the coronavirus pandemic, Joe Biden has shown in battleground states and nationally that he leads on that measure.
The president and Joe Biden have each been preparing in different ways for this debate, and we've seen them both on the debate stage before, President Trump last in 2016, and Joe Biden as recently as March. How might they approach this debate?
Well, I think in one of two ways or a combination of both. I think if they stick to the script, I think you will hear, for instance, the president make the argument of, I've been doing more in 47 months than Joe Biden has in 47 years. That's been the argument he's been making most recently on the campaign trail. And so I think you will hear that thread through any number of topics, whether it is the pandemic, the economy, race, law and order, even with the Supreme Court nominee. So that's one possibility. And of course, Biden, the mantra he's been sounding as of late has been the Scranton versus Park Avenue approach. And so with the story that broke a couple of days ago on the president's taxes, this allows him to hammer that message home as well, that he's the one looking out for the little guy, the average worker out there, while the president has, kind of lived the high life his whole life. And so I think, again, you will hear the former vice president make that argument across all the topics tonight. If they go off script, all bets are off. I mean, I think that's really certainly one thing I'll be watching for, but I think what a lot of people will be watching for, especially those who said they're looking for the entertainment value here, how will the gloves come off? Will these guys go after each other? If you have followed the president and watched his campaign rallies, he can go in on Joe Biden. Joe Biden equally can hit back. And we even heard the vice president just tonight at a debate watch party saying that the president is going to bring the fight to Joe Biden tonight. So to the extent that this does become a knockout, drag out fight, that is certainly something that I think many will be watching for as well. So on script, off script, we'll just have to see, or a combination of both, like I said.
Right, something like that. All right, Caitlin Huey-Burns and Nicole Killian, great to have you both. Thank you. As we mentioned, the president has not been on a debate stage since 2016. Back then, Philippe Reines played the role of then Republican nominee Donald Trump for Hillary Clinton's debate prep. Here's some of what they had to prepare for.
A good job in the 1990s. I think a lot about what worked and how we can make it work again.
Well, he approved NAFTA.
New jobs, a balanced budget,
which is the single worst trade deal ever approved in this country.
Incomes went up for everybody. Just join the debate by saying more crazy things. Now, let me say
there's nothing crazy about not letting our companies bring their money back into their country.
This is Secretary Clinton's 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, well, let's start the clock again, Lester. Starting when I was a senator from New York. But that's not the point here.
Why didn't you do it? Why didn't you do it?
Because I was a senator with a Republican president.
Oh, really?
I will be the president.
You could have done it. If you were an effective, senator, you could have done it. If you were an effective senator, you could have done it. But you were not an effective.
Please allow her to respond. She didn't interrupt you.
That's part of my commitment to raise taxes on the wealthy. My Social Security, payroll contribution will go up, as will Donald's, assuming he can't figure out how to get out of it. But what we want to do is to replenish the Social Security Trust Fund.
And former Deputy Assistant Secretary of State and Senior Advisor to Hillary Clinton, Philippe Reines, joins me now. Philippe, welcome. So you said that the key to beating President Trump in a debate is to, quote, get out of his way. What did you mean by that?
First, I want to thank you for that just lovely walk down memory lane.
How'd you feel about that, Philippe?
Parts of it I want to laugh, parts of it I want to cry. I'll probably do it after we hang up. What I mean by that is, look, there is one Donald Trump. People argue which Donald Trump are we going to see. There's one. You see him, you cover the White House, you see what's happening every single day. You see it 3 to 5 times a week for the last 6 months. That guy is showing up tonight. There's no other guy. So that guy is not doing well. That guy, he's got his 40%, but the rest of America is not so keen on the bluster, on the bombast, on the line. Now, it makes good TV, and if Donald Trump's strategy is to really take advantage of the biggest audience he's going to have this campaign, then yeah, he can enjoy himself, and maybe even some people will say he won the debate, but he's losing the race. And if his goal were to come into this debate and try to do some good for himself, he would take a different approach. But as a human being, he's not capable of doing it. So everyone's focused on how is Joe Biden going to react? What is Joe Biden going to say? Is he going to fact check it? Is he going to keep his cool? Is he going to lose his cool? The truth of the matter is, if I were Joe Biden, I would say, hi, Chris Wallace, the moderator, thank you for being here tonight, and thank you to Case University for hosting us. And with that, I yield my 45 minutes to Donald Trump, because the guy never misses an opportunity to miss an opportunity. And while 4 years ago it was hard to watch about those clips, was that you do see how within the interrupting and the histrionics, he's delivering message, whether it was job creation or trade, and he was getting in his knocks on her. Now he doesn't do that. Now when he opens his mouth, it's a list of grievances about how slippery ramps are and about how perfect his transcripts are and angry Democrats. And it's one thing if he stands in the Rose Garden and he has all the time in the world to go off for 50 minutes and throw in some stuff about Joe Biden. He's got 2 or 3 minutes at a shot tonight. If he wants to send, each of those men have to decide, do I want to spend 90 minutes quarreling with the other guy, or do I want to spend 90 minutes talking to the audience? It's clear what choice Trump is going to make. It's clear that Joe Biden knows the more he talks to the audience, the better he is. That doesn't mean he's going to stand there and take whatever comes at him. And by the way, if he just stood there and took it, a lot of people would say, including me, I don't want to see someone who can't defend themselves, who can't be strong in the face of being bullied. So Joe Biden has a hard job, but Donald Trump has a bigger task. And I'm pretty confident that he's going to blow it. And even the last thing I'll say is, in the 1% chance that he took this mythical debate drug himself and he were to give a good performance and say, everyone should wear a mask and we're going to test more, it'll stop tomorrow. He'll undo anything he does. So that guy's going to show up and that guy is losing. And that guy is counting on Joe Biden to, I don't know, have some kind of health event that disqualifies himself. I mean, it's a pretty passive plan.
You know, Philippe, I want to ask you a question having to do with gender, because you raised this notion of Donald Trump interrupting Secretary Clinton during the debate. Let's go ahead and, at the risk of alienating you, Philippe, we're going to play for some of our viewers here who may have missed our montage off the top, just a little bit of what we saw in 2016. Let's listen.
It's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
You know, Philippe, I'm not even sure what the question is. I think I start with this idea. Do you think there is a difference in the expectation of a male candidate versus a female candidate when it comes to engaging in these kinds of verbal confrontations in a place like a general election debate?
There's absolutely no doubt. I mean, no one tonight is going to look at Joe Biden and say, oh, he interrupted Donald Trump. How, testy of him or how touchy of him. Hillary Clinton was the first major party nominee, without going down this path too much. We look at these debates and we look at moments like these and we try to envision a president. We only had 44 men who have been president, so it's hard, it's impossible to imagine a woman. Now, Hillary herself has written in her book, in that moment later on where he's stalking her, that I want to turn around and take back off of her. You know what? The idea that everyone would applaud and think that's so great, it would have been good TV. And in hindsight, I wish she'd done it. But we'd also be talking about, does she have the temperament? Did she lose her cool? Did she, is she too words that I won't say on, family-friendly mediums? And Joe Biden
does that
have
give
to
Joe
worry
Biden
about
an advantage? Sorry, Philippe, I don't mean to interrupt, but does that mean Joe Biden has an advantage that Hillary Clinton didn't?
It is. I mean, that one clip, he said she is such a nasty woman. We're all sitting here like, oh yeah, I remember that moment. That's just another day in our life. He wouldn't have said that. He's not going to say, he might say to Chris Wallace, that's such a nasty question, or that is such a nasty person. And maybe he says to Joe Biden, you're so nasty, but it's different. When he said, what he won't say, which he said to Hillary, she doesn't have that presidential look. And I don't think he was talking about her tie or lack of. He was saying she's a woman, that she's shorter, she can't bench press as much. I mean, I don't even know what he's saying, but you know it when you hear it. And no, it's not something that Joe Biden has to deal with. And unfortunately, that's probably going to redound to his benefit. I mean, Hillary I love her to death, and I've worked for her and known her since 2002, but she has an incredibly annoying habit of being right about 4 or 5 years too early.
Well, let me ask you this. If you're Joe Biden, do you see these debates more as an opportunity or a potential liability, given what we've seen so far with respect to the trajectory of this contest?
No, I would be excited if first of all, as a human, these people get nervous too. And, he spends some time to figuring out what kind of tie he should wear. But if I were Joe Biden, he knows he's ready. It might get ugly. He'll have good moments, he'll have bad moments, but he knows that this is the best opportunity to talk to audiences that might not ever see. I mean, this is just a lot of people. You're going to have people tonight that are tuning in to Fox to watch Tucker who are going to say, oh, I'm bumping into a debate. They're going to see them for 90 minutes. They're going to see them without a filter. Now, they might be yelling and talking over each other, but it's not until later at night that the likes of Sean Hannity gets their hands on these clips and starts to say other things. And that does not benefit Donald Trump. Donald Trump needs that filter. He needs the artificial, the guy, Brit Hume on Fox a little while ago said that he's convinced that Joe Biden is senile. You know what the problem is? Joe Biden's not senile. And we're all about to see that he's not senile. And yes, these are opportunities. And it's in very simple terms, the debate is a huge moment, but it's just another moment. His convention speech was a moment. His being yesterday at a rally is a moment. His giving a speech next week is a moment. This campaign is a totality of moments. And Joe Biden's have been consistent. What Joe Biden says tonight is what he's going to say tomorrow is what he said last month. And that seems to be working with enough people to put him in office, hopefully. Donald Trump, what he says tonight, some of it will be the same, but he's so proud of the fact that he's got new lines of attack on Joe Biden. I'm sorry, if it's 35 days left and you're still trying to figure out what to say, then you aren't just blowing a big moment. You've been blowing every moment until now.
All right. Well, we are just minutes away. Philippe Reines. Philippe, thank you very much for joining us.
No, thank you for having me.
Still to come, we'll talk President Trump's strategy for tonight with RNC Senior Advisor for Data, Katie Walsh-Shields. Stay with us. You're streaming Red and Blue.
Or maybe he doesn't want the American people, all of you watching tonight, to know that he's paid nothing in federal taxes, because the only years that anybody's ever seen were a couple of years when he had to turn them over to state authorities when he was trying to get a casino license, and they showed he didn't pay any federal income tax. So if he's paid zero, that means zero for troops, zero for vets, zero for schools or health. And I think probably he's not all that enthusiastic about having the rest of our country see what the real reasons are.
Go to the ends of the earth.
Right now.
We got something crazy.
Oh!
And reach for the stars.
Here we are.
Time.
Yes, it's my comeback.
Hey, this is pretty fun. But wait, there's more.
Experience thought-provoking,
Welcome to the idea of being a human being.
innovative, and truly original reporting.
Look through a telescope and go, wow.
Because there's always something new under the sun on CBS Sunday morning.
COVID has taken the lives of tens of thousands of Americans. Rural areas like this here in Navajo Nation are especially hit hard.
15 to 30% of our Navajo citizens don't have running water.
In any indigenous reservation, there is a shortage of physicians.
Native Americans are amongst the most vulnerable and hardest hit by COVID.
Yeah, the more we lose our elders to COVID-19, the more we lose our language and our way of life.
We need to bring awareness to the attention of Washington, D.C. and United States citizens that there is a need to focus on the first citizens of this country.
In 60 years, we went from about 100,000 factory workers to probably about 7,000.
Off in the distance, you can see some factories that are still humming. Most of them are just kind of abandoned.
The restaurant industry right now is one of the largest and fastest growing industries in America. And yet it continues to be the absolute lowest paying employer in the United States.
Barely anybody's making enough to live.
You were donating plasma to get by.
It's literally a slave wage.
I don't remember growing up like this. My mom didn't have to go to food banks.
It's pretty sad.
Even really young kids are feeling what's going on right now. How should parents be talking to them about this whole question of racial justice?
How do we embrace this moment and turn it into real change?
What we really must focus on is moving from protesting to policy.
Join Gail, Anthony, and Tony on CBS This Morning.
CBSN Los Angeles. Get local news, breaking news, anytime, anywhere.
It's easy to find us, and it's free.
Download the CBS News app on your favorite devices. CBSN Los Angeles, streaming 24/7.
You can watch CBSN 24/7.
We've got an amazing story to share with you.
Understand you have some breaking news.
How does it all play out?
It's quite an adventure here at CBSN.
It's been a day.
We're just minutes away from the start of the first debate between President Trump and Joe Biden. Mr. Trump is the first incumbent in 28 years to enter the first debate, trailing in national polls. Katie Walsh-Shields joins me now. She is a senior advisor for data at the Republican National Committee and former chief of staff at the RNC. Welcome to you, Katie. Thanks for joining us. So both President Trump and Joe Biden are trying to win over this small sliver of undecided voters. What role does a debate play in attracting those voters?
Well, thanks for having me. I think the debate plays an important role in that it'll be the first time that voters will see the president and former Vice President Biden on the same stage as a contrast. And I think that's a big deal. We really haven't seen former Vice President Biden campaign very much. We haven't seen him on the trail. When we have, he's had a certain level of gaps. And so I think this will be the first time that the voters can see them side by side. I think that'll be a big opportunity for, as you mentioned, a small sliver of voters, but still I think it'll make a difference.
All right, I'm going to let our audience know on the left of our screen there, we are looking at live pictures, we were, of Case Western Reserve University, of course, where that debate is set to get underway minutes from now. So we know the basic topics for tonight. Katie, which ones do you think the president could use to his advantage the most out of the list?
Well, I think the economy is clearly the president's strong suit. I think he'll talk a lot about the 10.6 million new jobs he's created in the last 4 months since we've kind of reopened post-shutdown with coronavirus. And I think that'll be something he'll come back to over and over again. There are just so many things that are tied to getting people back to work, including opening schools, getting kids back in school. A lot of people get their health care from their work, from their jobs. And so you'll see the president come back over and over again, I believe, to how important it is to keep the economy open, how vital it is to make sure that we're getting people back to work, and contrasting that with Joe Biden, who has directly said he would be for another shutdown if we had an outbreak.
Yeah, I do want to ask you more about the pandemic because the president has made a number of contradictory statements about the coronavirus pandemic. We know from polling that many people are skeptical about a vaccine. The president insists that one will be ready within weeks. Medical experts, though, who work for him say that's not true. And I wonder what you think the president's approach should be in talking about this, given the fact that we know there are Americans who look at this notion of when a vaccine comes out, they feel as though they won't necessarily be in line first to get it because there has been a lot of political kind of conversation surrounding the push for this vaccine.
I think the Democrats have actually made an even bigger political statement on this. You've seen Senator Harris come out and say she actually wouldn't take the vaccine even if it came out. And I think that confuses the American public, and we'll continue to have this conversation between the president, who I think has been incredibly helpful in terms of his Operation Warp Speed and taking regulation out of the drug approval process to try and get a drug to market faster. I think once we have a vaccine, it'll come in record time. And I think you will see the Democrats, Vice President Biden and Senator Harris, constantly skeptical of it. And I think the American public will see through that, because the American public says, look, a vaccine should not be political. We need to protect our seniors. We need to get people back to work. We need to protect our vulnerable individuals as it relates to the COVID virus. And so I think they will kind of see through that ploy, but I think the president should be committed for his work on Operation Warp Speed.
All right, we just saw moments ago the various family members from both candidates entering the debate hall. There you see the moderator, Fox News' Chris Wallace, addressing the audience now, but certainly in a sign of these COVID-19 times, you saw those family members were all wearing masks and their chairs appeared to be socially distant. I do also want to ask you, Katie, about health care. When are we going to see specifics on the president's health care plan? And what are your thoughts about it getting past a Democratic-controlled Congress?
I don't think we've seen many things get through in the last 4 years, or excuse me, the last 2 years with the Democrat-controlled House. So I'm not terribly optimistic that anything would get passed with the Democrat-controlled House. But I do think you'll see the president continue to talk about covering pre-existing conditions, about lowering prescription drug prices. He's been really tough on the pharmaceutical companies, which is not historically a position that Republicans have taken. And so I think it is really something that he will continue to talk to seniors about. It's a main issue to seniors over and over again when you look at polling, is prescription drug prices. And so I think you'll see the president continue to talk about the elements of a healthcare plan that he thinks are important, but I don't think there's much chance that anything gets through the Democrat-controlled House.
So we shouldn't expect a sort of comprehensive plan, more piecemeal kind of elements, as you say, of what he would like to see in healthcare.
Well, I'm sure the White House may put out a policy paper that kind of outlines what he would like to see in a bill. But I think, the president will, understand that getting something through a Democrat-controlled House is very unlikely. And so he'll continue to put his benchmarks out and say, these are the things that I would want in a healthcare bill. If we're going to talk about what is important with healthcare to the American public, this is what I want to see. And I think he'll maybe put out position papers. I think you'll see the president communicate that directly, as he often does with American people, but I don't think you'll see any movement on it. And so I think you'll continue to see Democrats and Republicans kind of going back and forth on what they think is important, but I don't know that we'll see an actual bill to speak of.
All right, Katie Walsh-Shields. Katie, thanks very much for your time.
Thanks for having me.
And the first debate between President Trump and Joe Biden is about to get started. Let's go to our CBS News Primetime Special.
When, and we'll do it together. Former Vice President Joe Biden.
This is the most important election in the history of our country.
President Donald Trump.
Maybe he's going to be great at the debate. He's been doing it for 47 years.
The first presidential debate.
Have you begun to prepare for debates against President Trump?
I can hardly wait.
Good evening. I'm Nora O'Donnell with Gail King and John Dickerson in the nation's capital, and we are just moments away from the first presidential debate between President Donald Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. After months of loving long-distance attacks, aides for both candidates say tonight the gloves and the masks will come off. The two men arrived at the debate hall at Case Western Reserve University in Cleveland a short time ago. They are not expected to shake hands because of the coronavirus pandemic.
And let's not forget, as we come on the air tonight, this virus has killed more than 205,000 Americans. This pandemic has led the U.S. into its worst economic contraction since the Great Depression. More than 26 million Americans are claiming unemployment benefits, and two late developments have thrown a lit match into an already volatile race. The Republicans' effort to quickly replace the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg with conservative Judge Amy Coney Barrett, and the latest revelations about President Trump's taxes.
So the stage is set for this first showdown. There will be no opening statements. Chris Wallace of Fox News will be asking the questions. He was chosen by the Presidential Debate Commission, and he's identified 6 main topics: the Trump and Biden records, the Supreme Court, COVID-19, the economy, race and violence in cities, and the integrity of the election.
It is going to be quite a night ahead. Let's bring in CBS's Ben Tracy at the White House. And Ben, what are you hearing from the Trump campaign?
Well, Nora, we're hearing that President Trump is ready to joust and that he feels that Joe Biden's family and his cognitive abilities are fair game in this debate. Now, the president is expecting the first question out of the gate will be about his taxes, these revelations that he basically did not pay any federal income tax for years. We're also told by the campaign as they're trying to play down the president's preparation for this debate that he actually has been practicing, and they say he's ready for any question that may come his way.
Ben Tracy, let's turn now to CBS's Ed O'Keefe. He is in the debate hall where the anticipation is building. Ed?
Nora, good evening. Once they get rocking and rolling here in Cleveland tonight, expect Biden to focus on 2 key things: the president's taxes and his handling of the coronavirus pandemic and the economic downturn. His aides believe if he keeps focused on those 2 issues, he can maintain his lead in battleground states. One thing we shouldn't expect Biden to do tonight is serve as a real-time fact checker. He'd suggested earlier this month that's what he wanted to do. His aides now say he'll instead try speaking directly to the American people. Here in the room tonight, we count about 107 invited guests. That's down from the usual 900 who observe these debates in person. Nora?
Ed O'Keefe, thank you. And John, does Trump know that he has to change the trajectory of this race as it stands now?
Absolutely. You can hear Ben Tracy say it, which is he's going to be going at all over the place because he wants to shake things up. That's always been his way.
The debate is about to begin. Here now, the moderator, Chris Wallace.
Good evening from the Health Education campus of Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic. I'm Chris Wallace of Fox News, and I welcome you to the first of the 2020 presidential debates between President Donald J. Trump and former Vice President Joe Biden. This debate is sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates. The commission has designed the format, 6 roughly 15-minute segments with 2-minute answers from each candidate to the first question, then open discussion for the rest of each segment. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules. For the record, I decided the topics and the questions in each topic. I can assure you, none of the questions has been shared with the commission or the 2 candidates. This debate is being conducted under health and safety protocols designed by the Cleveland Clinic, which is serving as the health security advisor to the commission for all 4 debates. As a precaution, both campaigns have agreed the candidates will not shake hands at the beginning of tonight's debate. The audience here in the hall has promised to remain silent. No cheers, no boos or other interruptions, so we, and more importantly you, can focus on what the candidates have to say. No noise except right now, as we welcome the Republican nominee, President Trump, and the Democratic nominee, Vice President Biden. Gentlemen, a lot of people have been waiting for this night, so let's get going. Our first subject is the Supreme Court. President Trump, you nominated Amy Coney Barrett over the weekend to succeed the late Ruth Bader Ginsburg on the court. You say the Constitution is clear about your obligation and the Senate's to consider a nominee to the court. Vice President Biden, you say that this is an effort by the president and Republicans to jam through an appointment and what you call and abuse of power. My first question to both of you tonight: why are you right in the argument you make, and your opponent wrong? And where do you think a Justice Barrett would take the court? President Trump, in this first segment, you go first. 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chris. I will tell you very simply, we won the election. Elections have consequences. We have the Senate, we have the White House, and we have a phenomenal nominee, respected by all, top academic, good in every way, In fact, some of her biggest endorsers are very liberal people from Notre Dame and other places. So I think she's going to be fantastic. We have plenty of time, even if we did it after the election itself. I have a lot of time after the election, as you know. So I think that she will be outstanding. She's going to be as good as anybody that has served on that court. We really feel that. We have a professor at Notre Dame, highly respected by all, said she's the single greatest student he's ever had. He's been a professor for a long time at a great school. And we won the election, and therefore we have the right to choose her. And very few people knowingly would say otherwise. And by the way, the Democrats, they wouldn't even think about not doing it. If they had, the only difference is they try and do it faster. There's no way they would give it up. They had Merrick Garland, but the problem is they didn't have the election, so they were stopped. And probably that would happen in reverse also. Definitely would happen in reverse. So we won the election, and we have the right to do it, Chris.
President Trump, thank you. Same question to you, Vice President Biden. You have 2 minutes.
Well, first of all, thank you for doing this. And looking forward to this, Mr. President.
Thank you, Joe.
The American people have a right to have a say in who the Supreme Court nominee is. And that say occurs when they vote for United States senators and when they vote for the President of the United States. They're not going to get that chance now because we're in the middle of an election already. The election has already started. Tens of thousands of people have already voted. And so the thing that should happen is we should wait. We should wait and see what the outcome of this election is, because that's the only way the American people get to express their view is by who they elect as president and who they elect as vice president. Now, what's at stake here is the president's made it clear he wants to get rid of the Affordable Care Act. He's been running on that, he ran on that, and he has been governing on that. He's in the Supreme Court right now trying to get rid of the Affordable Care Act, which will strip 20 million people from having insurance, health insurance now, if it goes into court. And the justice, and I'm not opposed to the justice, she seems like a very fine person. But she's written before she went on the bench, which is her right, that she thinks that the Affordable Care Act is not constitutional. The other thing is on the court, and if it's struck down, what happens? Women's rights are fundamentally changed. Once again, a woman could be held pay more money because she has a pre-existing condition of pregnancy. They were able to charge a woman more for the same exact procedure a man gets. And that ended when we, in fact, passed the Affordable Care Act. And there's 100 million people who have pre-existing conditions, and they'll be taken away as well. Those pre-existing conditions, the insurance companies are going to love this. And so it's just not appropriate to do this before this election. If he wins the election and the Senate is Democrat or Republican, then he goes forward. If not, we should wait until February.
All right. There aren't 100 million people with pre-existing conditions. As far as the say is concerned, the people already had their say. Justice Ginsburg said very powerfully, very strongly, at some point, 10 years ago or so, she said a president and the Senate is elected for a period of time, but a president's elected for 4 years. We're not elected for 3 years. I'm not elected for 3 years. So we have the Senate, we have a president.
It's elected to the next
during
election.
that period of time, we have an opening. I'm not elected for 3 years. I'm elected for 4 years.
The
and the 100 million people, Joe, the 100 million people is totally wrong. I don't know where you got that number. The bigger problem that you have is that you're going to extinguish 180 million people with their private health care that they're very
That's
happy
simply
with.
not true.
Well, you're certainly going to socialist. You're going to socialist medicine.
We're now into, gentlemen, we're now into open discussion.
Open discussion.
Open discussion. Yes, I agree. Go ahead, Vice President.
Number one, he knows that what I proposed. What I proposed is that we expand Obamacare and we increase it. We do not wipe any. And one of the big debates we had with 23 of my colleagues trying to win the nomination that I won were saying that Biden wanted to allow people to have private insurance still. They can. They do. They will under my proposal.
It's not what you've said, and it's not what your party has said.
That is simply
your party
a lie.
doesn't say it. Your party wants to go socialist medicine.
My party is
and
me.
socialist
right
healthcare.
now. I am,
and they're going to dominate you, Joe. You know that.
I am the Democratic Party right now. The platform of the Democratic Party is what I, in fact, approved of. What I approved of. Now, here's the deal. The deal is that it's going to wipe out pre-existing conditions. And by the way, the 200,000 people that have died on his watch, how many of those have survived? Well, there's 7 million people that contracted COVID. What does it mean for them going forward if you strike down the Affordable Care Act?
Joe, you've had 308,000 military people dying because you couldn't provide them proper health care in the military. So don't tell me about this.
I'm happy to talk about this.
And if you were here, it wouldn't be 200. It would be 2 million people because you were very late on the draw. You didn't want me to ban China, which was heavily infected. You didn't want me to ban
all right, gentlemen,
which was heavily infected. You would have been much later, Joe.
Mr. President,
Mr. President. You're talking about 2 million people.
You're not President, as moderator, we are going to talk about COVID in the next segment, but go ahead.
Let me finish. The point is that the president also is opposed to Roe v. Wade. That's on the ballot as well in the court. And so that's also at stake right now. And so the election is all.
You don't know it's on the ballot. Why is it on the ballot?
Because
why is it on the ballot? It's not on the ballot.
It's on the ballot in the court.
I don't think so.
In the court.
Well, there's nothing happening there.
Donald,
and you don't know her view on Roe v. Wade.
I don't
know her
know.
view.
Well, all right. Let's talk. We got a lot to unpack here, gentlemen. We got a lot of time. So on health care, and then we'll come back to Roe v. Wade.
All right.
Mr. President, the Supreme Court will hear a case a week after the election in which the Trump administration, along with 18 state attorneys general, are seeking to overturn Obamacare, to end Obamacare. You have spent the last...
Because they want to give good health care.
If I may ask my question, sir.
Good health care.
Over the last 4 years, you have promised to repeal and replace Obamacare, but you have never in these 4 years come up with a plan, a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare.
Of course I have.
Well,
I got rid of the individual mandate.
I'm going to give you an opportunity.
I got rid of the individual mandate, which was a big chunk of Obamacare. That is absolutely a big thing. That was the worst part of Obamacare. Chris, that was the worst part of Obamacare.
Let me ask my question.
Well, I'll ask Joe. The individual mandate was the most unpopular aspect of Obamacare. I got rid of it.
I'd like
and we will protect people.
President, I'm the moderator of this debate, and I would like you to let me ask my question, and then you can answer.
Go ahead.
You, in the course of these 4 years, have never come up with a comprehensive plan to replace Obamacare. And just this last Thursday, you signed a largely symbolic executive order to protect people with pre-existing conditions 5 days before this debate. So my question, sir, is what is the Trump health care plan?
Well, first of all, I guess I'm debating you, not him, but that's okay. I'm not surprised. Let me just tell you something. That there's nothing symbolic. I'm cutting drug prices. I'm going with favored nations, which no president has the courage to do because you're going against big pharma. Drug prices will be coming down 80 or 90%. You could have done it during your 47-year period in government, but you didn't do it. Nobody's done it. So we're cutting health care. All of the things that we've done, insulin. I give you an example, insulin. It was destroying families, destroying people because I'm getting it for so cheap. It's like water, you want to know the truth. So cheap. Take a look at all of the drugs what we're doing, prescription drug prices. We're going to allow our governors now to go to other countries to buy drugs because they pay just a tiny fraction.
As I say, this is open discussion.
No,
let me ask you about, you'll be happy, sir, you'll be happy. I'm about to pick up on one of your points to ask the vice president, which is he points out that you would like to add a public option to Obamacare, and the argument that he makes and other Republicans make is that is going to end private insurance.
It is
and
not.
I ask you the question. It will
not
end.
What your party says, by the way.
It will end private insurance and create a government takeover of health care.
It does not. It's only for those people who are so poor they qualify for Medicaid. They can get that free. in most states, except governors who want to deny people who are poor Medicaid. Anyone who qualifies for Medicare would Medicaid would automatically be enrolled in the public option. The vast majority of the American people would still not be in that option. Number one.
Joe, you agreed with Bernie Sanders, who's far left, on the manifesto, we call it. That gives you socialized medicine.
Look, hey,
Are you saying
I'm not
you
going
didn't
to listen to him. The fact of the matter is, I beat Bernie Sanders.
Not by much.
I beat him a whole hell of a lot. I'm here standing facing you, old buddy.
Pocahontas would have left 2 days early. You would have lost every primary.
All he knows how to do is
Super Tuesday. You got
look,
very lucky.
Here's the deal. I got very lucky. I'm going to get very lucky tonight as well. And tonight I'm going to make sure, because here's the deal. Here's the deal. The fact is that everything he's saying so far is simply a lie. I'm not here to call out his lies. Everybody knows he's a liar.
But you
I just want to make sure.
Joe, you're the liar.
I want to make sure.
You did last in your class, not first in your class.
I want to make
Mr.
sure.
President, can you let him finish, sir?
No, he doesn't know how to do that. He has,
You'd be surprised.
You picked
You'd be surprised.
the wrong guy, the wrong night at the wrong time.
Listen, you agreed with
Here's the
Bernie
deal.
Sanders to the
The
manifesto.
whole idea.
Let him disavowing.
There is no manifesto. Number
Please
one.
let him speak, Mr.
Number two.
You just lost the left.
Number two.
You just lost the left. You agreed with Bernie Sanders on a plan.
Folks,
absolutely.
Folks, do you have any idea what this clown's
socialized?
doing?
We call it
Do you have any idea?
socialized medicine.
Mr.
Well,
President.
I tell you what, he is not for any help for people needing health care. Because he, in fact, already has cost 10 million people their health care that they had from their employers because of his recession. Number one. Number two, there are 20 million people getting health care through Obamacare now that he wants to take it away. He won't ever look you in the eye and say that's what he wants to do. Take it away.
No, I want to give them better health care at a much lower price because Obamacare is no good.
He doesn't know how to do that.
I've already fixed it.
He has never offered a plan.
Fixed it to an extent.
He has
Obamacare,
never done a
as you
single
might
thing.
know, but probably don't.
Gentlemen, you realize if you're both speaking at the same time,
and it's too expensive.
Let the president. Go ahead, sir.
Obamacare is no good. We made it better, and I had a choice to make very early on. We took away the individual mandate. We guaranteed pre-existing conditions, but took away the individual mandate. Listen, this is the way it is. And that destroyed, they shouldn't even call it Obamacare. Then I had a choice to make. Do I let my people run it really well or badly? If I run it badly, they'll probably blame him, but they'll blame me. But more importantly, I want to help people, okay? I said, you got to run it so well. And I just had a meeting with them. They said, the problem is no matter how well you run Obamacare, it's a disaster. It's too expensive. Premiums are too high, and it doesn't work. So we do want to get rid of it. Chris, we want to get rid of it.
I understand it, sir, but I have to give you roughly equal time. Please let the vice president talk.
Good.
He has no plan for health care.
Of course we do.
He sends out wishful thinking. He has executive orders that have no power. He hasn't lowered drug costs for anybody. He's been promising a health care plan since he got elected. He has none, like almost everything else he talks about. He does not have a plan. He doesn't have a plan. And the fact is, this man doesn't know what he's talking about.
All right. I have one final question for you,
sure.
Mr. Vice President. If Senate Republicans, we were talking originally about the Supreme Court here, if Senate Republicans go ahead and confirm Justice Barrett, there has been talk about ending the filibuster or even packing the court, adding to the 9 justices there. You call this a distraction by the president, but in fact, it wasn't brought up by the president. It was brought up by some of your Democratic colleagues in the Congress. So my question to you is, you have refused in the past to talk about it. Are you willing to tell the American people tonight whether or not you will support either ending the filibuster or packing the court?
Whatever position I take on that, that'll become the issue. The issue is the American people should speak. You should go out and vote. You're in voting now. Vote and let your senators know how strongly you feel. Vote now. Make sure you, in fact, let people know you're a senator. I'm not going to answer the question.
Why wouldn't you answer that question?
The question
is, radical left.
Would you shut up, man?
Listen, who is on your list, Joe? Who's on your list?
Gentlemen, I think
this is so unprecedented.
We have ended this segment. We're going to move on to the second segment.
That was really a productive segment, wasn't it? Keep yapping, man.
The people understand, Joe.
They should
47 years you've done nothing. They understand.
All right. The second subject is COVID-19, which is an awfully serious subject. So let's try to be serious about it. We have had more than 7 million cases of coronavirus in the United States, and more than 200,000 people have died. Even after we produce a vaccine, experts say that it could be months or even years before we come back to anything approaching normal. My question for both of you is, based on what you have said and done so far and what you have said you would do starting in 2021, why should the American people trust you more than your opponent to deal with this public health crisis going forward? In this case, the question goes to you first, sir. 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Good luck. 200,000 dead. As you said, over 7 million infected in the United States. We, in fact, have 5%, 4% of the world's population, 20% of the deaths. 40,000 people a day are contracting COVID. In addition to that, about between 750 and 1,000 people a day are dying. When he was presented with that number, he said, it is what it is. Well, it is what it is because you are who you are. That's why it is. The president has no plan. He hasn't laid out anything. He knew all the way back in February how serious this crisis was. He knew it was a deadly disease. What did he do? He's on tape as acknowledging he knew it. He said he didn't tell us or give people a warning of it because he didn't want to panic the American people. You don't panic. He panicked. In addition to that, what did he do? He went in and we were insisting that the Chinese, the people we had on the ground in China should be able to go to Wuhan and determine for themselves how dangerous this was. He did not even ask Xi to do that. He told us what a great job Xi was doing. He said we owe him a debt of gratitude for being so transparent with us. And what did he do then? He then did nothing. He waited and waited and waited. He still doesn't have a plan. I laid out back in March exactly what we should be doing. And I laid out again in July what we should be doing. We should be providing all the protective gear possible. We should be providing the money the House has passed in order to be able to go out and get people the help they need to keep their businesses open schools. It costs a lot of money. You should get out of your bunker and get out of the sand trap and get in your golf course and go in the Oval Office and bring together the Democrats and Republicans and fund what needs to be done now to save lives.
So if we would have listened to you.
You have 2 minutes, sir.
If we would have listened to you, the country would have been left wide open. Millions of people would have died, not 200,000. And one person is too much. It's China's fault. It should have never happened. They stopped it from going in, but it was China's fault. And by the way, when you talk about numbers, you don't know how many people died in China. You don't know how many people died in Russia. You don't know how many people died in India. They don't exactly give you a straight count, just so you understand. But if you look at what we've done, I closed it and you said he's xenophobic. He's a racist and he's xenophobic because you didn't think I should have closed our country. Wait a minute.
It says 2 minutes.
You didn't think we should have closed our country because you thought it was terrible. You wouldn't have closed it for another 2 months. By my doing it early, in fact, Dr. Fauci said, President Trump saved thousands of lives. Many of you Democrat governors said, President Trump did a phenomenal job. We worked with the governor. Oh, really? Go take a look. The governors said I did a phenomenal job. Most of them said that. In fact, people that would not be necessarily on my side said that. President Trump did a phenomenal job. We did. We got the gowns. We got the masks. We made the ventilators. You wouldn't have made ventilators. And now we're weeks away from a vaccine. We're doing therapeutics already. Fewer people are dying when they get sick. Far fewer people are dying. We've done a great job. The only thing I haven't done a good job, and that's because of the fake news. No matter what you say to them, they give you bad press on it. It's just fake news. They give you good press. They give me bad press because that's the way it is, unfortunately. But let me just tell you something. I don't care. I've gotten used to it. But I'll tell you, Joe, you could never have done the job that we did. You don't have it in your blood. You could have never done that job.
I know how to do the job. I know how to get the job
Well, you didn't do very well in swine flu. H1N1, you were a disaster. Your own chief of staff said you were a disaster.
14,000 people died, not 200,000. There was no economic recession.
Sir, you made a
You
made a point. Let him answer.
And there was no one. We didn't shut down the economy. This is his economy he's shut down. The reason it's shut down is because, look, you folks at home, how many of you got up this morning and had an empty chair at the kitchen table because someone died of COVID? How many of you were in a situation where you lost your mom or dad and you couldn't even speak to them? You had a nurse holding a phone up so you could, in fact, say goodbye.
You would have lost far more people. Far more people. And you would have been.
And by the way,
late.
your own his own CDC director says we could lose as many as another 200,000 people between now and the end of the year. And he held up. He said, if we just wear a mask, we can save half those numbers. Just a mask. And by the way, in terms of the whole notion of a vaccine. We're for a vaccine, but I don't trust him at all, nor do you. I know you don't. What we trust is a scientist.
You don't
we
trust
Dr.
Johnson
Fauci.
Johnson, Pfizer?
Okay,
by the way,
gentlemen, let me move on to questions about the future, because you both have touched on two of the questions I'm going to ask. Focusing on the future first, President Trump, you have repeatedly either contradicted or been at odds with some of your government's own top scientists. The week before last, the head of the Centers for Disease Control, Dr. Redfield, said it would be summer before the vaccine would become generally available to the public. You said that he was confused and mistaken. Those were your two words.
Yeah.
But Dr. Slaoui, the head of your Operation Warp Speed, has said exactly the same thing. Are they both wrong?
Well, I've spoken to the companies and we can have it a lot sooner. It's a very political thing because people like this would rather make it political than save lives. It is a very political thing. I've spoken to Pfizer. I've spoken to all of the people that you have to speak to. We have great Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, and others. They can go faster than that by a lot. Become very political because the left, or I don't know if I call it left, I don't know what I call it.
The head of your Operation Warp Speed, Dr. Slaoui?
I disagree with him. Yeah, no, I disagree with both of them. And he didn't say that. He said it could be there, but it could also be much sooner. I had him in my office 2 days ago.
He talked about the summer, sir, before it's generally available. Just like
he said it's a possibility that we'll have the answer before November 1st. It could also be after
when it's
that.
generally available.
Well, we're going to deliver it right away. We have the military all set up. Logistically, they're all set up. We have our military that delivers soldiers, and they can do 200,000 a day. They're going to be delivering.
This is the same man
It's
who
all
told
set
you
up.
by Easter this would be gone away. By the warm weather, it'd be gone. Miraculous, like a miracle. And by the way, maybe you could inject some bleach in your arm, and that would take care of it. This is the same man.
That was said sarcastically. You know that.
I
would have said sarcastically.
And so here's the deal. This man is talking about a vaccine. Every serious company is talking about maybe having a vaccine done by the end of the year. But the distribution of that vaccine will not occur until sometime beginning or the middle of next year to get it out, if we get the vaccine. And pray God we will. Pray God we will.
Mr. Vice President, I want to pick up
You'll have the vaccine sooner
I want to
than
pick up on this question, though. You say the public can trust the scientists, but they can't trust President Trump. In fact, you said that again tonight. Your running mate, Senator Harris, goes further, saying the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed. Given the fact that polls already show that people are concerned about the vaccine and are reluctant to take it, are you and your running mate, Senator Harris, contributing to that fear?
No more than the question you just asked him. You pointed out. He puts pressure and disagrees with his own scientists.
But you're saying Senator Harris is saying you can't trust the scientists.
No, you can't trust the scientists. She didn't say that. You can't trust
She said the public health experts, quote, will be muzzled, will be suppressed.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. But there's millions of scientists, there's thousands of scientists out there, like here at this great hospital, that don't work for him. Their job doesn't depend on him. That's not. They're the people. And by the way,
to the scientists that are in charge.
By the way,
they will have the vaccine very soon.
But do you believe for a moment what he's telling you in light of all the lies he's told you about the whole issue relating to COVID? He still hasn't even acknowledged that he knew this was happening, knew how dangerous it was going to be back in February, and he didn't even tell you. He's on record as saying it. He panicked or he just looked at the stock market. One of the two, because guess what? A lot of people died, and a lot more are going to die unless he gets a lot smarter, a lot quicker.
So, Mr. President?
Did you use the word smart? So you said you went to Delaware State, but you forgot the name of your college. You didn't go to Delaware State. You graduated either the lowest or almost the lowest in your class. Don't ever use the word smart with me. Don't ever use that word.
Oh, give me a break.
Because you know what? There's nothing smart about you, Joe. 47 years you've done nothing.
Well, let's have this debate.
And if you would have had, let me just tell you something, Joe. If you would have had the charge of what I was put through, I had to close the greatest economy in the history of our country. And by the way, now it's being built again.
We're going to get to the economy in the next segment, sir.
Okay.
It's going up fast.
Okay. When it comes to how the virus has been handled so far, the two of you have taken very different approaches, and this is going to affect how the virus is handled going forward by whichever of you ends up becoming the next president. I want to quickly go through several of those. Reopenings. Vice President Biden, you have been much more reluctant than President Trump about reopening the economy and schools. Why, sir?
Because he doesn't have a plan. If I were running, I know what the plan is. You've got to provide these businesses the ability to have the money to be able to reopen with the PPE as well as with the sanitation they need. You have to provide them
Nancy Pelosi.
Well, he's just shush for a minute.
Tell it to Nancy Pelosi and Schumer.
By the way,
Chuck.
Nancy Pelosi and Schumer, they have a plan. He won't even meet with them. The Republicans won't meet with him in the Senate. And he sits on his golf course. And I mean, literally, think about it.
You probably play more than I do, Joe.
What about this question of reopenings and the fact?
Well, he wants to shut down this country. And I want to keep it open. And we did a great thing by shutting it down. Wait a minute, Joe. Let me shut you down for a second, Joe, just for 1 second. He wants to shut down the country. We just went through it. We had to because we didn't know anything about the disease. Now we found that elderly people with heart problems and diabetes and different problems are very, very vulnerable. We learned a lot. Young children aren't. Even younger people aren't. We've learned a lot. But he wants to shut it down. More people will be hurt by continuing. If you look at Pennsylvania, if you look at certain states that have been shut down, they have Democrat governors all. One of the reasons they're shut down is because they want to keep it shut down until after the election.
All right, I want to move on to another subject. I want to move on to another subject.
But those states are not doing well that are shut down right now.
President Trump, you have begun to increasingly question the effectiveness of masks as a disease preventer. And in fact, recently you have cited the issue of waiters touching their masks and touching plates. Are you questioning
I think
the efficacy of
you have to understand, if you look, I mean, I have a mask right here. I put a mask on, when I think I need it. Tonight, as an example, everybody's had a test and you've had social distancing and all of the things that you have to, but I wear masks when needed. When needed, I wear masks.
Okay, let me ask.
I don't wear masks like him. Every time you see him, he's got a mask. He could be speaking 200 feet away from me, and he shows up with the biggest mask I've ever seen. I will say this.
Vice President Biden, go ahead, sir.
Look, the way to open businesses is give them the wherewithal to be able to open. We provided money.
But I was asking you, sir, about masks.
Well, masks make a big difference. His own head of the CDC said if we just wore masks between now, everybody wore masks in social distance between now and January, we'd probably save up to 100,000 lives. It matters.
And they've also said the opposite. They've also said
no serious person said the opposite. Dr. Fauci said the opposite.
I want to ask you, we got a little bit more than a minute left in this segment.
Masks are not good. Then he changed his mind. He said masks are good. I'm okay with masks.
I want to ask you both about one last subject because your different approaches has even affected the way that you have campaigned. President Trump, you're holding large rallies with crowds packed together, thousands of people. Outside, yes, sir, agreed. Vice President Biden, you are holding much smaller events with
nobody will show up.
People with
what's true? Nobody shows up to his rallies.
All right. In any case, why you holding the big rallies? Why you not? You go first, sir.
Because people want to hear what I have to say. I mean,
but are you not worried about
it spreading disease? President, and I'll have 35,000 people show up at airports. We use airports.
Are you not worried about
we have a lot of people?
Sir?
Well, so far, we have had no problem whatsoever. It's outside. That's a big difference, according to the experts. And we do them outside. We have tremendous crowds, as you see. I mean, and literally on 24 hours notice. And Joe does the circles and has 3 people someplace.
Okay. By the way, did you see one of the last big rallies he had? And a reporter came up to him to ask him a question. He said, no, stand back. Put on your mask. Put on a mask. Have you been tested? I'm way far away from those other people. That's what he said. I can't. I'm going to be okay. He's not worried about you. He's not worried about the people out there breathing in one another.
We've had no negative effect.
No negative effect.
We've had no negative effect. And we've had 35, 40,000 people
wanted
the Israelis.
Just quickly finish up because I want to move on to our next.
Yes, I would. He's been totally irresponsible the way in which he has handled the social distancing and people wearing masks, basically encourage them not to.
All right.
Ben, he's a fool on this.
If you could get the crowds, you would have done the same thing. But you can't. Nobody cares.
Gentlemen, can we move on to the economy?
Yes.
The economy is, I think it's fair to say, recovering faster than expected from the shutdown.
Much faster.
In the second quarter, the unemployment rate fell to 8.4% last month. The Federal Reserve says the hit to growth, which is going to be there, is not going to be nearly as big as they had expected. President Trump, you say we are in a V-shaped recovery. Vice President Biden, you say it's more of a K-shape. What difference does that mean to the American people in terms of the economy? President Trump, in this segment, you go first.
So we built the greatest economy in history. We closed it down because of the China plague. When the plague came in, we closed it down, which was very hard psychologically to do. He didn't think we should close it down, and he was wrong. And again, 2 million people would be dead now instead of still 204,000 people is too much. One person is too much. Should have never happened from China. But what happened is we closed it down and now we're reopening and we're doing record business. We had 10.4 million people in a 4-month period that we've put back into the workforce. That's a record the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. And he wants to close down he will shut it down again. He will destroy this country. You know, a lot of people between drugs and alcohol and depression, when you start shutting it down, you take a look at what's happening in some of your Democrat-run states where they have these tough shutdowns. And I'm telling you, it's because they don't want to open it. One of them came out last week. You saw that. Oh, we're going to open up on November 9th. Why November 9th? Because it's after the election. They think they're hurting us by keeping them closed. They're hurting people. People know what to do. They can social distance. They can wash their hands. They can wear masks. They can do whatever they want. But they got to open these states up. When you look at North Carolina, when you look, and these governors are under siege, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and a couple of others, you got to open these states up. It's not fair. You're talking about almost it's like being in prison. And you look at what's going on with divorce, look at what's going on with alcoholism and drugs. It's a very, very sad thing. And he'll close down the whole country. This guy will close down the whole country and destroy our country. Our country is coming back incredibly well, setting records as it does it. We don't need somebody to come in and say, let's shut it down.
All right. Your 2 minutes, sir. We're now moved to you. As I said, posing the question, the president says it's a V-shaped recovery. You say it's a K-shaped recovery. What's the difference?
The difference is millionaires and billionaires like him in the middle of the COVID crisis have done very well. Billionaires have made another $300 billion because of his profligate tax proposal, and he only focused on the market. But you folks at home, you folks living in Scranton and Claymont and all the small towns and working class towns in America, how well are you doing? This guy paid a total of $750 in taxes.
Sir, wait, no, sir, it's just wrong step. I understand. You've agreed to the 2 minutes, so please let him have it.
Do I get my time back? The fact is that he has, in fact, worked on this in a way that he's going to be the first president of the United States to leave office having fewer jobs in his administration than when he became president. Fewer jobs than when he became president. First one in American history. Secondly, the people who have lost their jobs are those people who have been on the front lines, those people who have been saving our lives, those people who have been out there dying, people who've been putting themselves in a way to make sure that we could all try to make it. And the idea that he is insisting that we go forward and open when you have almost half the states in America with a significant increase in COVID deaths and COVID cases in the United States of America. And he wants to open it up more. Why does he want to open it up? Why doesn't he take care of the American? You can't fix the economy until you fix the COVID crisis. And he has no intention of doing anything about making it better for you all at home in terms of your health and your safety. Schools. Why aren't schools open? Because it costs a lot of money to open them safely. You know, They were going to give, his administration was going to give the teachers and school students masks. And then they decided, no, couldn't do that because it's not a national emergency. Not a national emergency. They've done nothing to help small businesses. Nothing. They're closing. 1 in 6 is now gone. He ought to get on the job and take care of the needs of the American people so we can open safely.
All right. Your time is up, sir. We are going to get to...
I have to respond to that.
Well, you both had 2 minutes, sir.
Excuse me, he made a statement.
So did you.
People want their schools open. They don't want to be shut down. They don't want their state shut down. They want their restaurants. I look at New York. It's so sad what's happening in New York. It's almost like a ghost town. And I'm not sure it can ever recover what they've done in New York. People want their places open. They want to get back to their lives. They'll be careful, but they want their schools open. I'm the one that brought back football. By the way, I brought back Big Ten football. It was me, and I'm very happy to do it. And
all right,
people of Ohio are very proud of me. And you know how I found out?
Gentlemen, we're going to get to your economic plans going forward in a moment. But first, Mr. President, as you well know, there's a new report that in 2016, the year you were elected president, and 2017, your first year as president, that you paid $750 a year in federal income tax each of those years. I know that you pay a lot of other taxes, but I'm asking you the specific question. Is it true that you paid $750 in federal income taxes each of those 2 years?
I paid millions of dollars in taxes, millions of dollars of income tax. And let me just tell you, there was a story in one of the papers. I paid $38 million 1 year. I paid $27 million. Show us your tax returns. I went... you'll see it as soon as it's finished. You'll see it. You know, if you want to go to the Board of Elections. There's a 118-page or so report that says everything I have, every bank I have, I'm totally under-leveraged because the assets are extremely good. And we have I built a great
I'm asking you a specific question, which is...
Let me tell you.
I understand all of that. I understand all of that. No, Mr. President, I'm asking you a question. Will you tell us how much you paid in federal income taxes in 2016 and 2017?
Millions of dollars.
You paid millions of dollars?
Millions of dollars.
So
yes.
not 750.
Millions of dollars, and you'll get to see it. And you'll get to see it. But let me just tell you, Chris, let me just tell you something, that it was the tax laws. I don't want to pay tax. Before I came here, I was a private developer. I was a private business people. Like every other private person, unless they're stupid, they go through the laws, and that's what it is. He passed a tax bill that gave us all these privileges for depreciation and for tax credits. We built a building and we get tax credits, like the hotel on Pennsylvania Avenue. You get a massive, which, by the way, was given to me by the Obama administration, if you can believe that. Now, the man got fired right after that happened. But
Vice President Biden, you want to respond?
Yeah, I do want to respond. Look, the tax code that made him, put him in a position that he pays less tax than a school teacher on the money a school teacher makes, is because of him. He says he's smart because he can take advantage of the tax code, and he does take advantage of the tax code. That's why I'm going to eliminate the Trump tax cuts, and I'm going to eliminate those tax cuts and make sure that we invest in the people who, in fact, need the help. People out there need help.
But why didn't you do it over the last 25 years?
Because you weren't president screwing things up.
You were a senator. And
you're the worst president America has ever had.
Hey,
Come
Joe,
on.
Let me just tell you, Joe, I've done more in 47 months. I've done more than you've done in 47 years, Joe. We've done things that you never even thought of doing, including fixing the broken military that you gave me, including taking care of your vets.
Mr. President, we're talking about the economy. I'd like to ask you about your plans going forward, because, Mr. Vice President, your economic plan, if you were to be elected president, focuses a lot on big government, big taxes, big spending. I want to focus first on the taxes. You propose more than $4 trillion over a decade in new taxes on individuals making more than $400,000 a year and on corporations. President Trump says that kind of an increase in taxes is going to hurt the economy as it's just coming out of a recession.
Well, just take a look at what is the analysis done by Wall Street firms. Points out that my economic plan would create 7 million more jobs than his in 4 years, number one. And number two, It would create an additional $1 trillion in economic growth because it would be about buying American. That we're going to make this federal government spend $600 billion a year on everything from ships to steel to buildings and the like. And under my proposal, we're going to make sure that every penny of that has to be made by a company.
But respectfully, sir, I'm talking about taxes, not spending.
By the way, I'm going to eliminate a significant number of the tax. I'm going to make the corporate tax 28%. It shouldn't be 21%. You have 91 companies, in the Fortune 500 who don't pay a single penny in tax, making billions of dollars.
Why didn't you do it
billions
before
of
when
dollars?
you were vice president with Obama?
Because you, in fact, passed that. That was your tax proposal.
I got it done. And you know what happened?
Yeah, you got it done.
Our economy boomed like it's never boomed.
The economy is
Mr. President, Mr. President, let me pick up on that. You would continue your free market approach, lower taxes, more deregulation, correct?
Not lower tax for the American people.
Excuse me. But in Obama's, you talk about the economy booming. It turns out that in Obama's final 3 years as president, more jobs were created, 1.5 million more jobs than in the first 3 years of your presidency.
They had the slowest recovery economic recovery since 1929. It was the slowest recovery. Also, they took over something that was down here. All you had to do is turn on the lights and you pick up a lot. But they had the slowest economic recovery since 1929. Let me tell you about the stock market. When the stock market goes up, that means jobs. It also means 401ks. If you got in, if you ever became president with your ideas, you want to terminate my taxes, I'll tell you what, you'll lose half of the companies that have poured in here will leave, and plenty of companies that are already here, they'll leave for other places. They will leave, and you will have a depression, the likes of which you've never seen.
Look, we inherited the worst recession short of a depression in American history. I was asked to bring it back. We were able to have an economic recovery that created the jobs you're talking about. We handed him a booming economy. He blew it.
It wasn't booming. It wasn't booming. It was the weakest recovery since 1929.
Is it fair to say he blew it when there was record low unemployment before COVID?
Yeah, but because what he did, even before COVID, manufacturing went in the hole. Manufacturing went in the hole.
Excuse me, Chris. Wait.
Number two.
Chris.
Number three.
They said it would take. No, you're on number two.
No.
Chris. They said it would take a miracle to bring back manufacturing. I brought back 700,000 jobs. They brought back nothing. They gave up on manufacturing. Part of my standard fare.
I'm the guy that brought
totally
back
gave
the
up on
automobile
manufacturing.
All right, let him.
We brought back. I was asked to bring back Chrysler and General Motors. We brought them back right here in the state of Ohio and Michigan. He blew it. They're gone. He blew it. And in fact, they're going.
Ohio had the best year it's ever had last year. Michigan had the best year they've ever had.
That is not
Many
true.
car companies came in from Germany, from Japan, went to Michigan, went to Ohio.
They're not having.
And they didn't come in with you.
Mr. Vice President, go ahead.
And so you take a look at what he's actually done. He's done very little. His trade deals are the same way. He talks about these great trade deals. You know, he talks about the art of the deal. China's perfected the art of the steal. We have a higher deficit with China now than we did before. We have the highest trade deficit with Mexico.
Your lunch, down 18%. China ate your lunch, Joe, and no wonder your son goes in and he takes out billions of dollars. Takes out billions of dollars to manage. He makes millions of dollars. And also, while we're at it, why is it, just out of curiosity, the mayor of Moscow's wife gave your son $3.5 million. What did he do to deserve it? What did he do with Burisma to deserve $183,000?
You've asked the question, let him answer.
None of that is true.
Oh, really?
Totally, Mr. President, please.
Totally discredited. Totally discredited. And by the way,
he didn't get $3.5 million, Joe?
Mr. Vice,
he got $3.5 million.
That is not true.
Oh, really?
Mr. President, it's an open discussion, please.
It's a fact.
Well, you have raised an issue. Let the Vice President answer.
Discredited.
Did Burisma pay him $183,000 a month with no experience in energy?
Mr. President,
my son did nothing wrong at Burisma.
I think he did.
Mr. President, let him answer.
He doesn't want to let me answer because he knows I have the truth. His position has been totally, thoroughly discredited.
By who?
And
the media?
By everybody. Well, by the media, by our allies, by the World Bank. by everyone has discredited. Matter of fact, even
Mr.
the
President,
people who
please
testified under oath.
So let me ask you this, Joe.
No, go ahead, Mr. I'm listening to you.
People under,
You got $3.5 million from
testified-
Moscow.
He testified under oath in his administration, said, I did my job and I did it very well.
Oh,
I
really?
did it
I'd like to
honorably.
know who they are.
Well, I'll give you the list of the people who testified.
No, go ahead, sir.
Sure, you've already fired most of them because they did a good job.
Some people don't do a good
here's
job. With you,
Go ahead. Wait a minute. You get the final word, Mr.
Well, it's hard to get any word in with this clown. Excuse me. This.
Hey, let me just tell you.
No. I'm Mr. President.
$3.5
Mr.
million,
President.
Joe.
That is simply.
Why did
not
he
true.
deserve $3.5 million
It
from
did-
Moscow?
Look, here's the deal. We want to talk about families and ethics. I don't want to do that. I mean, his family we could talk about all night. His family's already.
My family
already
lost
wrote
a fortune by coming down and helping us with government.
And that's such a.
they're right here.
Mr. President.
Every single one of them lost.
This
a
is not
fortune
about
by
my
coming
family
and
or his
helping us
family.
with
It's
government.
about your family,
They
the
didn't
American
want
people.
$3.5 million
He doesn't. That's not true. It doesn't want to talk about what you need. You, the American people. It's about you. That's what we're talking about.
All right. That's the end of the segment. We're moving on.
He didn't take them.
Vice President. No.
Can I be honest? It's a very important
Try to be
question.
honest.
He stood up.
No.
He stood up.
The answer to
and
the
he
question is no.
Ukraine.
No, sir.
With $1 billion, if you
That
get rid of
is
the troops,
absolutely
You know what?
not
Stop.
true.
doing it.
You're going to have
True.
gentlemen. I hate to raise my voice, but
He's on
it seems to
tape.
be. Why shouldn't I be different than the two of you? So here's the deal.
Good point.
We have 6 segments. We have ended that segment. We're going to go to the next segment. In that segment, you each are going to have 2 uninterrupted moments. In those 2 uninterrupted minutes, Mr. President, you can say anything you want. I'm going to ask a question about race, but if you want to answer about something else, go ahead. But I think that the country would be better served if we allowed both people to speak with fewer interruptions. I'm appealing to you, sir, to do that.
Well, and him too.
Well, frankly, you've been doing more interrupting.
Well, that's
than
all
he
right,
has.
but he does plenty.
Well, less than, sir, less
There's
than
plenty.
No, less than you have. Let's please continue on. The issue of race. Vice President Biden, you say that President Trump's response to the violence in Charlottesville 3 years ago, when he talked about very fine people on both sides, was what directly led you to launch this run for president.
Oh, yeah, sure.
President Trump, you have often said that you believe you have done more for Black Americans than any president, with the possible exception of Abraham Lincoln. My question for the two of you is, why should voters trust you rather than your opponent to deal with the race issues facing this country over the next 4 years? Vice President Biden, you go first.
It's about equity and equality. It's about decency. It's about the Constitution. And we have never walked away from trying to require equity for everyone, equality for the whole of America. But we've never accomplished it. But we've never walked away from it like he has done. It is true. The reason I got in the race is when those people, close your eyes, remember what those people look like coming out of the fields carrying torches, their veins bulging, just spewing anti-Semitic bile, and accompanied by the Ku Klux Klan. A young woman got killed. And they asked the president what he thought. He said there were very fine people on both sides. No president's ever said anything like that.
It is his
now,
second
point I'd make to you is that when Floyd was killed, when Mr. Floyd was killed, there was a peaceful protest in front of the White House. What did he do? He came out of his bunker, had the military use tear gas on him so he could walk across to a church and hold up a Bible. And then what happened after that? The bishop of that very church said that it was a disgrace. The general who was with him said all he ever wants to do is divide people, not unite people at all. This is a president who has used everything as a dog whistle to try to generate racist hatred, racist division. This is a man who, in fact, you talk about helping African Americans. 1 in 1,000 African Americans has been killed because of the coronavirus. And if he doesn't do something quickly, by the end of the year, 1 in 500 will have been killed. 1 in 500 African Americans. This man is a savior of African Americans. This man cares at all. This man's done virtually nothing. Look, the fact is that you have to look at what he talks about. You have to look at what he did. And what he did has been disastrous for the African American community.
So,
President Trump, you have 2 minutes. Why should Americans trust you over your opponent to deal with racism?
he did a crime bill, 1994, where you call them super predators, African Americans, super predators, and they've never forgotten it. They've never forgotten it, Joe.
No, sir, it's his 2 minutes.
So you did that, and they call you super predator, and I'm letting people out of jail now that you have treated the African American population community, you have treated the black community about as bad as anybody in this country. You did the 1990, and that's why if you look at the polls, I'm doing better than any Republican has done in a long time, because they saw what you did. You call them super predators, and you've called them worse than that, because you look back at your testimony over the years, you've called them a lot worse than that. As far as the church is concerned, and as far as the generals are concerned, we just got the support of 250 military leaders and generals, total support. Law enforcement, almost every law enforcement group in the United States. I have Florida, I have Texas, I have Ohio, I have Portland. The sheriff just came out today and he said, I support President Trump. I don't think you have any law enforcement. You can't even say the word law enforcement, because if you say those words, you're going to lose all of your radical left supporters. And why aren't you saying those words, Joe? Why don't you say the words law enforcement? Because you know what? If they called us in Portland, we would put out that fire in a half an hour, but they won't do it because they're run by radical left Democrats. If you look at Chicago, if you look at any place you want to look, Seattle, they heard we were coming in the following day, and they put up their hands, and we got back Seattle. Minneapolis, we got it back, Joe, because we believe in law and order, but you don't. The top 10 cities and just about the top 40 cities are run by Democrats and in many cases radical left, and they've got you wrapped around their finger, Joe, to a point where you don't want to say anything about law and order. And I'll tell you what, the people of this country want and demand law and order, and you're afraid to even say it.
All right. I want to return to the question of race. Vice President Biden, after the grand jury in the Breonna Taylor case decided not to charge any of the police with homicide, you said it raises the question, quote, whether justice could be equally applied in America. Do you believe that there is a separate but unequal system of justice for blacks in this country?
Yes, there is. There's systemic injustice in this country, in education and work and in law enforcement and the way in which it's enforced. But look, the vast majority of police officers are good, decent, honorable men and women. They risk their lives every day to take care of us. But there are some bad apples. And when they occur, when they find them, they have to be sorted out. They have to be held accountable. They have to be held accountable. And what I'm going to do as President of the United States is call together an entire group of people at the White House, well, everything from the civil rights groups to the police officers, to the police chiefs, and we're going to work this out. We're going to work this out so we change the way in which we have more transparency in when these things happen. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to George Floyd. These cops aren't happy to see what happened to Breonna Taylor. Most don't like it. But we have to have a system where people are held accountable. And by the way, violence in response is never appropriate. Never appropriate. Peaceful protest is. Violence is never appropriate.
All right,
what is peaceful protest? When they run through the middle of the town and burn down your stores and kill people all over the place,
that
and you
is
say
not
peaceful
protest.
President Trump, I'm not asking. But you say it is.
President Trump, I'd like to continue with the issue of race. I promise we're going to get to the issue of law and order in a moment. This month, your administration directed federal agencies to end racial sensitivity training that addresses white privilege or critical race theory. Why did you decide to do that, to end racial sensitivity training? And do you believe that there is systemic racism in this country, sir?
I ended it because it's racist. I ended it because a lot of people were complaining that they were asked to do things that were absolutely insane, that it was a radical revolution that was taking place in our military, in our schools, all over the place, and you know it, and so does everybody else.
Radical,
and he would know.
What is radical about racial sensitivity training, sir?
If you were a certain person, you had no status in life. It was sort of a reversal. And if you look at the people, we were paying people hundreds of thousands of dollars to teach very bad ideas and frankly very sick ideas. And really, they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to allow that to happen. We have to go back to the core values of this country. They were teaching people that our country is a horrible place, it's a racist place, and they were teaching people to hate our country. And I'm not going to allow that to happen.
Vice President Biden?
Nobody's doing that. He's racist.
You just don't.
Here's the deal. I know a lot more about
You
this.
don't
than he
know.
does.
Let him finish.
The fact is that there is racial insensitivity. People have to be made aware of what other people feel like, what insults them, what is demeaning to them. It's important to people know. They don't want to. Many people don't want to hurt other people's feelings, but it makes a big difference. It makes a gigantic difference in the way a child is able to grow up and have a sense of self-esteem. It's a little bit like how this guy and his friends look down on so many people. They look down their nose on people like Irish Catholics like me and grew up in Scranton. They look down on people who don't have money. They look down on people who are of a different faith. They look down on people who are a different color. In fact, we're all Americans. The only way we're going to bring this country together is bring everybody together. There's nothing we cannot do if we do it together. We can take this on and we can defeat racism in America.
President Trump, sir.
During the Obama-Biden administration, there was tremendous division. There was hatred. You look at Ferguson, you go to very many places. Look at Oakland. Look what happened in Oakland. Look what happened in Baltimore. Look what happened. Frankly, it was more violent than what I'm even seeing now. But the reason is that the Democrats that run these cities don't want to talk like you about law and order.
Violent
you
crime.
Still haven't mentioned. Are you in favor of law and order?
I'm in favor of law. You follow.
Are you in favor of law and order? Go ahead.
You asked a question. Let him finish.
Law and order. Law and order with justice, where people get treated fairly. And the fact of the matter is, violent crime went down 15% in our administration.
All right.
It's gone up on his watch.
Went down much more in ours.
All right, we're not. Mr. President, you're going to Mr. President,
every record in the
Mr. President, you're going to be very happy because we're now going to talk about law and order.
Because we had trouble with Democratic-run cities.
That's exactly my question. There has been a dramatic increase in homicides in America this summer, particularly, and you often blame that on Democratic mayors and Democratic governors, but in fact, there have been equivalent spikes in Republican-led cities like Tulsa and Fort Worth. So the question is this really a party issue?
I think it's a party issue. You can bring in a couple of examples, but if you look at Chicago, what's going on in Chicago, where 53 people were shot and 8 died shot. If you look at New York, where it's going up like nobody's ever seen anything, the numbers are going up 100, 150, 200%. Crime. It is crazy what's going on. And he doesn't want to say law and order because he can't, because he'll lose his radical left supporters. And once he does that, it's over with. But if he ever got to run this country and they ran it the way he would want to run it, our suburbs would be gone. By the way, our suburbs would be gone, and you would see problems like you've never seen.
He wouldn't know a suburb unless he took a wrong turn.
Oh, I know suburbs.
He would not. I was raised in the suburbs. This is not 1950. All these dog whistles and racism don't work anymore. Suburbs are by and large integrated. There's many people today driving their kids to soccer practice and or to black and white and Hispanic in the same car as there have been any time in the past. What really is a threat to the suburbs and their safety is his failure to deal with COVID. They're dying in the suburbs. His failure to deal with the environment. They're being flooded. They're being burned out because his refusal to do anything. That's why the suburbs are in trouble.
I do want to talk about this issue of law and order, though. And in the joint recommendation that came from the Biden-Bernie Sanders task force, you talked about, quote, reimagining policing. First of all, what does reimagining policing mean, and do you support?
It means.
Let me, if I might finish the question. What does reimagining policing mean, and do you support the Black Lives Matter call for community control of policing?
Look, what I support is the police having the opportunity to deal with the problems they face. And I'm totally opposed to defunding the police officers. As a matter of fact, local police, The only one defunding, and his budget calls for a $400 million cut in local law enforcement assistance. They need more assistance. They need, when they show up for a 9/11 call, to have someone with them as a psychologist or psychiatrist to keep them from having to use force and be able to talk people down. We have to have community policing like we had before, where the officers get to know the people in the communities. That's when crime went down. It didn't go up, it went down. And so we have to be engaged.
That's not what they're talking about, Chris. That's not what he's talking about, defunding the police.
That is not true.
He doesn't have any law support. He has no law enforcement
That's not
support.
true.
Almost
That's
nothing.
not. Look.
Oh, really? Who do you have? Name one group that supports you. Name one group that came out and supported you. Go ahead. Think. We have time.
We don't have time to do anything.
No, think
All right.
Name one law enforcement group that came out and supported.
Gentlemen, I think I'm going to take back the moderator's role, and I want to get to another subject, which is the issue of protests in many cities that have turned violent. In Portland, Oregon, especially, we had more than 100 straight days of protests, which I think you would agree. You talk about peaceful protests. Many of those turned into riots. Mr. Vice President, you say that people who commit crimes should be held accountable. The question I have, though, is, as the Democratic nominee, and earlier tonight you said that you are the Democratic Party right now, have you ever called the Democratic mayor of Portland or the Democratic governor of Oregon and said, hey, you got to stop this, bring in the National Guard, do whatever it takes, but you stop the days and months of violence in Portland?
I don't hold public office now. I am a former vice president. I've made it clear in my public statements that the violence should be prosecuted. It should be prosecuted, and anyone who commits it.
But you've never called for the people, the leader. Excuse me, sir. You have never called for the leaders in Portland and in Oregon to call and bring in the National Guard and knock off 100 days of riots.
They can, in fact, take care of it if he just stay out of the way.
Look here. Oh, really?
Here's
I sent in the U.S. Marshals to get the killer of a young man in the middle of the street, and they shot him. And for 3 days,
President Trump
wouldn't do anything. I had to send in the U.S. Marshals, and they took care of business.
Go ahead, sir.
And by the way, his own former spokesperson said, riots and chaos and violence help his cause. That's what this is all about.
I don't know who said that.
I do.
Who?
I think Kellyanne Conway.
I don't think she said that.
She said that. And so here's the point. The point is that that's what he keeps trying to rile everything up. He doesn't want to calm things down. Instead of going in and talking to people and saying, let's get everybody together, figure out how to deal with this. What's he do? He just pours gasoline in the fire constantly, and every single solitary time.
And to end this, button up this segment, I'm going to give you a minute to answer, sir. You have repeatedly criticized.
I have to answer his statement.
You have repeatedly. You've been talking
back and forth.
Statement. I'm asking you.
I would love to end it.
Sir.
I would love to end it.
If you want to switch seats.
We could very quickly.
We could do that, but
I'd send in the National Guard, it would be over. There'd be no problem.
Okay.
But they don't want to accept the National Guard.
You have repeatedly criticized the vice president for not specifically calling out Antifa and other left-wing extremist groups. But are you willing tonight to condemn white supremacists and militia groups and to say that they need to stand down and not add to the violence in a number of these cities, as we saw in Kenosha and as we've seen in Portland?
Sure,
are you
I'm
prepared to
do
specifically
that, but
do it?
I would say almost everything I see is from the left wing, not from the right wing.
So what are you saying?
I'm willing to do anything. I want to see peace.
Then do it, sir.
Say it. You want to call him?
But Vice President Biden, you like to quote one of your dad's sayings, which is, don't compare me to the Almighty, compare me to the alternative. And in this case, sir, you are the alternative. Looking at both of your records, I'm going to ask each of you, why should voters elect you president over your opponent? In this segment, President Trump, you go first, 2 minutes.
Because there has never been an administration or president who has done more than I've done in a period of 3.5 years. And that's despite the impeachment hoax. And you saw what happened today with Hillary Clinton, where it was a whole big con job. But despite going through all of these things, where I had to fight both flanks and behind me and above, there has never been an administration that's done what I've done. the greatest, before COVID came in, the greatest economy in history, lowest unemployment numbers. Everything was good. Everything was going. And by the way, there was unity going to happen. People were calling me for the first time in years. They were calling and they were saying, it's time maybe. And then what happened? We got hit, but now we're building it back up again. A rebuilding of the military, including Space Force and all of the other things. A fixing of the VA, which was a mess under him. 308,000 people died because they didn't have proper health care. He was a mess. And we now got a 91% approval rating at the VA, our vets. We take care of our vets. But we've rebuilt our military. The job that we've done, and I'll tell you something, some people say maybe the most important. By the end of the first term, I'll have approximately 300 federal judges and Court of Appeals judges, 300, and hopefully 3 great Supreme Court justices. That is a record, the likes of which very few people, and you know one of the reasons I'll have so many judges, because President Obama and him left me 128 judges to fill. When you leave office, you don't leave any judges. That's like, you just don't do that. They left 128 openings, and if I were a member of his party, because they have a little different philosophy, I'd say if you left us 128 openings, you can't be a good president. You can't be a good vice president. But I want to thank you because it gives us almost, it'll probably be above that number by the end of this term. 300 judges. It's a record.
Looking at both of your records, why should voters elect you president as opposed to President Trump? You have 2 minutes uninterrupted.
Under this president, we become weaker, sicker, poorer, more divided, and more violent. When I was vice president, we inherited a recession. I was asked to fix it. I did. We left him a booming economy, and he caused a recession. With regard to being weaker, the fact is that I've gone head-to-head with Putin and made it clear to him we're not going to take any of his stuff. He's Putin's puppy. He still refuses to even say anything to Putin about the bounty on the heads of American soldiers.
Your son got $3.5 million.
And by the way,
Mr.
my son.
Wait a minute. Mr. President, your campaign agreed to both sides would get 2-minute answers uninterrupted. Well, your side agreed to it, and why don't you observe what your campaign agreed to as a ground rule, okay, sir?
He never keeps his word.
No, I'm not asking. That was a rhetorical question.
Can you
go
add
ahead,
back
sir.
30 seconds?
Yeah, yes, you may have.
All right.
Go ahead.
So, thirdly, we're poor. The billionaires have gotten much more wealthy by a tune of over $300 to $400 billion more just since COVID. You in the home, you got less. You're in more trouble than you were before. In terms of being more violent, when we were in office, there were 15% less violence in America than there is today. He's president of the United States. It's on his watch. And with regard to more divided, the nation can't stay divided. We can't be this way. And speaking of my son, the way you talk about the military, the way you talk about them being losers and being and just being suckers. My son was in Iraq. He spent a year there. He got the Bronze Star. He got the Conspicuous Service Medal. He was not a loser. He was a patriot, and the people left behind there were heroes.
Really?
And I resent.
Are you talking about Hunter? Are you talking about
I'm talking about my son, Beau Biden. You're talking about.
I don't know Beau. I know Hunter.
Yeah,
Hunter got thrown out of the military. He was thrown out, dishonorably discharged.
That's not true. It wasn't dishonorably.
Cocaine use. And he didn't have a job until you became vice president. And once you became vice president, he made a fortune in Ukraine, in China, in Moscow,
that is simply
and various
not
other places.
True.
He
my
made
son,
a fortune.
My son,
and he didn't have a job.
My son, like a lot of people we know at home, had a drug problem. He's overtaken it. He's fixed it. He's worked on it, and I'm proud of him.
But why was he
given
my tens of millions?
All right, but he wasn't given tens of millions of dollars. That is totally, President Trump. You've already been totally discredited. We've already been through this. I think the American people would rather hear about more substantial subjects. Well, you know, as the moderator, sir, I'm going to make a judgment call here.
$3.5 million from the mayor of Moscow.
Let's talk about
it.
Gentlemen, that report is totally discredited. Mitt Romney on that committee said it wasn't worth taxpayers' money, that report. It was written for political reasons. You know, I'd like to talk about climate change. So would I. Okay.
The forest fires in the West are raging now. They have burned millions of acres. They have displaced hundreds of thousands of people. When state officials there blame the fires on climate change, Mr. President, you said, I don't think the science knows. Over your 4 years, you have pulled the U.S. out of the Paris Climate Accord. You have rolled back a number of Obama environmental records. What do you believe about the science of climate change, and what will you do in the next 4 years to confront it?
I want crystal clean water and air. I want beautiful clean air. We have now the lowest carbon. If you look at our numbers right now, we are doing phenomenally. But I haven't destroyed our businesses. Our businesses aren't put out of commission. If you look at the Paris Accord, it was a disaster from our standpoint. And people are actually very happy about what's going on because our businesses are doing well. As far as the fires are concerned, you need forest management in addition to everything else. The forest floors are loaded up with trees, dead trees that are years old, and they're like tinder, and leaves and everything else. You drop a cigarette in there, the whole forest burns down. You've got to have forest management.
What do you believe about the science of climate change, sir?
I believe that we have to do everything we can to have immaculate air, immaculate water, and do whatever else we can that's good. You know, we're planting 1 billion trees, the Billion Tree Project, and it's very exciting.
You believe that human pollution, greenhouse gas emissions contributes to the global warming of this planet?
I think a lot of things do, but I think to an extent, yes. But I also think we have to do better management of our forests. Every year, I get the call, California's burning. California's burning. If that was cleaned, if you had forest management, good forest management, you wouldn't be getting those calls. You know, in Europe, they live their forest cities. They're called forest cities. They maintain their forests. They manage their forests. I was with the head of a major country. It's a forest city. He said, sir, we have trees that are far more, they ignite much easier than California. There shouldn't be that problem. I spoke with the governor about it. I'm getting along very well with the governor. But I said, you know, at some point, you can't every year have hundreds of thousands of acres of land just burned to the ground. That's burning down because of a lack of management.
Sir, if you believe in the science of climate change, why have you rolled back the Obama Clean Power Plan, which limited carbon emissions in power plants? Why have you relaxed?
Because it was driving energy prices through the sky.
Why have you relaxed fuel economy standards that are going to create more pollution from cars and trucks?
Well, not really, because what's happening is the car is much less expensive and it's a much safer car, and you're talking about a tiny difference. And then what would happen, because of the cost of the car, you would have at least double and triple the number of cars purchased. We have the old slugs out there that are 10, 12 years old. If you did that, the car would be safer. It would be much cheaper by $3,500.
In the case of California, they've simply ignored.
No, but you would take a lot of cars off the market because people would be able to afford a car. Now, and by the way, we're going to see how that turns out. But a lot of people agree with me, many people. The car has gotten so expensive because they have computers all over the place for an extra little bit of gasoline. And I'm okay with electric cars, too. I think I'm all for electric cars. I've given big incentives for electric cars. But what they've done in California is just crazy.
Vice President Biden, I'd like you to respond to the president's climate change record, but I also want to ask you about a concern. You proposed $2 trillion in green jobs. You talk about new limits, not abolishing, but new limits on fracking, ending the use of fossil fuels to generate electricity by 2035, and zero net emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. The president says a lot of these things would tank the economy and cost millions of jobs.
He's absolutely wrong, number one. Number two, if in fact, during our administration, the Recovery Act, I was in charge, able to bring down the cost of renewable energy to cheaper than or as cheap as coal and gas and oil. Nobody's going to build another coal-fired plant in America. No one's going to build another oil-fired plant in America. They're going to move to renewable energy, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that we are able to take the federal fleet and turn it into a fleet that's run on their electric vehicles. Making sure that we can do that, we're going to put 500,000 charging stations and all of the highways that we're going to be building in the future. We're going to build an economy that, in fact, is going to provide for the ability us to take 4 million buildings and make sure that they, in fact, are weatherized in a way that, in fact, they'll emit significantly less gas and oil because the heat will not be going out. There's so many things that we can do now to create thousands and thousands of jobs. We can get to net zero in terms of energy production by 2035. Not only not costing people jobs, creating millions of good paying jobs, not $15 an hour, but prevailing wage, by having a new infrastructure that, in fact, is green. And the first thing I will do, I will rejoin the Paris Accord. I will join the Paris Accord because with us out of it, look what's happening. It's all falling apart. And talk about someone who has no relationship with foreign policy. Brazil, the rainforests of Brazil are being torn down, are being ripped down. More carbon is absorbed in that rainforest than every bit of carbon that's emitted in the United States. Instead of doing something about that, I would be gathering up and making sure we had the countries of the world coming up with $20 billion. Say, here's $20 billion. Stop tearing down the forest. And if you don't, then you're going to have significant economic consequences.
What about the argument that President Trump basically says that you have to balance environmental interests and economic interests, and he's drawn his line?
Well, he hadn't drawn a line. He still, for example, he wants to make sure that methane's not a problem. You can now emit more methane without it being a problem. Methane. This is a guy who says that you don't have to have mileage standards for automobiles that exist now. This is a guy who says that the fact is, it's all true. And here's the deal.
Talking about the Green New Deal, and it's not $2 billion or $20 billion, as you said. It's $100 trillion.
I'm talking about
where they want to rip down buildings and rebuild the building.
No,
it's the dumbest, most ridiculous. Where airplanes are out of business, where two-car systems are out, where they want to take out the cows too. That's not true either, right? This is a 100 trillion. That's more money than our country could make in 100 years if we're
not
going
the case.
All right, let me because I actually, wait a minute, sir. I actually have studied your plan, and it includes upgrading 4 million buildings, weatherizing 2 million homes over 4 years, building 1.5 million energy efficient homes. So the question becomes, the president is saying, I think some people who support the president would say that sounds like it's going to cost a lot of money and hurt the economy.
What it's going to do is going to create thousands and millions of jobs, good paying jobs.
But let him finish, sir.
He doesn't know how to do that.
$100 billion.
The fact is, it's going to create millions of good paying jobs, and these tax incentives for people to weatherize, which he wants to get rid of. It's going to make the economy much safer. Look how much we're paying now to deal with the hurricanes. By the way, he has an answer for hurricanes. He said maybe we should drop a nuclear weapon on them.
I never said that.
That's
at all.
what he did say.
You made it up.
And here's the deal.
You make up.
We are going to be in a position where we can create hard, good jobs by making sure the environment is clean and we all are in better shape. We spend billions of dollars on floods, hurricanes, rising seas. We're in real trouble. Look what's happened just in the Midwest with these storms that come through and wipe out entire sections and counties in Iowa. They didn't happen before. They're because of global warming. We make up 15% of the world's problem. But the rest of the world, we've got to get them to come along. That's why we have to get back into the Paris Accord.
All right, gentlemen.
Wait a minute, Chris. So why didn't he do it for 47 years? You were vice president. Why didn't you get the world? China sends up real dirt into the air. Russia does. India does. They all do. We're supposed to be good. And by the way, he made a couple of statements The Green New Deal is $100 trillion.
That is
not
not
20
my
billion.
plan.
That's
the Green
well,
New
you want to
Deal
rebuild every
is not
building.
my plan.
You want to rebuild every
you knew anything
wait a
about
minute,
if you
gentlemen,
knew
He
anything
made a
about
statement
gentlemen,
about the military. He said I said something about the military. He and his friends made it up, and then they went with it. I never said it.
Okay.
That is
What
not
he
true.
did
Sir,
is he
you're done in
said
this segment.
he called the military
Mr. Vice President,
stupid bastards.
I
And he
did
said
not
it on
say
tape.
that.
He said
Mr.
stupid
please,
bastards. He said
sir,
it.
stop.
I would never
I
say
would
that.
Play
Stop.
it. Play it.
Go ahead. Mr.
You're on
Vice
tape.
President answered his final question.
The final question is, I can't remember which of all his rantings.
I'm having a little trouble myself, but and about the economy and about this question of what it's going to cost.
The economy.
I mean, the Green New Deal and the idea of what your environmental changes will do.
The Green New Deal will pay for itself as we move forward. We're not going to build plants that, in fact, are great polluting plants.
So do you
We're going to
support
build
the Green New Deal?
Pardon me?
Do you support that?
No, I don't support the Green New Deal.
You don't? Oh, well, that's a big statement.
I
That
support
means you
the
just lost the radical left.
I support the Biden plan that I put forward.
Okay.
The Biden plan, which is different than what he calls the radical Green New Deal.
All right, gentlemen, final segment, election integrity. As we meet tonight, millions of Americans are receiving mail-in ballots or going to vote early. How confident should we be that this will be a fair election? And what are you prepared to do over the next 5+ weeks? Because it'll not only be to Election Day, but also counting some ballots, mail-in ballots after Election Day. What are you prepared to do to reassure the American people that the next president will be the legitimate winner of this election? In this final segment, Mr. Vice President, you go first.
Prepared to let people vote. They should go to iwillvote.com. Decide how they're going to vote, when they're going to vote, and what means by which they're going to vote. His own Homeland Security Director, and as well as the FBI Director, says there is no evidence at all that mail-in ballots are a source of being manipulated and cheating. They said that. The fact is that there are going to be millions of people because of COVID that are going to be voting by mail-in ballots, like he does, by the way. He sits behind the Resolute desk and sends his ballot to Florida, number one. Number two, we're going to make sure that those people who want to vote in person are able to vote because enough poll watchers are there to make sure they can socially distance. The polls are open on time, and the polls stay open until the votes are counted. And this is all about trying to dissuade people from voting because he's trying to scare people into thinking that it's not going to be legitimate. Show up and vote. You will determine the outcome of this election. Vote, vote, vote. If you're able to vote early in your state, vote early. If you're able to vote in person, vote in person. Vote whatever way is the best way for you, because he cannot stop you from being able to determine the outcome of this election. And in terms of whether or not when the votes are counted, and they're all counted, that will be accepted. If I win, that will be accepted. If I lose, that'll be accepted. But by the way, if in fact he says he's not sure what he's going to accept, well, let me tell you something. It doesn't matter, because if we get the votes, it's going to be all over. He's going to go. He can't stay in power. It won't happen. It won't happen. So vote. Just make sure you understand you have it in your control to determine what this country is going to look like the next 4 years. Is it going to change? You get 4 more years of these lies.
Mr. President, 2 minutes.
So when I listened to Joe talking about a transition, there's been no transition from when I won. I won that election. And if you look at crooked Hillary Clinton, if you look at all of the different people, there was no transition, because they came after me trying to do a coup. They came after me spying on my campaign. They started from the day I won, and even before I won, from the day I came down the escalator with our First Lady. They were a disaster. They were a disgrace to our country. And we've caught them. We've caught them all. We've got it all on tape. We've caught them all. And by the way, you gave the idea for the Logan Act against General Flynn. You better take a look at that, because we caught you in a sense. And President Obama was sitting in the office. He knew about it too. So don't tell me about a free transition. As far as the ballots are concerned, it's a disaster. A solicited ballot, okay, solicited is okay. You're soliciting, you're asking, they send it back, you send it back. I did that. If you have an unsolicited, they're sending millions of ballots all over the country. There's fraud. They found them in creeks. They found some with the name Trump, just happened to have the name Trump just the other day in a waste paper basket. They're being sent all over the place. They sent 2 in a Democrat area. They sent out 1,000 ballots. Everybody got 2 ballots. This is going to be a fraud like you've never seen. The other thing, it's nice on November 3rd, you're watching and you see who won the election. And I think we're going to do well because people are really happy with the job we've done. But you know what? We won't know. We might not know for months because these ballots are going to be all over. Take a look at what happened in Manhattan. Take a look at what happened in New Jersey. Take a look at what happened in Virginia and other places. They're not losing 2%, 1%, which, by the way, is too much. An election could be won or lost with that. They're losing 30 and 40%. It's a fraud, and it's a shame. And can you imagine where they say you have to have your ballot in by November 10th? November 10th. That means that's 7 days after the election, in theory, should have been announced.
Okay.
We have major states with that.
Sir,
all run by
2
Democrats.
minutes is 2 minutes.
All run by Democrats. It's
President Trump,
it's a rigged election.
you're going to be able to continue. You have been charging for months that mail-in balloting is going to be a disaster. You say it's rigged, that it's going to lead to fraud. But in 2018, in the last midterm election, 31 million people voted mail-in voting. That was a quarter, more than a quarter of all the voters that year cast their ballots by mail. Now that millions of mail-in ballots have gone out, what are you going to do about it? And are you counting on the Supreme Court, including a Justice Barrett, to settle any dispute?
Yeah, I think I'm counting on them to look at the ballots, definitely. I hope we don't need them in terms of the election itself. But for the ballots, I think so. Because what's happening is incredible. I read today, where at least 1% of the ballots for 2016 were invalidated. They take them. We don't like them. We don't like them.
But what are you going to do about it? There are millions of ballots going out right now.
What you do is you go and vote. You do a solicited ballot,
and that's
okay, or you go and vote.
I'm asking you about the fact that millions of people...
You go and vote. You go and vote.
But
like
what I'm
they,
saying is,
like
what are you
they
going to do
used
about
to
the fact
in
that
the
millions of people...
You either do, Chris, a solicited ballot where you're sending it in, they're sending it back, and you're sending... They have mailmen with lots of it. Did you see what's going on? Take a look at West Virginia, mailmen selling the ballots. They're being sold. They're being dumped in rivers. This is a horrible thing for our country. This is not going to end well. This is not going to end well.
5 states had mail-in ballots for the last decade or more. 5, including 2 Republican states. And you don't have to solicit the ballot. It's sent to you. It's sent to your home. What they're saying is that it has to be a postmark by election day. If it doesn't get in till the 7th, 8th, 9th, it still should be counted. He's just afraid of counting the votes.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
I want to continue with you on this, Vice President Biden.
Chris, he's so wrong when he makes a statement like that.
Excuse me. Vice President Biden, the biggest problem, in fact, over the years with mail-in voting has not been fraud historically. It has been that sizable numbers, sometimes hundreds of thousands of ballots are thrown out because they have not been properly filled out, or there is some other irregularity, or they missed the deadline. So the question I have is, are you concerned that the Supreme Court with a Justice Barrett will settle any dispute?
I'm concerned that any court would settle this because here's the deal. When you get a ballot and you fill it out, you're supposed to have an affidavit. If you didn't know, you have someone say that this is me. You should be able to, if in fact you can verify that's you before the ballot is thrown out, that's sufficient to be able to count the ballot because someone made a mistake and not dotting the correct I. Who they voted for, testify, say who they voted for, say it's you. That is totally legitimate.
All right.
Excuse me,
no.
When you have 80 million ballots,
gentlemen, I have a final
Senate
question.
And swamping the system, you know it can't be done. You know it can't, and already it's been
so now,
mail service delivers
gentlemen, final question is, in 8 states, we can keep talking. In 8 states, election workers are prohibited, currently by law, 8 states, from even beginning to process ballots, even take them out of the envelopes and flatten them until Election Day. That means that it's likely, because there's going to be a huge increase in mail-in balloting, that we are not going to know on election night who the winner is, that it could be days, it could be weeks,
could be months,
until we find out who the new president is. So first for you, sir, finally for the Vice President, I hope neither of you will interrupt the other. will you urge your supporters to stay calm during this extended period, not to engage in any civil unrest? And will you pledge tonight that you will not declare victory until the election has been independently certified? President Trump, you go first.
I'm urging my supporters to go into the polls and watch very carefully, because that's what has to happen. I am urging them to do it. As you know, today there was a big problem. In Philadelphia, they went in to watch. They're called poll watchers, a very safe, very nice thing. They were thrown out. They weren't allowed to watch. You know why? Because bad things happen in Philadelphia, bad things. And I am urging my people. I hope it's going to be a fair election. If it's a fair election, I am 100% on board. But if I see tens of thousands of ballots being manipulated, I can't go along with that. And I'll tell you what,
does that
from
mean?
a common sense,
does that mean
I'll
you're
tell you what
your
it means.
people to take to
It
the
means you
street?
have a fraudulent election. You're sending out 80 million ballots. They're not equipped to. These people aren't equipped to handle it. Number one. Number two, they cheat. They cheat. Hey, they found ballots in a waste paper basket 3 days ago, and they all had the name military ballots. They were military. They all had the name Trump on them.
Vice President
Biden, that's good?
Vice President Biden, final question for you. Will you urge your supporters to stay calm while the vote is counted, and will you pledge not to declare victory until the election is independently certified?
Yes, and here's the deal. We count the ballots, as you pointed out. Some of these ballots in some states can't even be opened until Election Day. And if there's thousands of ballots, it's going to take time to do it. And by the way, our military, they've been voting by ballots since the end of the Civil War, in effect. And that's what's going to happen. Why was it not? Why is it for them somehow not fraudulent? It's the same process. It's honest. No one has established at all that there is fraud related to mail-in ballots. That somehow it's a fraudulent process.
It's already been established. Take a look at Carolyn Maloney's race.
You had an opportunity to respond.
Go ahead. They have no idea what
happened. Vice President Biden, go ahead.
He has no idea what he's talking about. Here's the deal. The fact is, I will accept it, and he will too. You know why? Because once the winner is declared, after all the ballots are counted, all the votes are counted, that'll be the end of it. That'll be the end of it. And if it's me, in fact, fine. If it's not me, I'll support the outcome. And I'll be a president not just for the Democrats. I'll be a president for Democrats and Republicans. And this guy,
I want to see an honest ballot count.
Gentlemen, you say that's the end of it? This is the end of this debate?
Honest ballot count.
We're going to leave it there. To be continued as in more debates as we go on. President Trump, Vice President Biden, it's been an interesting hour and a half. I want to thank you both for participating in the first of 3 debates that you have agreed to engage in. We want to thank Case Western Reserve University and the Cleveland Clinic for hosting this event. The next debate, sponsored by the Commission on Presidential Debates, will be 1 week from tomorrow, October 7th, at the University of Utah in Salt Lake City. The 2 vice presidential nominees, Vice President Mike Pence and Senator Kamala Harris, will debate at 9 p.m. Eastern that night. We hope you watch. Until then, thank you and good night. Thank you.
And thus, the first presidential debate of 2020 concludes a night of chaos and interruption, where bullying, where the former Vice President of the United States said of the president, "You are the worst president America has ever had." Biden appeared to become prepared for the night. Trump seemed perturbed. And so Trump's strategy tonight was to interrupt, to try and steamroll not only his opponent, but also the moderator, who was unable to keep control of the 2 candidates. I think one of the questions we're all asking tonight is, can we really have 2 more of these debates with the type of behavior that was displayed tonight? John?
You know what I was thinking, Laura? I was thinking that they all probably want a drink after this, but all for very different reasons. I found it at times painful to watch and very difficult to watch. You know, we have the President of the United States engaging in some of the language. And it wasn't that it was swearing or cursing. It was just, I'm looking for the decorum and decency that you expect at this particular level. And it was very hard to get it tonight.
And we should remember what the stakes are. They've never been higher while a debate's going on. We have 200,000 dead from COVID. We have an economy that is cratering. And we have significant ongoing racial unrest over the injustices in the American system.
And when the stakes were that high, the debate couldn't have been lower. And it was not an equal opportunity experience. The President of the United States, who has a duty and stewardship role in caring for those three things, was by far responsible for a greater share of the jaggedness of tonight at a time when America does not need jagged. America is experiencing jagged. And they are looking to these two gentlemen to take the country over in the midst of this period of jaggedness. And the president came, it seemed, with just a sawtooth.
We are going to have a poll tonight about who won. We are going to fact check tonight. We are going to have more analysis. We're going to talk to Kamala Harris. So there's still a lot ahead in this hour. I want to bring in now CBS's Major Garrett, who is fact checking some of the claims tonight. Major?
Not all the claims, Nora, and if the audience would ask itself, was crosstalk on stage tonight? Yes, we would rate that as true. Now, to some of the contentions made during the debate. Our first fact check, this came early in the debate. Former Vice President Biden said that 100 million Americans have pre-existing conditions. We rate that as partially true, and here's why. In 2017, this would be the Trump administration's Department of Health and Human Services released a study, and it found that 23% to 51% of non-elderly Americans, meaning those under the age of 65, or 61 million to 133 million Americans, have pre-existing conditions. That's why we rate that claim as partially true. Also, during the debate, when it was focused on COVID-19, the president said younger people aren't vulnerable about this, meaning vulnerable in exposure to COVID-19. The American Academy of Pediatrics has said, yes, in fact, incidence rate is low, hospitalizations and death are low, but there is still incident rates. Transmissibility has been confirmed, and so we rate that as misleading, that the president contending that children simply aren't vulnerable to the virus misleading. The third one we have, Nora and team, is the president asserted that during the Obama-Biden administration, it presided over the slowest economic recovery since 1929. We rate that as false. Economists will differ on all sorts of things when it comes to economic numbers, but it is clear to say that the slowest recovery from a recession was after the 2001 dot-com bubble burst, and that the recovery from the Great Recession, while slow, and by historic standards, not nearly as great as recoveries from deep recessions, it was not the slowest recovery since 1929, which is why we rate it as false.
Major, I have to just also, after all that fact checking, though, get your take on what just happened tonight.
So, to your point, Nora, the president clearly wanted to do everything he could to get Joe Biden, the former vice president, either off his game or distracted by his mere presence. And I was in contact with Biden debate prep specialists, and they said the big challenge for the former vice president was to not take that, was to stay on point. He tried the best he could, but he also got personal in ways that I think the debate team would have preferred that he not.
All right, Major Garrett, thank you. We are joined now by the president's son, Donald Trump Jr., from the debate hall. And Don, thank you so much for joining us. We've witnessed the national polls for the last several months with Joe Biden ahead by double digits. We see in Ohio now that Joe Biden closing in on a state that your father won handling. Was that part of the nervousness that you think happened with the president tonight? Is that why he kept interrupting Joe Biden and also trying to steamroll the moderator?
No, I think it's because Donald Trump is a fighter. He's been fighting for the American people. He's taken heat and hits. I mean, I know personally, right? I mean, you know well that I did 30 hours of testimony for doing a fraction of what, let's say, Hunter Biden did. Now there's an actual link to Russia. There's an actual link to Vladimir Putin to the tune of $3.5 million to the Biden family. And I think when my father looks at what...
Talking about that? Why not talk about the policies for the American people? People are hurting because of coronavirus, because their kids are not in school.
We have to talk about
why not talk about the plan for that? No, but I mean, how to help people.
No, we
how do you help people?
Why would it happen to one side, but it's totally ignored by the other? So I think you have to put that into perspective. Donald Trump, you talk about racism tonight. That was a big topic. Donald Trump did prison reform. Donald Trump created opportunity zones. Donald Trump did the First Step Back. Why didn't Joe Biden do it? I mean, he cares about it so much, he didn't do anything about it for 47 years. I mean, I would have thought that if he really cared about the issue, that as the vice president to the first African-American president, he would have done it, but he won't because he wants to pander, and he has to, and that's the reality. So when I look at my father, if he takes that stance, it's because he hasn't been treated fairly in these things. If you look at the differences on similar issues, the way it's handled, Joe Biden can get away with murder because the mainstream media has decided. The mainstream media has decided to be the marketing arm of the DNC.
Don, here's a subject a lot of people care about: black and white hate groups. Proud Boys is considered a hate group. Your father told them tonight this: stand down and stand by. He didn't just condemn white supremacist groups. And what does he mean by stand by? What is that?
I don't know what stand by. He said to stand down. He said he's more than happy to condemn
and
them.
He said
I know
stand
he'd
by.
condemn that. And I don't know if that was a misspeak, but he was talking about having them stand down. He's more than happy to condemn that. Joe Biden is continually able to talk about the Charlottesville hoax, take a fragment of a quote, the media will run with it as though it's the gospel,